We're here. So I don't know where this came from. So we are here, Reed, for this cube draft. I don't know how this came to you. Reed just got done playing Worlds, this World Championship matches. By the way, congrats on the day two. Great job.
Thank you very much.
How did you hear about this thing first?
Well, I actually got a sneak peek from Martin. He was like, "Guys, I have something like really cool planned that you're going to want to pay attention to." And of course, we got the details only when it was formally announced to the public. But it's like this is for like a longtime Magic player or somebody who's really into this stuff, Magic history, old cards, fun formats. This is like the coolest thing ever.
It really is. I had the same thing. Martin Yuza, he's kind of running this whole thing for Ultimate Guard. He's like, hey, so we might be doing a thing. Would you be interested? I'm like, yeah, that sounds great. And he's like, it's a vintage cube where the players get to keep the cards. I'm like, what are you talking about? You don't get to, that's not how cube works, right? Like I've never seen that in my whole, and he's like, yeah. And I'm like, okay, but it's going to be some like commons and uncommons, but it's a vintage cube. And he's like, no, dude, like Power Nine's in this. I'm like, wait, what? He's like, it's the Magic Online vintage cube, right? And it's like a version of it, but still it has like basically all the stuff, that you'd expect. And that's of course the cube for hardcore cube aficionados. That has become kind of the default. And then like, even if you have your own cube at home, you'll kind of use that as the base and then build off of it, make some tweaks if you want, that type of thing that cube owners like to do. But he said, yeah, no, this is a thing. And I said, I'm in. Like, this sounds awesome. And then I found out it was the same weekend as MagicCon here in Vegas. And I'm like, I don't know if that's going to work because obviously I'm doing coverage down for the World Championship as well. But through some deft scheduling, you and I both ran up here after the World Championship rounds were over. And we get to bring it to you now. We're going to be doing this vintage cube. There's 8 players that qualified for this thing, Reed. And many more who tried, and they get to attend a draft. Did you try? Yeah. It was not easy. Yeah, I mean, it was interesting because the way that it worked was it was like a multi-stage qualification process, but the entry point was actually pretty low. Like we have 2 players here who qualified, like earmuffs, because this might hurt your feelings. They qualified on their first run. They just they joined a cube draft, won it, ran it up, won the 64, and then won their qualification seat here.
Hey, if you've got a Magic Online account and a few event tickets, you could have played in this and you could be here,
Totally. I mean, like $6 they paid to get into that original cube or something.
Yep.
And now they're sitting here drafting. The cube itself, total value, it's about $65,000.
Yeah, and that's all going home with the players, everyone.
Set. Every card. So the way this is going to work out, we'll run you through some of the bigger picture stuff. But basically, the players are going to draft. We'll show you how that happens. You can take a look here. Eight players qualified through, again, a series of Magic Online qualifier events. And each player who won, they also got travel and accommodation here to Las Vegas. And they got their seat in the Vintage Cube Finals. The Vintage Cube Finals is what we're about to show you right now. Now, this is going to be split up over 2 days, but we're going to show you the draft today. In the finals, there is this is kind of the standard size for cubes, 540 card vintage cube. They are going to be doing Rochester draft, where everybody keeps the cards that they draft, and then they're going to play it out. Now, before we get to that stage, can you give us the short version of what a Rochester draft is for people that haven't done it?
So the key that you need to know about a Rochester draft is that everything is face up. So we're used to everyone open your booster pack, select your card, pass it face down. But instead, it's one person open your booster pack, lay it face up on the table, and everyone is going to make their selections until that one pack is depleted. Repeat that process 24 times, one pack at a time. And then you have your deck. So the great thing, from our seat and for everyone watching is that everything is going to be right there on the table. When Black Lotus is open, we're going to see it. When somebody gets, their second Mox, we're going to see it.
That's right.
That's all for everyone to enjoy.
Yeah, normally when we do the coverage of drafts, we get to follow along with one player. But what if Ancestral Recall is opened by somebody else, and we just kind of find out later that like, oh, hey, they cast it, they've got it. We want to see it all, and that's why we're going to do Rochester draft here. It does take a little while, but it's really cool. There are some. I'm very curious how this actually plays out. Because on one hand, there's some really interesting strategic wrinkles. I mean, depending on how much horsepower you got in the old noggin, I mean, you technically could know every card that every player's drafted, right? That's not necessary, but you at least can know what archetypes they're in, what cards they might be going for. Maybe you could take a card away from them. But the thing that happens in an event like this is, come on, nobody's passing a Mox, right? Not only are they really good, pretty good for the bank account too.
Yeah, no kidding. So there's a lot of things, a lot of conflicting priorities here that the drafters are going to have to work with. And of course, one of them is just, hey, let's get the really cool, powerful, valuable cards. Thankfully, a lot of the best cards in Magic are also a lot of the most valuable cards in Magic. So
Yes.
Black Lotus is just great in your deck. And, like you said, it's great for your bank account. But there is a lot at stake, too. So
Yes.
you want to walk us through what the players are playing for?
Yeah, so the prizes are kind of interesting here because adept listeners and viewers may have gone, now hold on a minute, there's 540 cards, but we're only going to be drafting 360 of them for the player sitting. What happens to the rest? And I'll tell you that. So they're going to play 3 rounds of play with the deck that they drafted. So they're going to have to walk a fine line here between these cards are the ones that I want to take home, put in my binder, sell, do whatever they want with, and these are the ones that are going to take me to the finals or maybe even win this thing. The players are going to have to split that goal between a functional deck or even a good one, trying to win what I know I know players like you read value, which is there's a trophy sitting in between us,
Heck
and
yeah.
this would be real nice on the trophy mantle. But they are not just playing for the trophy. With the extra cards that are left over, there's going to be 180 of them. Depending on how the players finish in rank order, so there's 8 players, so they'll finish 1 through 8 by the time we finish the rounds tomorrow. They will get to draft 8 cards from that 180. So we'll know all of the 180, they'll be laid out. And if you finish first, you will get first pick of that. And then second, third, fourth through 8th, we'll pick those top 8 cards out of it, whatever they want. They can pick for whatever reason they choose. Then the winner of the event gets all the rest. So there's 172 leftover cards, and they will get all of them. So there's a lot to play for there because this is a vintage cube. Like, sure, we can talk about Power 9 and the really expensive stuff up top, but there's like, if you just take 172 bottom cards even, those are good. And this is going to be better than that because they only get to trim the top 8 cards off of that chunk of cards. Also, it does leave some interesting things. For example, you may be wondering, Black Lotus. Well, it doesn't have to get opened.
No, I mean, back of the napkin math, 1/3 of the cards are not
Exactly.
getting open. Those are available in the prize pool. So there's a very, very real chance that Black Lotus, Time Twister, whatever Mox, those are going to be available for the players who go 2-1 or 3-0 to choose from.
That's right. So we could see it opened in the packs in the draft, or if it's not, we will know exactly where Black Lotus is. And as you mentioned, go down the line, all the great stuff. We want to account for all the Mox and Power 9, all that kind of great stuff as well. So we'll get a chance to see that. So somebody could get lucky and open it. That would be awesome. Or if it's in that last chunk of cards, they'll effectively be playing this tournament for this, plus the 172, plus the Black Lotus or whatever great cards left over.
Yeah. And in addition to just the classic Power 9 valuable cards, there are actually some unique one-of-one cards in this cube.
And we'll talk about those. Yeah,
we'll
those things are super cool. Let's take a look at the schedule so that you can get an idea of what we're doing. So today, well, we're started now, as you can see, and we're going to do the Rochester draft. Then tomorrow, we're going to replay the Rochester draft that Reed and I are going to broadcast right now. And that will just get anybody caught up that didn't watch yesterday and hopefully any cool moments that we get in that type of thing. But then we're going to do gameplay, and we're going to play out those rounds and determine who it is that gets the trophy, who it is that wins whatever's left. And, of course, we'll show you the draft and stuff like that as the players go. Well, let's meet our players here. We do have 8 people who qualified through Magic Online. Take a look at Matt Abrams from Las Vegas, so I assume he just drove over here. And by the way, I don't know, Matt. I think if I was as lucky as you are and I lived in Vegas, I might just hit up one of these casinos, but qualified on his first try.
Yeah, I mean,
that's impressive.
He's lucky, or he's got moves, or likely
both. Yeah,
that's
probably a little
impressive.
some of both. Let's take a look at our next player. This is Chris Bruner from San Jose, not too far from here. And this is our other qualified on the first try player as well. And I got to say, that's really, really impressive because, like we mentioned at the beginning, Reed, I know, well, most of the people that we're friends with, the old school players and stuff, I mean, they were trying. Like, this is like they put in a lot of reps to try to get in there because, the entry point for this was to 3-0 a cube draft during a certain time frame. So you could play a lot of them to try to get that next step in. And Chris just cruised right on through. Let's take a look at the next one. This is Fernando. This is for. And no interesting facts. I really felt bad for Fernando here. But as you can see, Fernando comes from Spain and is studying and also grinding on Magic Online. There's also a Cube server, where some of the more hardcore Cube players play against each other. And Fur makes his appearances there as well. Let's take a look at our next player. Our youngest player, actually, Luca. And this is like a Cube family. Because you'll see in a minute, but we actually have one family member actually playing this event with Luca, and then Luca's brother is Jujubin, who also almost qualified for this event, but missed in the semifinals to complete the trifecta.
Yeah, really an amazing story, and you can see from the interesting fact, son of Rex. Why is that interesting?
Yeah, who the heck is this Rex person? Let's take
a
look at our next player. And there he is. It's Rex. So that's his dad. And Rex somehow managed to qualify for this event as well. And runs a software company, qualifies for Cube events on the weekend. Not bad.
Yeah, I had a chance to read Rex's sort of player profile, and he talked about playing Magic at the beginning of the game, 1993, 94, and some of those experiences. And he's probably played with these cards, but when they were 2 orders of magnitude less expensive.
Totally. Yeah, he actually had a chance to get his hands on these things when you could still do that. Yeah, he said he's been playing for 30 years. I'm like, wait, isn't that the whole time? Let's take a look at our next player. There's Jesse Hampton. I would say for me, Jesse is the top player in the field. He is currently, as of 20 minutes ago, playing in the World Championship. Like, that's the level that he plays at. PT top 8s, etc. And he does also play a lot of Cube. He's in that Cube server, and he likes to jam.
Yeah, so with Jesse, you take that world-class play skill and experience of a Pro Tour player and project it onto his favorite format, Vintage Cube, that he's just sitting there day in, day out, grinding
right.
and learning the best strategies.
Yeah, I think if you had to pick a best player, it would probably be Jesse, at least where he's at the pro scene right now. Who do we got next? There's Daniel Prochek coming from Czech Republic. And that is a very nice Cube win rate, 63.6%. And Daniel had a decent sample size there, too. Some of the players had different levels of that. But this one was like, wow, and lived in 5 different countries. There's an interesting fact.
That is a cool fact.
Yeah, that's
Appreciate
impressive. That. Yeah. All right. Anybody else? I think we got maybe one more. Oh, yeah, there's Oscar Christensen. LGS employee living the gamer lifestyle, childhood dream of a Black Lotus. I like that. Mm-hmm. And Oscar also has a, a Mythic top 8 or something?
Yeah, I think Oscar's one of the sleeper picks for the folks who are really into cubing and know Oscar. They really respect his game. And
definitely.
We do too.
And dude can play, so that will help him out as well. Did we have anybody else? I can't remember. No, that was it. Okay. You mentioned earlier, Reed, something really cool. So obviously this is already super exciting. We've got the whole Vintage Cube. We've got the Power 9 in here. But we've got a slate of 24 bonus cards that have been put in here as well that are really special.
Yep. So this was kind of hand put together by Martin Yuza and all the other folks who were working behind the scenes so hard on this event. But Martin's dream was to make this sort of like a museum of Magic history.
Yeah.
So Black Lotus, that's a great start, right? But what else has been going on in Magic besides the cards? It's the players, it's the personalities, it's the people behind the cards at Wizards of the Coast. So Martin has selected 24 players and 24 very special, unique cards for them to sign and contribute a lot of times from their personal collections. You know, I gave a Liliana of the Veil from my personal collection. That's in there.
Signed from his personal collection in here. And there's a lot, you know, Martin told me that it started off with him finding out about I guess it was like when you won an invitational, like now you have to win world championship to get a card, right? But back in the day, it was the invitational that got that for you. And, you know, the two GOATs, right? Kai and John. Basically what I was told is the way that it worked is you would submit your design for the card. So you win an invitational, you get a card, and you're like, all right, here's the card I want. But then, of course, it has to go to the responsible people in the building at Wizards of the Coast who are like, we can't do that, right? But they still had the design. So they would work with the player and they would end up coming out with the cards that we know ended up becoming their invitational cards. But apparently they kept the designs. You know, these were kind of in a vault somewhere like, oh, this is what he wanted, but we couldn't do it. And they made them in Mystery Booster 2. And Martin found out about it and was like, dude, we got to get John and Kai to sign their card from Mystery Booster 2 and we'll put it in the cube. But then that got him going down the route of, well, what else could we do? And so, I mean, I'll tell you, I'm just going to tell you that the one that really jumps out to me from the rest of them, Gabriel Nassif signed a Cruel ultimatum. So for fans of the Pro Tour, you'll remember the called shot from Kyoto. It's that Cruel ultimatum. He literally took it out of the deck that he played there, signed it, and sent it in. And it's in this cube, and it will be in this mix of cards somewhere. You can have the called shot signed Cruel ultimatum from Gabe
so
Nassif.
think of
what?
Like, you know, catching the record-breaking home run ball.
Yeah.
Like, that's this. For Magic. You get the actual piece of Magic history that you and thousands of other players watched, you know,
totally
on coverage.
And so many great memories here. You know, there's a Stoneforge Mystic from Ben Stark from his Pro Tour win. Cryptic Command from Guillaume Wafotapa. That's just like, he just doesn't not play that card. It's just every time. Bomat Courier from Javier Dominguez, you know, more recently than that. That's really cool. Baleful Strix from Jerry Thompson. That's a card that he popularized in Legacy back in the day. What any of these stand out? The Duress, by the way, from Seth Manfield. He played that exact Duress in his 2 Pro Tour wins, and he signed one.
That's pretty
like
cool.
That
2 Pro Tour wins, a bunch of years apart, different formats, that Duress. So that's some good, some character and story behind that.
What about these ones down here? We've got, most of them are from Pro Tour royalty, let's say.
Yep.
But we've got a few from Wizards of the Coast and a few from the community too.
Yeah, exactly. So by my count, we have 3 Wizards employees. Actually, we got a 2-for-1. Mike Turian, who's both, you know, one of the most famous iconic Wizards employees, but also a Hall of Fame Magic player. Mark Rosewater, Aaron Forsyth. So these are names that you know and appreciate, and you know that all of us longtime players have so much gratitude towards. They all contributed unique cards, in some cases alternate art. Is that right?
Yeah, so the one from Mike Turian is a Consecrated Sphinx, and that was one that he used in conjunction with his work with Extra Life, a charity that he's done a lot of work with. He's helped raise over $6 million for them over the years, so really awesome. Aaron Forsyth signed a Deranged Hermit, which he used to make a deep, either a win or a deep finish at Nationals way back in the day,
I
in
thought
like
it was
2000.
because Aaron was a deranged.
Hey, we're not on the Wizard stream, so you can let it rip. And then a Lotus Petal by Mark Rosewater, because he designed that card. He literally designed it. And then from the community, we've got Tolarian Academy from the professor from Tolarian Community College, for obvious reasons, and then a Thespian Stage from the crew over at MTG Goldfish as well.
Yeah, that is.
How cool is that?
That's awesome. I mean, this stuff, like, I have a soft spot for signed cards myself. You know, that's the cool thing about collecting Magic, is like one person might be into foils or you know, certain editions or languages of cards. For me, I love getting my cards signed by either the artists or like my favorite players and personalities. So this stuff really resonates with me.
So
like
cool.
I would be so excited to get some of these cards, especially the ones that you can't get anywhere else.
What about the Cruel Ultimate? Because I know you're really close with Nassif as well. Like, how would you like to have that one?
Well, I actually have a Nassif signed Cruel Ultimatum in my personal collection.
You do already?
Yeah,
Of course he does.
Because, I have these ideas.
Yeah.
You just sit home dreaming, oh, I would love to have a Cruel Ultimatum signed by Nassif. So I just asked him one day.
Yeah.
But this specific one,
This is special.
that is special. That's pretty cool.
This is really special. Okay, enough about that. I think it's about time we head down to the draft to see what we open. I don't know what to expect here, Reed. As far as how the players are going to approach this. My kind of big picture thought is that they'll be looking at monetary considerations, collectability considerations in the early picks, and then they'll probably start taking cards for their deck, right?
Yeah, I mean, you want to build a deck, you want to have some kind of focused colors, but this is Vintage Cube, so even within trying to build a good deck, there can be widely different strategies that these players might employ.
Yeah. Okay, here we go. The first pack is up, and as you can see, they're going to be laid out across the table. Any power? Oath, treachery. No. Ooh, Dauthi Voidwalker is a nice one, though. What do you like here, Reed, from these picks? I mean, this is a kind of a medium pack, for a vintage cube. I know a lot of people like to default to lands when they don't have what they want. By the way, the pick is on Jesse.
Okay,
right
so good point, Marshall. No standout either in terms of like a home run valuable card, nor a home run top 10 or 20 card in the cube. In the past I've been a fan of Treachery. You mentioned Dauthi Voidwalker. A lot of these sharp players are starting to prioritize cards like Snuff Out a lot higher.
Yep.
Or you could just start with the land. Watery Grave or Zagoth Triumph would be totally fine.
There's the Snuff Out. I know Jesse well personally, and he's a big fan of the blue-black archetype. Particularly Reanimator is one that he likes, so he may have been thinking about Dauthi Voidwalker or Snuff Out. And yeah, he's going to get the Dauthi Voidwalker is going to get snatched up right away. Wow, this is great. These guys are just cruising through this pack. I like this because we are doing this 24 times, so it is important that they keep up a good pace as well.
Yeah, this is the traditional way it goes in Rochester Draft. Is you give a preliminary period for everyone to look at the pack, and then you go pretty brisk pace. So I noticed Oscar took Zagoth Triumph second.
Yep.
Rex picked up that really cool Ben Stark signed Stoneforge Mystic. And yeah, they're going.
Okay, so that's our first pack down. No power yet. Come on, show me something sweet.
Kind of interesting that if you don't get the first pick, you can be starting your draft with like a 7th pick card. That's a different experience than what we're used
that
to.
is weird. Yeah. Oh, there's a Liliana the Veil signed by
me.
one Reed Duke right there. There's Dismember.
All right.
Ready,
so
Primeval
obviously the Liliana's going first, but let's see if the second.
Ooh,
place
Demonic
player gets,
Tutor. And there's a Time Twister. We've got ourselves some power here, baby. By the way, that's the second most expensive card in this cube.
Yeah, it sure is. The Time Twister is really desirable for both vintage and commander play. So that's a great card. Yeah, Fast Bond, Demonic Tutor, really standout card.
Going for $4,000.
Yeah. Wow.
Holy smokes. I think I would take that one.
I would take that one. I mean, it's also a useful card, right?
It is a very good card.
With that.
It really is. This cube is, I would call it friendly to combo, but not super crazy, but you can do it.
That might have been a black bordered like Alpha Beta Demonic Tutor.
Yeah.
In which case that's an extremely valuable collectible card as well.
Definitely. It is currently 700 bones.
Nice.
Yeah, so that's definitely the one you want there. And then the Strip Mine, monetarily speaking, not quite on the level, but that's a really nice little build around for this. And there it is. There goes your card, Reed. You did it.
Yeah, so I work for TCG Player Marshall. They're an Ultimate Guard partner, and we kind of pride ourselves on being like the pricing authority for a lot of these collectible cards.
Yeah, that's actually where we got these.
Yeah, so we have TCG Player, open our cheat sheets here if we need to look up card prices. And some of these cards were actually sourced on TCG Player.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, this is a really awesome, by the way, this event. Ultimate Guard wanted to do something for the community. And so they partnered up with Daybreak Games, who runs Magic Online, and they're the ones, those two entities are the ones that came together to put this together. It's super awesome. Ooh, there's a moat.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the Consecrated
moat.
Sphinx by Turian up there.
Beautiful.
Yeah, that's cool. Verdant, not too bad.
Yeah, these fetch lands are really, really desirable.
Yeah.
So two
Ooh,
of
Scalding
those.
Tarn, yeah.
Reanimate.
Oh,
is
and
one
there's
of the,
Reanimate. And so when I see a Reanimate, I'm starting to think, like, especially in a pack that doesn't have like a jump out at you dollar amount card, Reanimate's one of the more powerful and straightforward strategies, Reanimator in this cube.
Yeah, especially if you can pick it up at this early stage in the draft and then build your deck to support it. It's Reanimate is just one of the most powerful and frankly frightening cards to go up against. So yeah, Mike Turian and the Extra Life event. That, I mean, they do that yearly. So if folks want to keep an eye out for those charity opportunities, they really do a lot of cool stuff. I'm a big fan of Winter Orb. I think that's a fun card.
You think that's a fun card?
Yeah,
That's a card you think is fun.
I have a different idea of fun than most,
You have
most
a
people.
demented view on fun. Now you
Well,
combo with Urza, and now we're talking
yeah.
fun for one of the players at the table.
Well, here's the thing, Marshall. I
Wow,
just came
Goblin
off
Welder
of,
just went off.
Yeah, Goblin Welders. You can do some cool
Okay.
stuff with that.
Mhm.
But we just came from the World Championship. Standard with the standard booster draft with the current set, and that's one type of Magic experience. And then you can come to Vintage Cube for a whole other type of Magic experience. So the great thing that I love about this format is, sometimes your opponent has Black Lotus, plays a 4-drop on turn 1. Sometimes they have Channel, Emrakul, whatever. But the point is, you can have such an enormous range of gameplay experiences with these cards and this mix of cards. And Winter Orb is like you don't get those games in Standard, so it's fun once in a while.
Oh, totally. And that's the best thing about Vintage. I mean, you can just play it. I mean, I play it every time it's up, and it never gets old. I just keep going and going and going. All right, here we go.
Chrome Mox that's signed by Masashi Ueso.
Oh yeah, that's
Hall
great.
of Famer.
That's
One of
super
the best
cool.
players of all time. Candelabra of Tawnos, maybe not one of the more, one of the more powerful cards in terms of gameplay, but it's a card you don't see every day. You see that one, Marshall, bottom right corner?
Oh, there's a Time Walk.
The very last card laid out. So a lot of people consider that to be actually the best card in the cube.
It is.
You win the most when you get Time Walk. What I like to do is you get Time Walk, and then it doesn't really matter what the rest of your deck is. You just want ways to find your Time Walk, and if you can, ways to reuse your Time Walk.
And there's a lot of them. Yeah.
Yep.
Regrowth Effects, Tameo,
This is a
Snapcaster
strong
Mage.
pack,
Dude, this
Marshall.
pack is dope.
We got Grizzlebrand to go with that Reanimate. Fury is one of the better cards in the cube.
Definitely.
Chrome Mox and Bloodstained Mire are kind of bread and butter cards that people are going to look to fill out their mana base.
Did you see that? It went to the young fella.
Yeah, the Time Walk. He's
Yep.
got to be thrilled.
He's got to be.
I'm
Luca
like,
just
all right,
snapped it up.
Worst case, I got a $3,000 bill there, and then,
Oh,
and then
incredible.
also maybe I'm going to use that on my way to 3-0 and winning the whole thing.
Man, the Grave Titan went early there, even over Grizzlebrand. Usually there's an overlap there
Mhm.
where, like, you kind of want to go bigger. There's the Fury going really late.
Yeah.
I mean, this is what, like the 4th pack or something? Like,
Yep.
This is early in the draft still.
So you alluded to something earlier, Marshall, which is like the players are drafting face up. Everyone sees what everyone's going for. So like, the player who got the Reanimate, the player who's got that channel, and there's going to be some kind of mixed feelings going on as you see people assemble these combos and worry about what you might have to face as you play out your 3 rounds.
Grizzlebrand went pretty late there too, but it is primarily just a reanimation target at this point.
And that's Ral Monsoon Mage. A little bit of a tricky one to use, but every once in a while you can hit with that.
Poor Ral goes late. Wow, so we've already got 2 pieces of Power 9, including 2 of the 3 blue, right? We're only missing Ancestral Recall?
Yep, that's right. Yeah, so we're ahead of schedule. with
We
those
are
power
for sure.
cards.
Yeah, they've been opening hot so far. There's a Lumberjack there's a Thoughtseize. I know how much you like that one, Reed.
Mhm.
You've won a lot of tournaments with Thoughtseize in your hands.
We saw Jesse Hampton first pick Snuff Out. I would put Thoughtseize kind of right in that same category of just like, hey, this is the most efficient way that you can interact and disrupt your opponent. No power in this pack. I like subtlety. I'm always happy to pick up a 1 mana accelerant like Utopia Sprawl. We mentioned Thoughtseize.
Yeah, Flame Slash is better than it looks.
Mhm, mhm.
Trinket Mage, depending on what you're getting. Never been a big Orcish Lumberjack guy, but it has a small but dedicated following in Vintage Cube.
Yeah, that's a nostalgic card for me because Ice
Mhm.
Age was my first set as a kid. But
Mm.
it's tricky to use because you have to be specifically the red-green color combination. You got to have the right payoff cards, but it can be really nice.
I mean, it's busted when it goes. Oh, no way. Somebody's taking Armageddon
Yep,
or Ravages or whichever.
Ravages of War. I wonder if that's a
Wow.
valuable card because it's from Portal Three Kingdoms, which is not a heavily reprinted or accessible set.
It is. It's 329
Not
bucks.
bad.
Yeah, that's
Not
pretty good.
bad.
So that explains that. Why is Thoughtseize still here? Somebody take it. There we
He
go.
heard you, Marshall Fernando.
And much to the dismay of Jesse, he loves that card. The Coalition Relic's also an interesting one, as it really does kind of open the door for many different colors and or strategies.
Cube has evolved a lot over the years, but when I first got into this format back in, say, 2012, Coalition Relic was like a top 10 card in the Cube.
It was. I remember
it was
that.
super strong. But, as the cards get more powerful and things get faster, kind of compress the deck's mana curves go from being about powering out, Titans to being about hitting your curve on turn 2, 3, 4.
That's right. Yeah, it's interesting because in the current iterations of the Vintage Cube, many of the payoffs or win conditions, the thing that you're trying to get to costs 3.
Yep.
And they used to cost 4 or maybe 5.
Trinket Mage going late. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm an optimist, Marshall. I'd be
Yeah.
like, Trinket Mage, just set me up for that Soul Ring, Black Lotus, Mox Sapphire,
Totally.
whatever they're going to give me later.
You're going to open it up anyway, so
Mhm.
you might as well prepare yourself for it. There's
Uh-huh.
a Glare of Subdual and the Orcish Lumberjack.
Yeah, the difficult to use green gold cards going
Yeah.
late. But, I mean, they're cool.
Oh, the poor Lumberjack. No love here today. You can see the players rub their hands together. Reed,
Yeah,
when
let's go.
getting
I'm doing
ready.
it too. I'm getting
Dude, I
it's
know.
infectious.
I know. Every single pack that comes up, it's just like, what's going to be in it? If you're just joining us, this is Vintage Cube, and yes, the players get to keep the cards. That's what you need to know.
That is the Javier Dominguez signed Bomat courier. He
Ah,
won the World
very cool.
Championship in 2018 with that card.
Oh, there's a Flooded Strand. Tireless Tracker.
Ooh, Mind Twist. I like that one. That's
Nice. Ooh, and there's an Animate Dead.
a
Yeah.
really nice, Alpha Beta Edition one.
There's some decent cards here. I think if my mana was getting sketchy, the Vista or the Flooded Strand would be on my radar.
Yeah, I won't be surprised to see those cards go highly.
I mean,
Animate
somebody
Dead
wants
and-
that Animate Dead for sure.
Yep, and then Faithless Looting Voldar and Epicure. If you're really trying to build a reanimation deck, those are interesting.
Those are wheelable too.
Yep. And then Mind Twist is just the
Yeah,
standout. Like this is
definitely.
a really powerful card.
I think whoever took the Coalition Relic, wouldn't mind a Mind Twist. Like that's the perfect follow up. You just get their whole hand.
Yeah, I love that. That sort of pattern and game plan where it's like, okay, I'm going to hit you with the Mind Twist in the mid game turn. Then my powerful follow up is guaranteed to resolve and stick, and that then we're off to the races. So that was Animate Dead going first. Right?
Okay, yeah, exactly.
And Mind Twist going second. No surprises there.
Yeah. So the black cards flying away from the table.
Yeah, it seems like people are kind of contesting black as a color. We haven't even seen some of the best black cards opened yet. Orcish Bowmasters, Sholdred, a few of those other hallmarks.
And we see the lands going now as well. So the cards that stood out to us are the ones that stood out to the players as well. This pack is a little bit medium from here on out. Mind's Desire's very difficult to get to work. There's better Storm finishers in the cube, although it's the sweetest. You get to do the reveals and do the whole thing. I am curious if whoever's playing Reanimator at the table got the Animate Dead, because it did go first, so that would have been pretty nice. Like if you're just like, hey, I'm in this deck anyway, I got a Grizzlebrand and I'll just take it. And also if they wheel either the Epicure or the Faithless Looting.
Yeah, that's a really good setup.
See the father-son combo there. They're not allowed to communicate. None of the players are, right? You can't say what it is that you're doing. People have to just soak in the information as it goes. And as we mentioned, there's a lot on the line here. Not only do they get to keep these cards that they're opening currently, but they're going to be playing tomorrow their rounds out, and they're going to get to draft the top 8 cards that are left over, plus the winner will get all the rest of it. Plus there's a nice trophy here as well. So these players, this is kind of how I imagine it going. Some money cards, some desirables, but right after that, it's like, what goes in my deck?
Yep.
Like they're not really differentiating between, some of the lower price cards.
That Bomat Courier, I think it was Rex ended up with that. Maybe he's going after the sign cards. I like that style.
That's what you would do, I bet.
Definitely. But I know he has Stoneforge Mystic, a couple other white cards. He has the Bomat, so he could be going for like a Boros aggro. That's one of the most tried and true strategies in this cube. I was thinking about the Bomat, mono red aggro doesn't have quite as much support as it used to. I also don't know if this exact, tournament structure is going to lend itself very well to mono red. But speaking of mono red, that's a Shuhei Nakamura signed Grim Lavamancer.
The Lava Man.
Mm-hmm.
Lotus Cobra.
That's Birthing Ritual.
Okay. There's a Mindslaver.
This is not a super strong pack so far.
Not
Living
yet.
Death is a powerful card.
That's a cool one. City of Traders is probably a thing, right? Opposition. That's a callback when Opposition was really great. You can still make it work a little bit, but it used to be one of the better cards. Now it's just fine.
Yeah, so this is not actually, honestly, not many like first pick quality cards here.
Yeah, this pack sucks actually.
Once Upon a Time is a nice one. I'm pretty happy to include that in any green creature deck. As you mentioned, Opposition is something that you can definitely take and build around. Same with Living Death. But yeah, and I like Chandra as well, especially if you can power her out ahead of schedule. Maybe a decent pack for somebody going for a red or a Boros aggro. You got that Lavamancer, Jackal Pup, and Chandra. But I think a lot of the players are going to be taking this as kind of like filler or setup type of picks.
Yeah, and you can see that this is a little bit of a throwback version of the vintage cube, like Jackal Pup. Just some real like icons of the past that have been included, and I think that's really cool.
Yeah, the Museum of Magic.
Mm-hmm.
I like that style. The Ether Spellbomb is a totally playable card in pretty much any deck. You can always cash it in for a card, but really nice for whoever got the Trinket Mage earlier on.
Is that a brand new old bordered Mayhem Devil up there? What is that?
Yeah, is that like a...
I've never seen that one.
It may be one of the remastered sets, or
maybe so.
But yeah,
they kind of release a lot of stuff now I can't
yeah.
necessarily keep up with. Come on, take that Shuhei card.
What do you like between Lavamancer and Jackal Pup if you're drafting red aggro?
Oh my god, Lavamancer all day.
Okay. Birthing Ritual is not one that I've had experience with myself. I know I was not high on Birthing Pod because of the the 40 card nature of the format. It's a little bit tougher to get the good targets in your deck, but Birthing Ritual, I could see it. And the nice thing about that is I think you don't have to commit yourself to sacrificing the creature. You can kind of see Anyway, just a different and cool take on that effect.
Reign of Filth.
Yep.
Sorry, last pick, Reign of Filth.
Reign of Filth and Ral both going last.
Yeah.
Unless the same person got them both and is sneakily putting together a Storm deck,
Yeah. Yeah, those ones are tough to make work. All right, next pack coming up. I feel like we're due for power, right?
Yeah, I mean, at this point in the draft, you start to think of like what has not been opened. We have not seen.
Ooh, how about Tolarian Academy?
Oh, man, I would love that card. That's a nice intersection of it's powerful, it's quite valuable. The Urza Saga playable rare, and then it's just super cool. Signed by the professor himself. Like that's a card that I would love to pick up. Especially we're early enough in the draft that you could go after those cheap artifacts.
Basalt Monolith.
Old edition Counterspell, that's great. Basalt Monolith, there's some really nice combos to go with that. Show and Tell, of course, people dream big. Emrakul to go with the Channel. So this is
a good pack.
This is a moment where like okay, who's going to play policeman and take away the Emrakul from the guy who got channel?
Right.
My guess is no one. I think you can just get that Emrakul if you have the channel already.
See your old friend Knight of the Reliquary up there. There's
Yep.
the Zealous Conscripts. That's a game swinger. Card that has gone up quite a bit over time is Questing Beast.
So-
Toxic Deluge is nice. This is a good pack.
Yeah, there was Fernando first picking Counterspell. I love that. I mean, that's a card. If you're trying to win games and play, especially if you can play well and construct your deck well, Counterspell is a very, very valuable tool. Palace Jailer.
Dude, somebody's got their eye on that Toxic Deluge. Palace Jailer is awesome,
I'm
too.
following the way Rex's deck is shaping up a little bit.
Mhm.
He's got some really, really solid white weenie cards, and then maybe option to branch into red as a second color, especially if he gets one of those powerful Boros Gold cards later on. But yeah, I've got my eye on him as a contender here. He might be interested in that Inspiring Vantage for the same reason. Are you ever able to make Emery work when you draft?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Emery's pretty good, but I would really like to have like a Black Lotus or a Petal or something like that.
Wouldn't we all?
Yeah.
Auriok Salvagers also goes notably super well with Black Lotus.
Oh, that's what that. I was trying to figure out what that was.
Yeah, Lion's Eye Diamond. So like Lion's Eye Diamond is a cool card because it's not obviously as in your face powerful as Black Lotus, but it does facilitate a lot of the same combos. So think like Auriok Salvagers, Underworld Breach, Yawgmoth's Will. There's a lot of great stuff you can do if Lion's Eye Diamond decides to show up later. So that Rex did get the red-white dual land.
And there goes the Emery and Knight of the Reliquary last? Maybe whoever got the strip mine got it.
Okay,
Yeah,
I like that.
it's a nice little combo.
Or the Glare of Subdual
Mm-hmm.
for a little spicy Selesnya.
Haven't won a lot of cube drafts with Spicy Selesnya, but it's a thing.
That's another one from the old days. Like I used to just take a bunch of, green mana dorks and the Armageddons because a lot of the old versions of the cube would have multiple copies of Armageddon, Ravages of War, sometimes like Cataclysm or whatever else.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it's kind of like a basic strategy.
It is. I started there too.
Mhm.
I did. I mean, it was tough for me. I started playing cube drafts against the Seattle Ringers, like the Jesse Hamptons of the world.
Okay, wow.
And I'm like, Llanowar Elf, and they're just like, I remember the first time somebody cast Upheaval against me, and I was like, what did that do? And he's like, like, you're so screwed, dude. And I read it, and I thought, well, it's both of us, so like, what's the big deal? And then he's like, with my floating mana, and I'm like,
Oh, got it.
gotcha.
Now I see how you're supposed to use this one.
And then I started drafting it myself, and I haven't looked back. But players are reviewing their picks, so they get 30 seconds. And then as the pack's being laid out, they can continue to kind of think about things, but they do need to keep an eye on what's going on in the pack because once it comes to them, as you can see, they're moving them through quick. This isn't one of those things where you get to go, I wonder what I should, you get a beat, but like otherwise you got to go. Technically, the rule's 5 seconds. That's how long they have. And we do have a judge that's there, but I mean, this isn't the world championship. So like if they take 8 seconds, I don't think he's going to just... The way it works, by the way, if you're curious, is if that were to be enforced, they get the
You get
oldest
auto
card.
picked.
You get auto picked.
That must be Daybreak Games from Magic Online instituted that rule. They said, "Hey, this works great on our platform."
Well, I don't know what the algorithm on that is. It usually just drafts like white or something, but here it's I don't know if it's the oldest or the newest card, but it's the one that was put on the table first.
Okay, fair enough. So yeah, I mean, this Rochester draft format, like, it's hard, man. The processing power required to keep track of everything and draft quickly and build your own deck and maybe counter draft a key card from your neighbors and position yourself so that you're cooperating with the drafters around you. It's hard, and I think it's mostly like some of the old school players who really mastered this format.
And that's what you want to do, right? You want to cooperate with your neighbors. ideally.
Yeah, so like you want to be aware if the person passing you is taking white cards, you don't want to take white cards. At the same time, maybe you look for an opportunity
Splinter Twin.
on the way back to take away their Swords to Plowshares or something that you don't
Mhm.
want to face. There's just so much to it that we probably won't even scratch the surface here. But
Some decent stuff here. There's a Grim Monolith. Is that a Renin 6 in the lower left?
Renin 6, yep. So
Again,
somebody
the
got
strip mine. Yeah, that's the combo.
Splinter Twin is like a super obvious 2-card combo, almost like we talked about Channel Emrakul. That
Does that go down in value in a Rochester situation? Because people can just say, I don't think I'm going to let you have the, Pestermite or whatever.
Good question. I actually don't know how much to expect. Like counter drafting,
I don't think they will very much.
I don't think, because it's like you have the opportunity to take a really good card for your deck or a card for your collection. That's really valuable. Like, what's it going to take for you to just snap up a Pestermite that you're not even going to use?
I guess it would have to be just the right, right. Grim Monolith went first out of this pack, by the way.
If I was like kind of felt like I was floundering and looking for a direction for my deck, I wouldn't be scared to try to move in on something like Splinter Twin, Pestermite, or Channel Emrakul, or Reanimate Griselbrands. One of those combos or kind of like packages that gives your deck direction.
Mm-hmm. Rolling Earthquake, nice.
Another Portal 3 Kingdoms card.
That is sweet.
That is a Kenji Samura signed Gifts Ungiven.
Oh, very cool.
Yeah, Gifts Ungiven is a little bit of like a trickier one to use in the cube, but definitely playable if you're one of those slower blue decks, or if you want to set up some graveyard synergies.
Yeah, Reanimator likes to use that sometimes.
Glenn Alendra Archmage, was that Jesse picking up that one?
Probably. That's a favorite of his.
Yep, I believe it.
Oh, this is him here though. He picked up the, what's it called? Draw two.
So he is Snuff Out, Night's Whisper, trying to put together just kind of like a nice, lean black deck kind of thing.
And I'm assuming he's planning on opening the Ancestral Recall or something like that to go with it.
Rex picking up another white weenie card there in Student of Warfare. I really liked Student of. I loved for many years Student of Warfare and Figure of Destiny as 1-drops that kind of maintain their value later in the game. They're obviously not in your face powerful cards. They're not in the top 20 or 30 in the cube, but they're just like nice. Like, this is exactly what I want for my deck.
Okay, another pack down. And the players once again are going to start reviewing. And, I would assume at this point, the decks are starting to really take form, right? Yep. People are starting to say, okay, I'm the white deck, or I'm the white-red deck, or, Jesse's kind of looking at the black cards that he's taken and thinking, what could I pair this with, or where am I going? And they've got enough cards in front of them now that, that pile's starting to resemble a deck more than just pile of cards.
Yeah, so to compare it to a normal booster draft that we're more used to, like what would you say, quarter or third of the way through here?
Yeah, I would say a third maybe.
So it's almost like the end of pack 1 where you're like, okay, like, it's time to kind of commit. Maybe I'll see 1 or 2 more picks and then really just put, full speed ahead in terms of putting my deck together.
There's one of the undesirable signed cards in the cube, the LSV signed Llanowar Elves. Why would you want that? I have no idea.
LSV's co-streaming us, by the way.
Yeah, that's why I'm bagging on him. Ooh, Mox Diamond, that's a nice one. You see the Mana Vault in the middle there? And Fable of the Mirror Breaker? That is a legit cube card right there.
Yep. So I'll point out, Marshall, Mox Diamond, both a really, really good card for your deck. Also a sneakily quite valuable one.
Oh, really?
Yep. Really.
I think I have one of those at home.
Congratulations.
Thanks. Wow, you're not kidding, dude. That thing's $639.
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah, the Llanowar Elves, too.
Well, it was worth something.
That's an alpha Llanowar Elves.
Oh, you're right.
I had the experience the other day. It was actually like a TCG player event where I brought a bunch of cards from my personal collection to look them up for like kind of a game we were playing.
Yeah.
On the TCG player market price. And totally shocking to me was my alpha Llanowar Elves was by far the most valuable.
Really?
I was like, oh, this is a common, maybe it's $10 because it's a cool black border. It's like closer to 300.
Wow. Okay.
With the LSV signature only decreasing it by a small amount. That's
yes, Reed.
Cool
yes,
card.
Yes. That was great. By the way, you saw Eureka go next. That's for 50.
Wow.
And that's a pick right there. That's taking the Fable here is like I want to win. You see Pack Rat there?
I wonder if it's the same
Vendilion.
person who got the Fable and the Fury. It feel like it was like kind of the same side of the table, but those are both cards that
If
you
so,
wanna win.
I like that one.
I like that deck.
Yeah. Get on that Creeping Tar Pit and Ride gets taken next. I do enjoy that one as well.
Some of the like old classics here, Pack Rat, Flame
Mhm.
Tongue Kavu, Vendilion Click, that like these are still good cards that can win games. They've gone from being like super desirable to like sort of the cards that fill out your deck and round things out, but still pretty nice. Solemn Simulacrum, same category there.
Is Rex going to get that Winds of Abandon?
Yeah, he would love that, or the Porcelain Legionnaire, or the Flame Tongue. Hey, maybe even the Showdown of the Scalds. It
Yeah.
seems like he's
What is
in
he gonna
a
take?
lane that where his
He
cards
took the Showdown.
his cards are not heavily contested, and he's getting a good pick almost every single time for his deck.
I wonder what his deck looks like to take Showdown. Like mid-range red white, has some play to it
Mhm.
in versions of the cube like this, but usually you'd want to go harder in a different direction, perhaps.
And then-
One direction or the other, I should say.
Yeah, so Luca, we remember, got the Time Walk. He just picked up Winds of Abandon, so maybe like some kind of blue-white deck. I read from the player profiles of both Rex and Luca, they really value taking the mana fixing and then kind of being open to choosing whatever powerful cards come to them.
Okay. Let's see what we have here. There's the Aaron Forsyth Deranged Hermit. Ooh, there's Sneak Attack.
Sneak Attack and Vampiric Tutor, both really nice
Wow.
combo enablers.
Dark Ritual, Remand. This pack is sweet. Oh, there's a Fractured Identity too. There's our first Signet. That's a Boros
Oh,
Signet.
I thought that was like a Mox Ruby that I didn't know existed.
No.
Nope, that's a Signet. So
Oh, and there's a Library of Alexandria.
Holy
It's the last
smokes.
card out.
all right, we got to look up the price on that one.
Yeah, I'll look it up for you.
But library is, I mean, that's a
How
perfect,
about-
perfect intersection of power and
Perfect. And
what's-
any deck can play it just north of $1,000.
Okay, great. Love that one.
Wow.
I
This
mean,
is a great pack.
I feel
by
like
the
I'm
way.
taking the library almost regardless of what my deck looks like here.
Agreed.
I mean, maybe there's a super focused deck that would want like the Vampiric or the Sneak Attack, but
And I mean, these decks are likely to be a little bit disheveled, right? Like they're not necessarily going to be like perfectly honed machines. So kind of a smoother card like that allows you to just, if you have it in your opener, it's a game plan.
Yep.
That's really great. The Sneak Attack's really standing out to me as well because we have seen some pretty good sneak stuff go through. We saw Emrakul, One Shot Robot. We saw Grizzlebrand as well.
okay.
So those are all nice combos. Ooh, I like that. Take this super old Dark Ritual.
Yeah, so Fernando is also drafting black. It's escaping me exactly what he took, but I remember he got some nice black cards earlier. He has the counter spell as well.
Okay. Somebody just took Remand. Interesting. So Rex took the Vampiric there. Who's going to take the Fractured Identity? I want to know who that player is.
Fractured Identity is a card I would love in a format like this, where you said like if the decks are gonna be a little messy, that's the type of card you put that on the stack, you're winning that game a lot of the time.
Jesse Hampton.
There you go. So maybe trying to build like some kind of Esper,
Yeah.
setting himself up for, whatever efficient value cards come around. Maybe a Luris Companion if he's fortunate enough for that.
There's Aaron Forsyth signed Deranged Hermit.
I wonder, could you pair that with the Glare of Subdual to
Mm.
get some value out of your 15th pick there?
And we did see opposition.
Opposition
maybe that too.
Yeah. So actually, that Hermit, when you put it that way, that Opposition and Glare of Subdual are both already out there. That could actually be quite a desirable card.
Definitely. That's late for that, by the way.
What was that?
The Foundry.
Nice.
Sacred
Okay.
Yeah, that
Yep.
thing.
That's another one, like Library, like you could slot that in any deck and it'll play
Exactly.
that totally fine.
And some it's excellent. Most it's just good enough.
Warren Soul Trader, there was a Marionette Apprentice earlier. I could
Okay.
see some kind of like, black red, black green, like sacrifice creature based deck.
What was that card that I didn't see that Luca just took that black card?
That was the Warren Soul Trader.
That was the one Soul
Mhm.
Trader. Okay, gotcha. This is interesting. I sense a tone shift at the table where like it's feeling like they're starting to get a much better feel for what their deck is, and it's starting to be like you can almost sense that they're like, please still be there. So, but yes, like nobody took it, so I'm going to take it. That kind of vibe.
You think there's any mental calculus of like, how much do I want to win? That Black Lotus hasn't been opened yet. The first prize is going up and up in value.
Totally.
That Luris Companion, hey, if you could get a Luris at this
Oh,
stage of
dude.
the draft, and just start,
Oh,
slamming.
Mana Drain too.
Mana Drain is
And there's
great.
Urza's Saga up there,
Mhm.
Endurance.
Swords to Plowshares.
STP's fantastic. There's an Exhume
All right, so in terms
and an
of,
Ember
of
Shieldbreaker.
power, I'm looking at
What are you looking at?
Swords, Mana Drain, Luris, and Urza's Saga.
Same. Those are the exact same cards. I
There's
looked at.
some like build around type stuff. We know people are snatching up these Reanimator cards, so Exhume pairs with that. If you're going for big mana, Worn Power Stone or the Signet,
This is where this gets hard, but like if I could Luris from here,
Mhm.
I would be looking to do that, but I would have to know in my pile like what cards I'm giving up.
Yep.
And that could be pretty difficult. Like if you're not viewing the world through a Luris lens, it can be hard to go, I can't remember exactly what, what I've got right now and what I have to give
yeah,
up.
and probably what you and I are used to is you're drafting on Magic Online. You got your whole thing laid out in front of you,
Beautifully laid
but you're actually not allowed to look back at your picks here except in the designated time. So you
Yeah.
have to kind of be aware of that stuff and know how easy or difficult it is for you to pivot.
Oh, look at this from Rex. He took Tithe Taker.
Mm.
He is not messing around. So that does signal to me that he's trying to go aggressive because Oscar's like, I will take that Mana Drain. Thank you very much.
How do you feel about that Tithe Taker pick compared to the other white or even red cards that are available here? Like, would you just take Luris even to put it?
Yes.
Like
Just,
to put
on
it-
the
put it in your
shot that
main
I get
deck?
it. Yeah,
Okay.
and I'd even just main deck it because it's still good. Tithe Taker will wheel 100% of the time here. I would not have taken it there. To me, it signals that he has really found his lane and feels strongly that that's the direction that he wants to go. He also could be doing, like you said, we opened up a couple pieces of power early, right? But no Moxen yet, no Lotus, no Ancestral Recall. I mean, those are some of the most expensive cards left.
Yep.
So the chance that those end up being in the 180 cards or some number of those is going up and up. And that means that the trophy here sitting between us is getting a little heavier every pack we
Yeah,
go
no
by.
What else? Mishra's Workshop, Gaia's Cradle. Those are still out there. Some of those unique one-of-one cards. We haven't seen the Cruel Ultimatum. We haven't seen Kai or John's
That's right.
invitational cards.
Have we seen Bazaar of Baghdad? No, right?
Nope.
Balance, Moat, Wrath. Yeah, there's some really great stuff in here because these are the old versions.
Moat went already.
Moat did go.
Mhm.
Okay. Yeah, Moat was really early, right? Like maybe from the first pack.
So some of these are surprising to me. Like Wrath of God. If it's alpha or beta edition, that's a super valuable card.
Yeah. Oh, totally.
Okay.
Yeah, Wrath of God. This is a beta Wrath. It's just under 1,000 or 900.
Holy smokes!
Yeah,
man.
dude. I mean, I don't know if you know, but they can't be regenerated, so you got to pay.
John's card happens to be a Wrath.
It does.
Wrath of Leknif.
Leknif,
Okay.
which I think is just his name backwards, but
That is a Raphael Levy signed Isamaru Hound of Konda.
very cool. Pest Infestation, that's a go-to.
Okay, Zerda pairs with the Grim Monolith and Basalt Monolith that already
Yes,
went.
yes. There's
Rafellos.
Rafellos, that's a good one.
Yep.
Especially if somebody's leaning heavily into green. There's Kozilek.
Yeah, Kozilek can go with Channel or
Oh,
Jet.
and there's a Mox
Oh,
Jet in the last
baby. And
slot.
whose pick is it?
Who got it?
Yeah,
You see
who
some
gets it?
smiles over there. Who gets the Mox Jet? All right, well, there's one more. Oh, this is so sweet. I can't believe that they get to just keep these cards.
I mean, okay, take when you're just doing like a Magic Online draft league, when you open a Mox Jet, that like makes
It's
your
exciting,
day.
and
You're
you
like,
don't get to
yes, this is a great day for me. And now imagine you're doing it in like the highest stakes possible, and you get to keep the card.
This is incredible. Yeah. Yeah, Ultimate Guard and Magic Online. Thank you. This is just awesome. Oh, and it's going to Lucas.
So he's got the Time
has the
Walk
Time Walk
and
too.
the Mox Jet, and these things compound, Marshall. So it's like you're getting these super desirable cards to keep for your own collection, and you're building a really busted deck along the way. I mean, multiple pieces of power. Like he's got to be an early front runner.
Oh, I like
here.
that early Zerda pick there from Oscar.
Yep,
That
love it.
signals that he has at least one of those
That's
combo
like
pieces.
a sharp, like for the people who really draft a lot. Zerda,
Exactly.
like knowing the power of Zerda is
Definitely.
key. So we got the Rafellos. Jesse Hampton.
I'm getting
actually-
worried about Rex because he's the one that took the Rafellos.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so Tithe Taker
Is that
into
is
Rafellos.
that a value pick?
Good question. That might have been it. He may know this better than
You know,
I
those
do.
Urza's block cards are sneakily
They didn't make that many of them, right?
valuable.
Actually, yeah, kind of. It's like just under 300.
Okay.
So
I mean,
maybe, yeah. I mean, his thing said that he owns the software company, so I'm like, come on, bro. Like, but I don't know. Maybe it's hard out there for software companies right now. Who knows?
I don't know what the
There's a Goif.
the mental valuation is between like, oh, you know, I can get like a white knight for my white weenie deck, or I can get a $300 card and miss a pick. Like, I don't really know how you're supposed to balance that in this event. These people probably thought a lot about it ahead of time.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean, no.
I think I would have like a Zoom call with my friends and be like, what do I do?
Yeah.
You might be on it. I might have invited you.
I would tell you take that Liliana.
Definitely. I probably would have. I like you have like, I play it probably a little bit more than I should.
Mm-hmm.
Not a lot more, but just like, if I have an excuse to run a Liliana of the Veil, I'll probably play it.
So anyway, we saw Raphelos and Pest Infestation both go in that pack. I was going to mention Jesse Hampton's winning qualifying draft was mono green. And there's, Ultimate Guard on the Ultimate Guard blog website. They put out a bunch of great informational articles like leading up to this event, including the players' profiles and their stories for how they got here. But yeah, mono green, for many years was one of my go-to archetypes, and I wouldn't mind just slotting myself in as the green Mana Dork drafter if I was in this position.
Is that the Wise Drafters Will from Kai up there in the upper left?
Hey, it is. That's Kai's.
That's
Kai's
awesome. Oh, there's Black Lotus.
Oh,
it's here. They opened it. Oh my God. The Black Lotus. They actually opened it.
Yeah, so the...
Whose is it?
It's Rex's.
No way. It's Rex's. Oh my God.
So these Jacobovitzes are scooping.
Oh, they're cleaning up. That is incredible. That card is worth $12,000.
Yep.
And he's about to grab it.
Yep, no kidding.
Look at that smile. He could not be happier.
Dude, it's a Black Lotus too. I mean, even the numbers can't describe it. That is Magic's
icon,
history and icon right there.
Unbelievable
art. Everyone knows it. Yeah,
that is amazing.
Yeah.
And look at Oscar. He said I was one pick away, and he takes a Wrath of God.
You highlighted for us $1,000 there.
Yeah, he works at a game store, so he knows. Oh man, I can't believe they opened the Lotus. It actually happened. All the other players are like, dang. There's a Wisecrafter's Will, the Kai card.
Yeah, so that's a really cool one. It forces the opponent to play with their hand and top card reveal, something to that effect, and then you can sacrifice it to counter a spell.
Or draw a card.
Okay.
I think it's like blue, sack, draw a card, 2 blue, sack, counter spell, something like that.
Yeah.
That has to be like the most annoying card to play against.
Yeah, so very, very good, very interesting. According to Kai and John's personalities, Kai developed this like really tricky, subtle, like interesting card, and John's is just flagrantly overpowered, just shameless.
Just drop the hammer.
So maybe we'll get to see that Wrath of Leftnik opened later in the cube.
Flagrantly overpowered. Oh my God, they got the Lotus. That was so sweet. Still a few Moxen left over.
That Signet is super useful.
Yeah.
Barall, I imagine, will go, right in that pile with the Ral Monsoon Mage and the Rain of Filth. Though it is possible to just play like a Dimir, value spells deck and slot in Barall.
Yeah, and sometimes he comes in out of the sideboard against low to the ground decks. It's a 1/3. It's actually an okay blocker.
You got to block a Tithe Taker.
Exactly. And you do.
It's
really annoying. Like the least it could do is only mess up everything and not just hit you for damage as well. Look at Rex. Just moves that Lotus to the back of the pack. He's shaking his head. He can't believe it either. I wonder what his kid's thinking right now.
I mean, they've got to be over the moon. Can you imagine something more fun and you know, it gets the blood flowing, like doing this draft and getting some power cards, and you're building your deck. You're looking forward to playing the games tomorrow. It's really, really
Yeah.
awesome.
And he's got two sons that play. He also has Juju Bean, who I'm
Yep.
sure is jumping up and down.
I
at
see
home
him right
now.
there.
Oh, he's right over there.
Watching from the viewers lounge.
Oh, that's
So balance, a standout both in terms of power level and value. I would
You're right.
expect that to get an early pick here. Archon of Cruelty, of course, for whoever's going for the reanimation, maybe sneak attack type stuff. And then Lotus Petal, Scrubland.
That's the Rosewater Lotus Petal, by the way.
Okay, awesome. So super useful card. I mean, we haven't talked about the dual lands, Marshall. I mean,
No.
those are all going on 4 figures, right?
Absolutely, yeah. The balance is just under 1,000 right now as well. So that's one of the more expensive cards. I would expect to see that go. Also, if built around properly, it's absolutely busted.
4 figures, I guess, would be only like the alpha beta versions. Scrubland is probably more in the hundreds.
For the unlimited one,
Yeah.
yeah, it is 320.
Okay.
Somewhere in that range.
I mean, that's nothing to sneeze at.
Yeah, and it's gone, as you notice.
Ulamog, you know, I'll keep mentioning channel, sneak attack, all that stuff. There are
Yep.
ways to put these cards to great use. Fire Ice is just like a low curve, efficient, you know, kind of in that category of like Flame Slash, Snuff Out. You just want a cheap play to keep pace, and you can use it in either a red deck or a blue deck.
How about Shark Typhoon? Anybody want to get a little spicy?
I'll play it. You know, you give me that Shark Typhoon, I'll put that right with my Fractured Identity and Counter Spell and make good use of it. I expect Seething Song and Turnabout to be, you know, in that category of like the lower pick Storm combo decks. I don't really envision or picture that any of these players are really going for that.
No, I don't think so. This version of the cube doesn't support it as much as some others. It kind of rotates in and out. You know, the key pieces for it. But you know, the ones that you want nowadays are like Brain Freeze and Underworld Breach plus like LED or Lotus.
Yeah, I feel like it's more about developing like these lean little combo packages of like
Exactly.
3 or 4 cards instead of like I'm going to build a storm deck where I take every ritual. That's a little bit trickier to make work.
Exactly.
Forsaken Miner, also sort of an archetype specific one.
Biggest cards that are still left: Mox Sapphire, Mox Ruby, Ancestral Recall.
Maybe Gaia's Cradle. Mishra's Workshop's really
Workshop.
valuable.
Mox
though
Emerald we
little-
haven't
little
seen.
harder to use.
Yeah, Bazaar of Baghdad. We haven't seen Mox Pearl, did we?
No, I think only Mox Jet.
Yeah. So all 4 of the other Moxen plus Bazaar.
We did see Chrome Mox
Ancestral
and Mox
Recall.
Diamond, which they're not power cards, but they're pretty nice.
Pretty nice. I like that Library of Alexandria. That one was nice. Oh, there's the Cruel.
Your favorite.
Oh, who's gonna get it?
A Winter Mishra's Factory, uniquely cool card. Spell Seeker, if you're a Time Walk mage, I would be interested in that.
Definitely. I wouldn't be surprised to see that one come around to Luca.
Oko.
There's Oko. That's a nice pickup as well. Goblin Bombardment. That's Vraska. Leovold. Not a nice person. Oh, I want that Cruel. That's the one. He even has a cool signature too, of course.
Now, I know you want it, Marshall, but here's the $1,000,000 question. Are you putting it in your deck? You play that card?
Oh, I
Vintage
play it.
Cube?
I do. Yeah.
Okay.
I would definitely. But I mean, I don't think that you could really be set up to do that here. Like at this stage of the draft, we're probably halfway or a little bit further than that. It would be very difficult to have your mana be set up well to actually cast a Cruel.
Yeah, you'd have to be like a blue-black and of the Coalition Relic.
The
something
relic
to
would
that
be
effect.
great. Yeah. Yeah. The cards I'm actually looking at are cards like Leovold, Oko,
Grief, maybe.
Grief. I like
Spell
too.
Seeker, if you got something with it.
I love Oracle of Moldiah. It's a little long in the tooth for Cube these days, but like, you know, you said it's like a museum like that. I want to revisit that part of the museum. I love Oracle.
You just want an excuse to play that again.
Just want to play that card again.
How do you feel about something like Golos?
I love Golos, but it also feels a little slow for Cube these days.
Oko, love it.
Yeah, Oko is definitely one on my short list, and like I said, Leovold as well. Leovold, you know, if you can combine it with any of the draw sevens, it's just devastating, and it's really annoying beyond that.
Hmm.
I love cards that have it's hard to cast, admittedly, but if you can, was that it was. There's Time Walk, Spellseeker coming together
Yep.
to have some fun. The mana's a little tough on Leovold, but assuming that you can cast it, really, really high floor. It's just like they have to give you a card back to get rid of it at the bare minimum, and then it has the combos with the draw sevens, which is great.
So
God, Curse Scroll, that's so sweet too. That's
Rex.
my old school.
Oh yeah.
I love that. When I was first started playing, that was the card.
In cube or in
No,
construct?
in Magic.
Oh,
Yeah,
in
in
Ma- in
Constructed.
Magic. Yeah,
Yeah,
just
yeah,
I hear you.
yeah. Because it was like the Shadow deck was the thing, and that
Mhm.
thing killed it. Yeah, really cool. Oh my God, the Cruel's still there. If you run over and grab it, like nobody who got it.
That was Luca.
Dude, Luca gets all the good cards.
Yep.
Do you think we could guilt trip him into giving it to us? We could share custody of it. Like he's got it with Time Walk. It'd be like, come on, dude, you don't need the.
Well, I mean, Nassif gave it up for this event. He donated that to the community so we could all enjoy it.
So we should have bullied Nassif for it, is what you're saying, rather than this. But we're too late now. That's great though if it stays with Luca, the youngest player in our cube draft here. If you're just tuning in, welcome. This is a Magic Online Vintage Cube live, powered by Ultimate Guard. And yeah, we are cruising through the Rochester draft of a actual vintage cube. We're in one room, and just across the wall here, the players are drafting. They're doing Rochester draft, where the packs are laid face up, and then they take the cards in order until the last player. The last player gets 2 picks, and it snakes back around until there's no more cards, and then we repeat that 24 times.
So we've already seen Black Lotus and Time Twister go. Several more power cards, several more super valuable cards, several more super powerful cards.
Definitely.
Still available up for grabs here.
Yeah, Black Lotus and Time Twister are actually the top 2 by price. But Mox Sapphire, Mox Ruby, Ancestral Recall, Mishra's Workshop still out there, the Emerald, Bazaar, Mox Pearl, those are all still available. Time Walk is gone. Time Twister is gone. Mox Jet is gone.
What about Soul Ring?
So I think that they printed it about 7,000 times, so it's maybe not. No, it's still up there.
But it's still unopened. It's still one of the very, very best cards in the cube that someone's looking forward to getting.
Yeah, outside of the Moxen, and maybe even including the Moxen, that's probably where you want to be. It's worth about $730, and it's gorgeous, and it's arguably the most powerful card. You know.
Mana Crypt, same category.
Give me that Soul Ring. I kind of like where you're going with this, Reed. Like that would be the one. You can see the players are reviewing their decks currently. They will be building a normal limited deck from this pool of cards.
Yeah, you start to think like, what are the cards that are just generically super desirable for almost any deck? And you highlighted Library of Alexandria, of course, like obviously a Mox or a Black Lotus going any deck, but Soul Ring, I would put right near the top of that list of like,
Totally.
If things are getting scrappy and you're just looking for something that can get you some nice easy wins, picking up Soul Ring or Mana Crypt and some proactive 3-4-5 mana plays that you can get out ahead of schedule, that is a perfect recipe.
And there's some nice stuff for sure.
In terms of the best actual threats, we had Fable the Mirror Breaker go. We had some of the Modern Horizons 2 pitch elementals like Grief and Fury. But there's also...
We haven't seen Solitude.
Haven't seen Solitude. Haven't seen Minsk and Boo. Haven't seen Broadside Bombardiers.
Yeah. Those are all great call-outs, Reed. Those are cards that are going to, potentially win this. There's a Crucible of Worlds. Again, we did see the Strip Mine go, so we've seen multiple Strip Mine combo cards go, but Crucible and Ren and 6 have both gone, as well as, what is her name? The 5/3 3GG? Titania also went.
Some representation from my team Channel Fireball Ultimate Guard. That's the Seth Manfield signed Duress that he won, count 'em, 2 Pro Tours with.
Yeah, that's the one. Like,
Yep.
like when Reed says that, he means like that's the one that was getting shuffled up and cast in those Pro Tours. And Seth Doney, that was really nice of Seth. We can empty the Cheons with the Celestial Colonnade there in the middle. There's some old school stuff here too.
So we do
Crazeless.
know somebody's got Splinter Twin out there in the wild. Tundra goes first. No surprise there. Nice intersection of value and usefulness.
Did you see that?
Yeah, Deceiver Exarch. So
somebody's
we presume that that's for the Splinter Twin combo, but
that Oscar?
Could be a hate draft.
I think it might have been Oscar that took it.
Sweet.
He also has the balance.
I'd be looking at that Mystic Confluence. Yeah,
Definitely.
Luca's deck is shaping up nicely.
Luca's doing things right now.
Mm-hmm.
What was that? Duretti or something?
I actually missed it.
Yeah, it was an alternate version, but I don't know what it was.
Who's gonna get?
By the way, there goes the scavenging news.
Yeah.
So somebody's thinking about that Reanimator deck.
That Duress that's a sleeper.
What is
card.
going on? Is Jesse going to get the Duress? That's Dak Faden, that special one, and then there's a relic. So there's 2 hate cards for graveyard decks.
Mm-hmm.
Although I say graveyard decks, but like if you're playing Cube, you're probably playing a graveyard deck, or at least it cares about it on some level. Oh,
wow!
Damnation
over Duress.
Wow.
That's respect for the creature decks. I mean, there's at least one white-based aggro deck at the table in Rex. But there the Duress goes. The Seth Manfield signed Duress. And then the Hydroid Krasis and the Dragon Lord Atarka I would put in the category of just like kind of ramp payoffs. Atarka is respectable enough if you want to do a Reanimator or a sneak attack type thing, but you could also just cast it.
It's kind of in that rare like sideboard Reanimator. Like you want it against the creature decks a lot, and the rest you kind of hope you got something a little better.
Yep. Kind of like an Elesh Norn in that way.
Right, exactly. But I mean, it's powerful. It's huge. It does win the game if left unchecked, and it is amazing against creature decks. So not a bad thing to have in the pile there. You can see the judge preparing the next pack each time and then carefully laying out the cards. Then the players get 30 seconds to review, and then they make their picks. Oh, there's the Glorybringer.
That's
William
the Jensen signed Glorybringer, 2017 World Champion.
Oh, yeah. I'd like that one too.
Zurin Orb.
I am such a sucker for the land stuff. Like, if you get Fast Bond, Zurin Orb, and Crucible, like that kind of stuff. I love that stuff. Ooh, there's Ragavan.
Yeah, Ragavan, super powerful. We have a Plateau that I expect will get an early pick. If you've got a Time Walk, I'm looking at that Snapcaster Mage. Some love for the green mages out there, too, with Natural Order, an original Legends edition, Sylvan Library.
Yep.
Even Vorinclex is pretty cool.
That's a Xander's Lounge there in the lower right, I think.
The
alternate art one I haven't seen before, but I'm pretty sure that's what it is.
I like a good dragon.
Yeah.
I feel like it's not what Cube is normally about. But sometimes you need a 23rd card. You throw in a Glorybringer or a Thundermaw Hellkite, and you cast it. You're just like,
dude,
you
you're
just
not
win
wrong.
the game.
You're not wrong.
Like, wow.
Like you want to be Ragavaning, right? Like that's plan A. But when you cast Glorybringer in Cube, it's like, this is better than it looks.
Yeah.
It really is.
Like, I thought I was supposed to do some kind of combo, but you're just dead.
Right.
What's going on here?
I killed your thing. I took 4. All right, Snapcaster. And that, once again, is going to the Time Walk.
Yep.
So, yeah, you can tell Luca knows
that's like
exactly what he's doing.
A dream deck.
It is. He's really just grabbed hold. There's his Xander's Lounge going.
So
that's
you're going to play a Spell Seeker. You're going to get your Time Walk. You're going to take an extra turn. You're going to flash it back with Snapcaster Mage. I mean, who's keeping up with you by that point?
Yeah. And if there was a regrowth, I don't know where it ended up, but that's one that you can repeat the process. Snapcaster Caster obviously kind of ends the proceedings, but there are numerous ways that you can cast Time Walk multiple times beyond a second. Once the glory, yeah, that's a nice pickup there too. Sylvan Library does work.
Yeah, that's a classic.
Great with fetch lands, particularly. Just great with, in certain matchups where your life total's not being pressured, you're just like, yeah, I'll just take it all.
I have that on my list of cards. That's like, hey, this is just a really fun gameplay experience that I play Vintage Cube so that I can get to have a card like Sylvan Library in play and just have fun with it.
You ever just pay the 8?
Oh yeah,
Same, dude.
forget about it.
Yeah, I remember the first time I watched Aaron Forsyth play,
Mm-hmm.
and he looked at the 2 and just he didn't even say it. And his opponent's like, "What are you going to do?" Oh, I'm paying the 8. Like it's gone already.
Yeah, everyone knows what happens with Sylvan Libraries. You get a little fast and loose in the beginning, and then by turn 3, you're like, all right, I'm at 5.
Yeah,
Like,
maybe.
I'll put these 2 back. Maybe try to shuffle them away.
That's when you start to get clever.
Yeah.
That's great. It really is a noticeable pattern. Oh man. Ooh, there's a Baleful Strix.
That's
the
Jerry Thompson.
Yeah. Schadenport. Corpse Dance, sure. The
Protean Hulk.
Frostodon for anybody who's angry.
Another dual land.
Protean Hulk's old school. There's Mishra's Bauble. I'm a big sucker for that card.
Another fetch land.
Yeah. Polluted Delta's really nice. That's big Teferi.
Bribery.
Oh, Bribery too. You know, it's interesting because Bribery's fallen out of favor more recently, but on a little bit of a throwback cube like this, Bribery's nice.
Yeah, I'll tell you, this is where the face up dynamic really comes in, because I'd be looking around the table and I'm like, okay, you know, there's the Channel Emrakul, there's the Reanimate Grizzlebrand, there's the Sneak Attack, you know, Dragon Lord of Tarka, whatever it is.
Right.
So you can kind of like gauge how many of your opponents is this going to be a useful card against, and that informs both how high you pick it, and then it's like, am I main decking this and sideboarding it out every once in a while? Am I putting it in my sideboard as a you know, the best card in the format against 1 or 2 of my opponents? Some interesting stuff going on.
Got my eye on that Polluted Delta as well, by the way.
Yep.
Again, you know, we obviously have the same information that the players have, in the sense that, like, we don't have every card picked in front of us, so we're, you know, I'm kind of speaking more in a vacuum, but Polluted Delta is a very desirable card.
Yeah, so normally when you watch like a really skilled Magic Online Vintage Cube player, you'll see them usually take the fetch lands really, really highly, because then you can piece together whatever dual lands and triomes and surveil lands or whatever to make your mana base work for you. I think it's probably a little bit inverted in this particular event, because the dual lands are like whatever 10x the price. So so you're going to see the dual lands like Taiga go first, or at least you know, bumped up in the ranking proportional to how much they're worth.
Jesse got the big Teferi, by the way.
Cool.
So he is looking to be blue-white at least.
Yeah, and he
got the Fractured Identity too.
The Snuff Out, so he could just be going for like a little bit of Esper value, Esper control, Esper mid-range. Do you remember who got the Lurrus? I don't.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I didn't see. Yeah.
Protean Hulk, I will confess, I don't know how you're supposed to use that one.
Don't know either.
There's like the constructed application for that was a flash combo, but that had a lot of moving pieces. I don't know if you could necessarily replicate the constructed deck in a limited environment.
Yeah, Flash is in this cube, but like you said, that was like a combo, and doing it for value isn't. It's a thing, but it's not really a thing. If you're just joining us, by the way, we are going to be broadcasting the matches tomorrow.
Yep.
So Reed and I will be back after our busy day at the World Championship. Reed's going to be playing again tomorrow. Congrats on that.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm going to be broadcasting, which means I survived another day in the booth. So good for me.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Marshall.
Appreciate it. Ooh, Magmopus. I like that.
The Meat Hook Massacre.
The OG. Oh, and there's an Armageddon.
First edition Armageddon. Hey, there it is.
Oh,
Ancestral
sweet
Recall.
Ancestral Recall has showed up as well. This is incredible.
Yep.
So who gets that? No way.
Don't tell me this is Luca's
The
pack.
murmurs in the room are that this is Luca.
This
Is he going to get Ancestral Recall and Time Walk?
And
Look at that smile on his face. He is.
And Rex has the Lotus.
That is incredible.
This is like over the top.
Who is this kid? That's incredible.
Yeah.
Even he can't believe it.
Yeah.
He's just shaking his head.
Yeah.
Bro, that's insane.
If you guys
Oh my God.
if you guys made
He had
any
the
deals with,
Snapcaster.
you know, Grizzlebrand and Valgavoth, try to get out of it now, guys. Whisper to me. I can get you out of this.
Yeah.
It's not too late.
One Lotus, and you're free and clear. You can keep the rest. This is absolutely absurd. He has a Snapcaster Mage too, and he has a Spellseeker. Like, can you imagine being like Spellseeker? Should I get Ancestral Recall or Time Walk? And by the way, this is in a Rochester draft. Like, everybody gets to go, really, dude?
Yeah, it's like, okay, enough. We get it. We get it. Okay, not to be outdone, Marshall.
Mhm.
That is Apollo Vitor Damarosa signed Elite Spellbinder. That's his card from winning the World Championship in 2021. That year was weird. I think
Sounds
it was
right.
like it was like a 2-year, like the World Championship to represent 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
But Paulo, I mean, he's top, right up there, the top 3 players alongside John and Kai. That's
He's
the
go-to.
pantheon of
Mhm.
Magic. And it got
Paulo's-
taken.
And it did. Council's Judgment as well, a good catch-all, which I think went to Jesse. So it looks like he has moved into white significantly here. My question for, that's we kind of have a hard time seeing. I think he just took Eternal Witness. Yeah, he did. So that could have just been, I'm going to take it because there wasn't much left. But it does look like Jesse at least is blue-white. And then, as you mentioned, from his early picks, may also be in black.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it is a draft, Marshall. Sometimes
Yeah.
you got to bob and weave. You got to try out a few things before you find your lane. So, no need to panic if you see players taking some conflicting cards. Not every pick makes your deck. It's a normal, limited environment in that sense.
I wonder how many more packs we have. Actually, I don't actually know. 4 left. Thank you. 4. Tony Mir says 4.
That is the
That's a
Guillaume
Guillaume.
Wafotapa Cryptic Command. Pretty good card, a little tricky to use if you're not heavy blue. Birds of Paradise, of course, is great. I'm a Narset fan. Kiki Jiki to double up on your Splinter Twin combos.
Yeah, that's an important open here because there is the question when you're drafting that deck on.
Hey,
there's
our
another
second-
Mox. Some Mox
Our
Emeralds here
second
too.
Mox, our 5th piece of power.
Just give it to Luca. Is that how this works, or what do we do?
Just everybody, we agreed we're not going to take the Mox till it gets to the Jakobovitzes.
Yeah. Let's see where it ends up going here.
And that's Chandra Awakened Inferno, is it? Or there's multiple 6-mana Chandras that exist.
There are. I think that's the other one. Maybe
Hope's Beacon.
that sounds
Hope's
right.
Beacon, yeah. I can tell. I
I
can't
like
tell
Awakened
anything from
Inferno.
the art, but I can tell from the text box that it has a static ability above the.
It does.
Yeah. So there
Yeah.
you go. Process of
That was good.
not process of elimination, but some kind of process.
All right, there goes some Mox Emerald right into the pile there.
Yep.
A great
Congrats.
pickup for him. Mox Emerald's currently 2,500-ish.
Yep.
Mid-price on
And a great
TCG.
card. Going to be one of the best cards in your deck.
Definitely. Easy pick there.
So we're moving around the table towards where those Splinter Twin, Deceiver, Exarch cards ended up. I'm curious if the Kiki Jiki will land there as well.
Yeah, nobody else wants it.
Um,
Like it goes in one deck.
Hey, Jesse just took land tax. You have any experience with that card?
Oh, I do.
Tell me about it.
That's some value right there. I like that. Wow. Jesse took it. So he's definitely, I wouldn't be surprised at this point if he's just blue-white.
Okay.
We haven't seen him take a black card in a while. But I mean, Jesse's all about value. Load up.
Mm-hmm. Narset. Hey, find your time walk and
Lantex is a weird card too.
it's
Like
one of
there's
the weirdest cards.
No other cards like that.
It makes for really bizarre gameplay dynamics
It
too.
does. Probably undesirable,
Yeah.
but at least interesting. There's the Fire Blast. That one went to Rex somehow.
Sure.
Yeah,
Yeah. He
I don't know what his
from
deck looks like.
it's hard to track every pick, but I get the impression he's base white with kind of an option to have red as a second color.
And then Raphaelos and a Black Lotus. So I don't know.
Yeah. Well,
he
Black
probably
Lotus
just
is
blacked
going in.
out after the Black Lotus and just has no idea. I mean, Can't blame him. There's a Tangle Wire. Where do you sit on the great Tangle Wire debate?
I am not a Tangle Wire defender.
Same.
Okay.
So we don't have to have that fight.
Yep.
There are people that will defend Tangle Wire.
Mhm.
I don't know why, but they will quickly explain to you that, did you know you can target the Tangle Wire? Yes, I knew that, and I still don't like it. Okay, just a
Speaking
couple
of
packs left,
3-mana
by the way.
artifacts, we have not seen the Mishra's Workshop. Oh, there's John's card.
There's
Wrath
John's
of Left
Left
Nick.
Nick.
No.
Left Kiln. No, what is it?
Ni-
I got it right here.
Leknif.
Leknif.
Yeah,
You
there
did it. Backwards is hard. Okay. What do we got
So
here?
this is
There's Steam Deck.
replaces Supreme Verdict in the normal cube, and
Mhm.
what John has come up with here is you get to destroy all of your opponent's creatures and then untap your mana to counter their next play. So it's kind of the control player's dream. It's actually probably pretty interesting, and somebody's reading it there.
Yeah.
Interesting in this cube because control is not really a well-supported archetype. So, this like maybe it's great card that makes the deck possible. And it's also, one of one. Like that's a super cool card that you can
Definitely.
have that nobody else in the world has.
Yeah, that will be in the Mystery Boosters 2 when it comes out, but it's
Mhm.
not out yet.
Yeah, and you won't have John's signature on it.
That's right.
That's I watched John sign that.
You
card.
did?
Yeah, it was we were John and Kai and Martin came over. He's like, hey guys, like these are the cards.
That's cool.
So there's Gaia's Cradle,
Yeah.
another nice intersection of like potentially very powerful, granted a little bit archetype specific, but also super super valuable and collectible and desirable.
Exactly. A great pickup. And man, if you happen to be in the right deck for a Guy's Cradle,
Yep.
it is outrageous. Old Ugin goes next.
I see multiple strong white weenie cards here.
Yeah,
and
Thalia.
that was, I think Jesse took Mother of Runes.
Okay.
So he's got like Big Teferi and some land tax and stuff, but he's
Fractured
not
Identity.
he's not committing himself to being, the blue-white Cheon control deck.
Mhm.
He's like, I'm gonna, get scrappy and maybe play some creatures, play some mid-range here with Mother of Runes.
Rex took the Copter, it looked like.
Mm,
Oh, man,
Luca
that
takes
Thalia sitting there.
Wandering Emperor to keep going with his, just blue-white value deck.
Mm-hmm. Mizzix's Mastery is interesting. We did see Magma Opus earlier. That's a really nice little 1-2 punch. Cyclonic Rift goes next, sure. Carrion Feeders in this cube. That's some old school.
Yeah, it's a narrow but potentially cool.
Oh my god, I can't believe that Thalia is still sitting there.
Mm-hmm.
There-
How do you feel? About
He
these,
got both of them. He got the Copter and the Thalia.
That's pretty
so that's
nice.
really nice for Rex.
How do you feel about these remaining green cards? Garrick, Wildspeaker, and Finale of
Finale, not a
Devastation?
fan. Garrick, am a fan.
Garrick has held up well.
Yeah.
That's one that you would have thought would have been kind of power crept out by this point, but it still does a lot, and especially with
Garrick
some
Cradle.
lands, Guy's Cradle that do more than
Yeah.
more than what they look like they do at face value. That you can really pop off with Garrick.
We got to be almost done here. That's either the second to last or last pack.
The
right?
decks are shaping up. People
Oh,
are
I see a
counting
pack
their
right there,
counting their
actually,
playables. They're getting ready. They're like, all right, what do I need? What do I need besides a Mox to
Right.
just round this out? And
Maybe 2 packs left.
hey,
to
there's a
go.
Mox.
There's a Mox Opal.
That's the Frank Karsten. Is it Frank Karsten Mox?
Yeah, I think so.
Yep.
Yeah.
Another Team
Yep.
CFB Ultimate Guard player.
Also in the Hall of Fame. Also on coverage team. The guy's just all over the place.
Pyrokinesis. That's a fun card.
And a good one.
Yeah, useful for sure.
There's
Imperial Seal.
Mm-hmm.
Once upon a time, that was an outrageously valuable card. I don't know if it still is, but
Yeah, I think not, but let's look. Oh, still 200.
I'll take it.
Bolus's Citadel, but we did not see.
We didn't see the Tinker.
No.
So we're getting to that stage in the draft where it's like, hey, if I didn't get it by now, I can't count on getting it.
Yeah.
So Bolus's Citadel, I mean, maybe for the Dark Ritual drafter, but it's that might be a later pick card here.
Pretty weak pack overall.
Wooded Foothill is going to get snatched up.
Mhm.
Sensei's Divining Top is one of those cards that you could probably slot into just about any deck at the table.
Right.
Mox Opal might be really desirable for like one or two of the drafters if they've gone heavy. Whoever got the Urza Saga might be interested in
And the
picking up one
Tolarian
of these.
Academy.
Yeah, one of these cheap artifacts.
It's interesting though because like the Tolarian Academy also can just get taken as a value pick, and the person might not be playing it at all. Right,
Yep,
it's worth a
That's
decent amount.
totally realistic.
Yeah.
I mean, hey, even in a regular Magic Online draft, sometimes you take Tolarian Academy, you don't get there, and it winds
Right.
up in your sideboard. That's fine. That
Yeah.
happens. Jesse picked Impulse.
Okay.
Just nice bread and butter. Like,
Yeah.
find my best cards, fill out the deck, smooth things out.
Somebody's got to take that top pretty quick here. Is that Priest of Titania?
Priest of Titania.
Okay. Pyrokinesis is still there as well for the red player, especially if it ended up with the Fury deck.
Priest of Titania over Paradise Druid is notable. I mean, that must mean you think you're going to have multiple elves on the battlefield, right?
It's one way to explain it. I still like the Sensei's Divining Top here.
Still eyeing it. Yep.
Well, I just feel like, again, if you have a little bit of a junky pile or maybe you have some excellent cards paired with some kind of filler, like a Sensei's Divining Top can help dig you to the good stuff.
We did not see Dark Depths, right? So can you think of any good use for Vampire Hexmage?
No. And I don't buy killing planeswalkers with it. That's just not a
Yeah, I
thing.
mean, maybe 10 years ago that you could justify it, but
Right.
not anymore. Massacre Worm is. Do you feel like anyone got there with Reanimator?
No.
It's been hard to track from our seat. What's
Yeah.
going on all 8 decks, but
Because we did have Reanimate, Animate Dead, and then I don't know who they went to though,
Mhm.
and then we also had Sneak Attack in there too. So there
Yeah.
was a shell of and we saw two of the legendary Eldrazi as well as Grizzlebrand. It was there, but I don't know if it ended up in the same place. There's Thespian Stage.
that's the MTG Goldfish.
Oh, yeah,
Thespian
that's cool.
Stage.
That's at least
Force
cool.
Spike's a fun card. And there's
You
a-
know how to have fun, Reed.
the lines. Yeah, have I just highlighted all of the least fun cards
You
in
totally
Magic
have.
as cards that I go, oh, I like that one.
Yeah, Force Spike.
yeah.
Cool.
Armageddon.
I remember, and by the way, there's Urza to go with the other fun card that you highlighted, which was Winter Orb. Oh, check it out. There's Mana Crypt.
Mana Crypt, Karakas,
Raucous, too. There's the LED.
Urza,
Hex-Drinker's good,
Hex
too.
Drinker.
Mhm.
Those are probably the standouts in terms of power. I mean, Entomb, of course.
Yeah.
If there is somebody going for Reanimate, that's going to be potentially like.
But
I
Crypt
mean, there's
is the pick.
probably a deck out there where you would take Entomb over Mana Crypt, but then there's also some cards that can kind of fill out decks nicely. That Lion's Eye Diamond, there was an Auriok Salvagers. I don't know what's going on with the Brain Freeze, but Lion's Eye Diamond is a high potential card, also valuable,
It's 480, yeah.
and it got taken. Mana Crypt second, as that's just a good card that you want in your deck at this point. Karakas, again, great card that you want in your deck.
Big smile from Oscar on the Caracas
Yep.
pick there, too. He's
Yeah.
like, I wanted
Again,
that one.
The sharp players who draft a lot and are keeping up with the current strategies, Karakas, like people talk about that as a power 10, like right
It
up
is
there, the top 20 cards.
Incredible how good it is. There goes the Urza. Dude, Luca's deck is so absurd.
Yeah,
right
it's
now.
nice. It's nice. So that's Emrakul, the
Bat-
Promised End.
Yeah, bad Emrakul. Nobody's Mystic Forging.
Hex Drinker. I wonder if all the green cards gravitated towards the same like one or two players.
Yeah, I
'cause
wonder too.
I like a good green deck in Cube
Yeah.
or anywhere.
There's Elder Gargaroth down there for the green player. And there it is.
So nobody is snatching up that Entomb. So both nobody is spending a high pick on it, and nobody's worried about counter drafting it.
Yeah, it's just gonna I wouldn't be surprised if that deck just didn't come together.
Sometimes, yeah, that happens sometimes.
There's the Entomb now, so maybe a Glimmer.
Can you do anything with Thespian Stage other than copying Dark Depths?
It's the only thing that people do regularly with it.
Sure.
Otherwise, it's the more pedestrian stuff that you might imagine, like fix your mana or get something a little bit better.
And then Wishclaw Talisman just right there with the Reign of Filth and in cards that nobody's going for that archetype, so it's
Right.
going to be one of the later picks. All
And
right.
it looks like they're all finished up down there. Great stuff
nice
from
job.
the feature match area. Absolutely incredible. We actually got to see the Lotus. You know, we got to see actually like significant number of Power 9 cards open there, right? There was 5 or 6 of them or something that we saw go. But that also means, Reed, that the rest of them are still up for grabs. So the way this is going to work, just to kind of recap things for you here, is the players are going to build their decks. We're going to go to bed or dinner or whatever. And then tomorrow, after the World Championship stream, we're going to do the same thing where they're going to toss it over here, and then we're going to get to watch the actual matches play out. And they are going to be playing for rank order 1 through 8. The person who gets first gets this, and they get the first pick of all of the cards that are left, of which there are 180. So they get to pick whichever card they want out of that pile. Second gets second pick, and then they go 1 through 8. Just 8 cards, that's it. Those 8 cards will get taken out of the pool, given to the people that pick them, and the person who wins gets the trophy, gets the first pick, gets all the rest of the cards after that. That's 172 remaining cards.
It's pretty
There's
nice.
a lot on the line still. Even though the Lotus is gone, even though, you know, many of the Power 9 are gone, including all of the blue cards and 2 Moxen, right? Just black and green went.
Correct. Yeah, so three Moxen.
3 Moxen
Mishra's
are still left.
Workshop,
I
Bazaar,
mean,
Baghdad. You want to unseal the
They
vault,
said
Marshall?
that this is in here. So they said that we weren't allowed to look, but that this is what's left.
Yep.
So let's just open this up.
Feast your eyes, folks.
Look. That's just the first page.
So this binder here represents what the players are playing for. These cards are still going home in the deck box of the 8 players drafting here. So that's
What
an Arabian Nights, City of Brass.
Yep. There's a Wheel of Fortune.
That's
There's a
Alpha Beta Lightning Bolt.
Oh my goodness. That is an Alpha Bolt.
Nice.
Right?
Yep.
You know how to and there's other pages too. So that is what the players are going to be playing for the first through 8th pick of that, and then whatever's left over. And you know, at this point, with all the awesome time that the players have got to have and the potential monetary rewards and all that stuff, I'm thinking this thing's going to mean quite a lot. You know,
It's just such a cool event. I mean, it's once in a lifetime,
Right.
really. Like,
everybody wanted to play in this event.
yeah, this got so much attention, so much hype, so much like, oh, like who won this week? Let's fill in the slots. You know, who's like we're all watching like, you know, our favorite streamers and YouTubers like playing in these events. I don't know how many thousands of people went for it, but it means a lot to certainly the 8 players here and just everyone who loves Magic and loves Vintage Cube. Like, this event is really special. I think
Yeah.
to win it or even to participate in the first place is going to be quite a memorable experience.
Such a cool event. This is Magic Online Vintage Cube Live, powered by Ultimate Guard. And this is a combination between Magic Online and our friends at Ultimate Guard, and it's for the community. I mean, this is a thing that they did because they thought it would be awesome.
Mhm.
They were right. So we're going to call it a night here. But when we come back tomorrow, again, watch along with the World Championship stream. I'll be covering that. Reed will be playing in it tomorrow. But when that ends, we'll once again be passed over to here. And Reed and I will be back, and we're going to get to watch some matches with these awesome Vintage Cube decks. We're going to get to see who gets the crack at this binder and who gets to walk away with all of the cards and everything going home. Thank you so much for joining us. For Reed Duke, Marshall Sutcliffe, we'll see you tomorrow. All right, welcome back here. So you just came from the World Championship coverage. I also just came from Magic World Championship coverage, and he just came from playing in the World Championship, but we're here for Vintage Cube. This is the Magic Online Vintage Cube powered by Ultimate Guard. This is the live version. For those of you that were with us yesterday, you got to see the Vintage Cube get drafted in real life, and yes, the players got to keep the cards. But Reed, we got some unfinished business to take care of here today. we didn't get to see them play out the matches yet. We don't know who won, and there's a lot on the line today, Reed. First off, there's this.
Yeah, I mean, that's huge. What else?
Little something right about here. Let me just put this right here. So the way this worked for those of you who are just joining us and weren't able to be with us yesterday is the players drafted 360 of the 540 cards in the cube, because that's how cube works. So the question is, if they get to keep all the ones that they drafted, what happens to the rest? Why don't you tell them?
Well,
They're right here, by the way.
yeah, the rest, we've got the vault here with the 1/3 of the cube, 180 cards that were not, randomly inserted into the booster packs. They are up for grabs. So this is the prize for the players. We're gonna draft in order of placement. Everyone gets to pick their favorite card. At the end, when that's all through, winner gets the rest.
That's right. So we're going to play out the matches right now. That will put everybody in a rank from 1 to 8. And what would you pick if you were the first pick out of this? Now, you said favorite cards. And I know what kind of cards you like, Reed, so we'll just go right past this page because these don't seem like very Reed Duke cards to me.
Maybe there's like a Fatal Push.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, how about a Daze? No, I don't think you'd want
actually,
that.
all these cards are beautiful. Honestly, Marshall, you're teasing me, but
I mean,
all of these cards are
look
pretty
at
cool.
These are just gorgeous. So, yeah, so the winner is going to get pack one pick out of that, this, and all the rest after those 8 cards are picked. So there's a lot on the line here today, and we're going to find out who that's going to be today. So the first thing we're going to do, because it was a little hard to keep up yesterday with who had what, because in Rochester draft, it's like an arm goes in and there's just a pile going in.
This is actually the part I'm most looking forward to.
Yeah, I want to see what this is. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go over every pool, every player's pool, and then also the deck that they ended up building from that pool to kind of see how these came about. And this is, of course, an interesting draft situation because there were monetary considerations as well. These weren't just, I'm going to take the very best card for my deck like you might do in a normal cube draft, because at the end of it, you give it back to your friend and you say, thanks for the good times, and you go home. Here, they got to keep the card. So even if they opened up something that maybe wasn't on color for their deck, but it was really expensive or really valuable for their collection or whatever, they would have taken it. So we're going to start off with Luca, who
got some nice ones.
Luca got the hookup. I mean, wow. And we'll see what the pool looks like from Luca here. Take a look. And yeah, there's some cards that jump out, Reed. Primarily 3 pieces of power here.
Yeah, specifically Time Walk and Ancestral Recall. I think you'd make a really compelling argument that these are just the 2 best cards in the cube. I mean, maybe the 2 best cards in Magic. And they go really well together. Luca got these 2 cards somewhat early in the draft and then basically took a lot of pains to maximize them. So you see Spellseeker, you see some card filtering like Narset, Part of Veil, Snapcaster Mage to get double duty out of them. And looks like he is going to be able to put together like a pretty nice blue-white mid-ranger control shell.
Yeah, this to me is the front runner as far as card power level goes. When you pick up a Time Walk, then you start taking cards like Spellseeker because you're like, oh, I want to get my Time Walk. And then you get Swords to Plowshares, and then you also get Ancestral Recall, and you're like, oh, I've got, Snapcaster Mage and Spellseeker and stuff like that to just flash all these things back or go dig them up out of my library. It's perfection. And this is the deck here for Luca.
All right, so yeah, I see 17 lands, the Mox Jet, which we hardly even mentioned, Mana Vault, Black Splash for a couple extra removal spells, and the Scarab God. And yeah, I mean, I can see how if Luca has a reasonable draw, finds his Ancestral Recall, or can set up a Time Walk turn with a Planeswalker on the battlefield, I mean, it's going to be lights out.
Totally. And, I have to mention once again that the players were drafting for value, and then they were also drafting to see, trying to make a deck. So I would assume that the average deck that we see here is of lower quality than the average one that you might draft on Magic Online. And this one looks better than the ones that I draft on Magic Online in some ways.
In Luca's case, Marshall, I think that shines through in the land base, like a little sketchy 3 colors with only 2 plain dual lands. So, this is the power levels through the roof. He's just going to be hoping that he can cast his spells on curve. And if he can, then I'm picking Luca to win a lot of these games.
Definitely good against creature decks, too. You see the Toxic Deluge, Winds of Abandon as well. Okay, let's take a look at Daniel. And I will tell you also that Daniel, so we're going in order. So Luca's playing against Daniel. So there's a little, if you want to give, and that's the one that we're going to watch, I think, too. Yeah. So that's going to be one that if you have any matchup thoughts, we can see. This is the pool from Daniel.
All right. So this is pretty interesting because I don't know what the finished product's going to look like. He has a few different sort of build around tracks that he could go down. Like, is he going to be splashing green for that Oath of Druids?
That's the card that jumps out to me,
his creatures to facilitate that. Is he doing Lurrus Companion? My first instinct is maybe not quite enough cards that are going to meet the Lurrus restriction, but there's a lot of great stuff going on in this pool of cards, and let's see what Daniel made out of it.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see how this deck panned out. Okay, looks like blue-black attempted reanimator of some sort. Maybe blue-black control? There's an Archon.
There's no reanimation card there, right?
We're just hard casting Archon.
You just got a Grim You got a Grim Monolith. Is the Dark Ritual here? No Dark Ritual. It's just blue-black control, which I like this archetype.
I do too. Eight's a little on the expensive side even for a deck like this, but whatever.
Yeah, I mean, Daniel's just, if he had the Time Walker, the Ancestral Recall to tie the room together, he would be right up there. I like what he's done.
There's a Grim Monolith.
Missing the high highs that Luca had.
Yeah, that's right. This could be an interesting one, though, for sure. Okay, let's take a look at our next player. This is Jesse Hampton. Jesse started things off, I remember, with the Snuff Out really early, but we both noted the blue, white, gold cards in Teferi, Hero of Dominaria, and Fractured Identity that he took in later packs, and we're wondering where he'd end up. Reed, there's a lot of green cards there, too. Like, what happened here?
Yeah, he's got everything but red. He has he did do a pretty good job drafting dual lands, so it seems to me like he can make his Esper colors work pretty well. So I would be surprised if he just elects to skip the green and be almost like Daniel, just like a blue-black control. He has Exhume and Grizzlebrand and Frantic Search if he really wants to push that angle. It seems like maybe a tiny bit thin without having like the kind of Demonic Tutor, Vampiric Tutor type support cards. But yeah, I mean, we could just see another blue-black value deck.
Ooh.
All right.
Wait, so is this
stand corrected?
Bant?
Yeah, his dual lands supported Esper better, but maybe he decided that his green cards gave him just a little more oomph. So it's kind of like a Bant ramp style of deck. I see that he did include the Scrubland, which does not support any main deck black cards, as far as I can tell.
Is he just showing off?
Just showing off. Just wants to upgrade his beta planes to a $300 bill there.
Yeah, exactly. Interesting. This deck looks a little disheveled, but you can make out some 2-card combos and some ways to go off. You see the opposition right next to the Retrofitter Foundry, for example. That's definitely something that you can go with. Did the Garruk Wild? Yeah, and Garruk Wildspeaker's in there too. So token generation plus opposition is a tried and true way to kind of steal a game, especially if the deck didn't really come together for you. Mother of Runes is an annoying card to play against, even if the mana isn't amazing for it here.
I like that you highlighted some 2-card combos, Marshall, because what I want to highlight about this deck is the individual cards that can take over games if they go unanswered. So Fractured Identity is probably the best example of this in the whole cube. Like if you have a little bit of a messy draft, you're getting scrappy. If you cast Fractured Identity in a favorable, position for it, you're gonna beat a better deck. You're gonna beat somebody who had a great start, just totally flipped the script on them. Teferi, Consecrated Sphinx, even Tireless Tracker, these cards also fit the bill where they will punch above their weight class if Jesse lands them under the right circumstances and they go unanswered.
I see the Knight of the Reliquary there. Does that answer our question from before?
Regarding
the Scrubland? Can you sack plains or forest to it, or only forest, or what is
plains or forest? So I still can't see the distinction between Scrubland and plains.
Yeah. Okay. I tried.
But I mean, in cube draft, you can steal your opponent's card, so maybe he's,
yeah,
I don't know.
Also could be sideboard. Okay, let's move on to our next player. This is Fernando. There's the pool that Fernando drafted. Look at that Mox Emerald. It just jumps off the screen, doesn't it? My eyes can't look away.
Some real pretty cards here. I see the Dark Ritual, the Alpha Dark Ritual. That's looking great.
Dude, this is kind of a...
So is this a black-red deck?
Yeah.
Okay.
With some powerful stuff. Remember when you told us yesterday, Reed, that sometimes you just make a dragon and turn it sideways?
Totally.
That's like this deck.
He's got 2 of them, yep. Option to splash blue for Dak Faden, which another example of a card that can help you beat stronger decks by stealing that stealing that Mox, stealing that Skull Clamp or whatever it might be. Lots of really, really effective removal, especially for go wide creature decks. So that'll be a really fun matchup if we get to cover this one.
Yeah, let's see how it turned out as far as the list goes. Yes, the blue splash did make it in. You can see for Fire Ice as well as Dak Faden in the middle. Xander's Lounge, Scalding Tarn, Spire Bluff Canal, Polluted Delta.
There's just Grixis mid-range,
Yeah,
but
it is.
really nicely put together. I like his mana. I like his curve. I like the power level. So
there's a lot of
no complaints here.
Reduke cards here too.
No doubt about that.
Bone Crusher over there. I see the Dauthi Voidwalker, difficult on the mana perhaps, but worth it. And it doesn't have to come down on turn 2 to be good.
I like. There's nothing I love more in Magic, Marshall, than just a fair and square Dark Ritual. Just like
totally.
Hey, I got a dragon on turn 3.
Yeah,
deal with it.
yeah. Here, come hit me. Let's see. Oh, the Cursed Scroll made it in with the Urza Saga too.
Yep, I would.
This is an empty your hand type deck as well, right? There's not a lot of ways to generate advantage. Oh yeah, I like it. That's actually that's kind of a sleeper right there, I think, because if you play a lot of Vintage Cube, you'd look at this deck and go, nothing over the top powerful. It's a little in the middle. This deck isn't really doing anything super impressive, but I have a feeling that in this environment, that's kind of where you want to be.
Yeah. I only wish that Fernando had gotten Gabriel Nassif's Cruel Ultimatum for Grixis deck.
Yeah, we already saw that one too. That ended up with Daniel, I think. Okay, our next matchup is Rex versus Matt. So we were curious about what Rex ended up with. Now, on one hand, upper left corner, he ended up with that little beauty. But we weren't sure what he was going for as far as the actual deck went, and it looks like red-white.
Yep. So red-white is, if you had a friend who was like, I want to try Vintage Cube for the first time, you probably would point them in the direction of either red or white or Boros aggro. This is a really, really both effective and straightforward strategy. And even at the super high levels of competition, it still performs well. So I kind of like what Rex did with just gravitating towards this, kind of like, oh, okay, I'll take a standout power card. I'll take something that's worth a ton of money. And if nothing's there, I'll take the cheapest or best red and white card. And I think he's got a pretty effective deck. Multiple dual lands, the Lotus, of course, plenty of threats that cost 1 and 2 mana. I like it.
Yeah, to me, this is the type of deck that you want in a field like this. It's consistent. It's assertive. How's the curve on this deck? Pretty dang good.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, the only miss that Rex had in the draft, and through no fault of his own, but he drafted Stoneforge Mystic. I think it might have been his actual first pick of the draft, and did not get an equipment to go with it.
That's tough.
So that's a pretty strong card and a high pick, not making it into the deck, but no complaints here. And I mean, he's already a winner with that Black Lotus, right?
Yeah, and check it. I mean, there's some turn 1 Palace Jailer is very real. You do not need to hit anything
turn
with
4
it.
Palace Jailer.
Yeah, turn 4 Palace Jailer actually hits something. But I think most of the time people think, well, I'm going to save that until I can get something with it. But if you just play it and your opponent has no pressure, that thing ends up becoming a card.
We'll explain the Monarch, maybe the Initiative. If we get to those, we see those during gameplay. But
I like this deck. This is, I think these last two that we've seen have been my favorite so far. Fernando and Rex, who've kept it very straightforward as far as, curve, creatures, mana, that type of stuff. Let's take a look at what Matt got in his pool. Ooh.
Mind Twist. Some nice green cards, including Fastbond and Pest Infestation.
There's your winter orb up there.
Lots of good stuff going on here. I see a fairly even split of colors, but thankfully worked hard to get the lands to support it, and Mox Diamond, which is one of the single best enablers for a multicolor strategy available in the cube.
Yeah, this thing's really just missing the strip mine, right? I don't see it anywhere. But you see the Mox Diamond, the Crucible, the Fastbonds here.
But what you can do is you can pair Fastbond, Crucible, and a fetch land, and just pull all the lands out of your deck. Then you have a ton of mana. Your deck is all gas. That can be a reasonably effective strategy in the absence of Wasteland or Strip Mine. Check it out. We got John Finkel's card,
the
Wrath of Leknif. That might be the first time Wrath of Leknif gets cast in sanctioned play after all these years.
And I assume it won't. Let's take a look at the list and find out if it made it. It probably... It's not in here, right? I don't see it anywhere.
Maybe a sideboard option, but yeah, it looks like
Yeah,
he
the mana's probably a
did
little
not
tough.
commit enough to white and blue. It's actually, is it just a Jund deck
Jund deck
with an Enlightened Tutor,
and a Glare of
which can
Subdual.
we failed to highlight, Marshall, the Zurin Orb, which fast bond Crucible of Worlds Zurin Orb.
Right.
That is an infinite combo that will result in infinite life and infinite mana if you're in the market for that.
If you can spend it, yeah. One of the cards that I'll usually look for, he has it. There's a Horizon Canopy. That also means you can draw your deck if you have that going as well.
Okay, great.
So
Love it.
So infinite cards, infinite life, infinite mana. How does that sound to you?
It sounds pretty good.
I'm interested.
And then you put them under Winter Orb Tanglewire and say go.
Oh, I love it. Yeah, this was one strip mine away from glory for sure, but
I guess
it might be good enough.
You could probably win on the spot with Pia and Kieran Nalaar, if assuming your opponent isn't above 20. Just like play all your artifacts, sack them all, you're dead.
Okay, yeah. Well, I have to say that even though I think that the last two from Rex and Fernando were the best positioned, this is definitely my favorite.
Yeah, and I like, you can kind of see it shine through that Matt had a strategy throughout the whole draft portion, you know, focusing on the mana fixing and then putting himself in a position to play whatever great cards, or in this case, great combos, became available to him.
Yeah, how many fetches ended up? Wooded Foothills,
Fabled Passage, Marsh Flats.
Passage and Flats. Okay, that's a good deck. I like that. All right, and this might be a tough matchup versus Red White though. Next one is our last two. This is Oscar Christensen's pool. Oscar was the one who was maybe going for Splinter Twin. I see the Kiki Jiki and the Splinter Twin.
And yeah,
and
Kiki
one
Jiki,
Deceiver.
Splinter Twin, Deceiver Exarch, no Zealous Conscripts, right?
Conscripts.
That went elsewhere. So it looks to me like it could just be a plain blue-red deck. Option to splash
Balance.
white, well, really anything. But get a look at that Zerda, the Dawn Waker with Basalt Monolith.
Okay.
So that's an infinite mana combo. You can use that to power out
Mindslaver.
any number of those giant artifacts on the right side of your screen. There's also Karakas, which like that is just one of the best cards in the cube.
Yes.
Based, you know, purely on the number of legends that both players are going to have on the battlefield.
So probably blue, red, white, a little Jeskai.
I wouldn't be surprised if like you're playing the Karakas anyway. You have a plateau and a fetch land. Maybe you get that balance in there. I could see it.
Let's take a look.
So Zerda is not the companion, of course. I guess the Deceiver Exarch all on its own would would disallow that. That Emery that we gave a little attention to yesterday, Mana Drain. I did not appreciate that one, but I love a deck like this with a Mana Drain, and the Mana Drain goes great with all the stuff that you already want for the Zerda Basalt Monolith combo. So
Great.
Two different ways to power out a giant Mirror Battle Sphere ahead of schedule.
Okay, one more pool plus list here from Chris. There's the pool.
This looks like the green deck, and we have Channel, we have Eureka, we have 3
Show and tell.
Eldrazi
Show and
Titans. Wow, this one came together,
This
Marshall.
is not playing fair.
Library of Alexandria, too, so that's another card that just can steal games.
Yep.
I like this one.
Gaia's
This is
Cradle up there as
Oko
well.
and Uro. It's very cool stuff here.
Yeah, the Utopia Sprawl would much rather be a creature, but whatever. Dude, this is sweet. Go big or go home, says Chris Bruner.
This deck has so many ways to steal games that I would be just terrified to face this.
I love it. I love the Scavenging Ooze and the Endurance to mess up the other ones, and then Oko Thief of Crowns as well. Okay, we are getting ready to go into our first match, but first, we do have giveaways today, Reed. I don't know if you knew this, but we've got some cool giveaways to give away on behalf of Ultimate Guard here. And check it out. These are Sidewinders. So these are deck box that you can put 100 double sleeve cards in right here. And if you want to be cool like Reed and I, it matches us, as you can see. So there you go.
Let me help you here, Marshall.
Yeah,
this
thanks.
is
Hi, there's the Sidewinder. Thank you. And we've got 3 of these to give away right now. So what you're going to do is, so you're going to want to follow this channel. Just in general, this channel has a whole lot of awesome stuff going on coming up as well. Cool events like this, but on top of it, you know, great creators, including Team Channel Fireball, you know, from over at the World Championship, Team Handshake as well. And people like this guy,
Yep.
as
Nice
well
stream
as
here.
Luis Scott Vargas, MTG Goldfish, CGB, MTG Nerd Girl, and more coming in the future. So if you do, you can go in the chat right now and you'll see the instructions on how to win this thing. And the winner will get these. Oh, did you throw an extra one in there, Reed?
Yeah,
Wow,
there's
you're
one
just
more.
giving it all
These
away.
Sidewinder deck boxes, I used these all weekend at the World Championship, so this is the real deal. I mean,
If you've ever had a chance to use an Ultimate Guard product before, they're just straight up the best in the biz. These are like the most premium materials. These things are awesome. So anyway, look for the instructions in the chat, and when you see them, you will have a chance to put a specific word, and then they'll do the thing. It will be, I believe, though, you have to follow the channel to get in there. So you should do that for sure.
that's free though. It's not.
Yeah, there it is.
The only thing that's going to happen to
Yeah,
you,
you don't have
follow
to
the channel
subscribe.
is you're going to get notified when somebody cool is streaming. You know,
That's right.
That's not a big lift.
So follow and then type in all caps VCL and you'll be entered in there. And then Martin from Ultimate Guard will get a hold of the winner and we'll announce it here when it comes up as well. So we're going to be doing a few more giveaways. These are the Sidewinders, but we've also got a couple of other cool things, including something you can only get here in Vegas and you won't be able to get anywhere else. And we're going to give one of them away today. Okay, let's take a look at the bracket. This will show the overall structure of what we're doing today. Basically, the players are all going to get to play. Once they're ready and once we're ready, all right, we are underway here. Luka, probably the favorite, right? Raw power levels just through the roof.
He's my favorite. Yeah, I think that despite some really nice, well-crafted decks out there in the field, I would just bet on the raw power of 3 power cards in Luka's deck. And it's not just, we're not talking 37 basic lands and 3 power cards. We're talking about Luka drafted to maximize these cards. So he has Spellseeker, he has additional card selection. He's going to see these in a disproportionate number of games. And when you draw them, you win a disproportionate amount of the time.
They're drawing for the winner on the giveaway right now, by the way.
So Daniel, we remember, had the just blue-black controlling deck. Here he's using Vendilion Click. Nice, subtle card that can give you a little bit of control over the game. But yeah, I mean, it's just not in the same category as Ancestral Recall, which is 1 mana for 3 cards. Luka, he cast to turn 2 Ancestral. He played a Mox to avoid discarding to hand size. So now Daniel's going to see, oh man, read him and weep.
Wow.
He's Time Walk. You can put that away in exchange for letting Luka draw a new card, but he's got Spellseeker. He's just going to find it again.
Yeah, and this is one of those scenarios where you may look at this and go, well, wait, why didn't you just play the Time Walk? Time Walk is a build around in this cube. It is not just pay 2, take an extra turn. You want to do it either where you can leverage it. You mentioned Planeswalkers, right? Getting multiple activations on your Planeswalkers, an extra combat step. In a critical moment when you need to draw or an extra land drop or something like that can be gone. But when you can play it and then play it again, flash it back with Snapcaster Mage, buy it back with Regrowth or Tameo or something like that, that's when you can really abuse that card.
Yeah, it's almost the case that the more complex the game and the board become, the more powerful Time Walk is. So yeah, I mean, if you're mana screwed or if you're desperate for some reason, you can totally just cash it in on turn 2 and it's a great card. But as you said, the better situations are when you can really use it to do some frankly unfair stuff.
It's really tough to be Luka, it's just Ancestral and Time Walk all day. We do have a winner, by the way, for the giveaway, and it was Hasi Micah 9. Congratulations. You're going to get the Sidewinders.
Did you happen to see what Daniel elected to take with the Vendilion Click?
No, I didn't. I was looking at the giveaway thing.
Well, not Time Walk.
It was not Time Walk. And at this juncture, Time Walk's fine, right? Powerful, but this isn't the super broken version just yet. It is going to buy a land drop. What is that?
That's Vendetta. That's going to
Okay.
destroy the Vendilion Clique at the expense of 1 life
Is
point.
it toughness on Vendetta?
Toughness.
Yeah, I think so.
So Luca
it was Hostage Taker that got taken.
Yeah, that actually makes a lot of sense to me, because I would have been worried about the pattern of Hostage Taker, take your Vendilion Clique, then cast your Vendilion Clique the following turn.
Yeah.
So
I mean, can you imagine what it's like to be Daniel right now? It's just like Mox, Mana Vault, Ancestral Time Walk.
Yeah.
Like, okay, cool.
Oh boy.
And now we have a 2 turns early Scarab God.
Yeah, that's ready to steal the Vendilion Clique, perhaps in the draw step.
This is immediately a must deal with threat. Oh, how about you get one and I get one?
It's still, I still like Luca's position here, because he gets the first shot. There's happens to be exactly 1 creature in the graveyard, and Luca's going to get it first.
Mm-hmm.
Luca also has more mana, so Daniel fighting the good fight, with being severely outgunned in terms of the raw power of the cards and his draw, but he's still in it.
Definitely still hanging in there. There is the weird Scarab God dance that happens if Luca decides not to main phase this, where the first person to fire off the activation usually gets it stolen from them.
Right. Yeah.
Definitely incentivized to just get the job done unless there's something so much better.
I'm with you, Marshall. Based on the context of the game, it looks like it's totally appropriate and a great play to just get the Vendilion Clique in the main phase.
Oh, how about Spellseeker? Is there anything good left?
Swords to Plowshares?
Sure. That's good.
That is very good.
Luca takes a quick look at the board state and looks like he's pulled the card that he thinks he's going to get to the front, but just wants to double check that there's nothing that might be a little bit better. And there it is.
Yep.
STP. And again, the time is now. You certainly don't want to let anything happen in between, especially because Luca doesn't have the activation right now.
In the old days of Magic, this was the fear of, spending 5-6 mana on a big angel or vampire or dragon or something.
Mm-hmm.
It gets answered for 1 mana by Swords to Plowshares. And there's only 1 Swords to Plowshares in the cube, but hey, when you run into it, it is painful.
Speaking of painful, that's 5 damage crashing across the battlefield here for Luca as Daniel drops down to 15. Swords of Plowshares, best removal ever in your book? Number 1? The
No
GOAT?
question.
The
No
GOAT.
question.
Wow. Not even close.
So that's the Baleful Strix. That's a Jerry Thompson signed Baleful Strix.
Mm-hmm.
That can hold off the Scarab God from attacking, but we know that the Scarab God does a lot more than attack in a game like this. If I'm Luca here, I'm feeling no sense of urgency. I'm under no pressure. Daniel's not really threatening to, kill me or run away with the game, so I can kind of just sit back, leverage the resources that I have, use that Scarab God. Eventually, if you choose to fight through the death touch of Baleful Strix, you can return it. Remember, the Scarab God, when it's answered by Swords to Plowshares, it's gone for good, but if it dies through, we'll call them natural causes, it returns to your hand.
Eventually. Spellseeker gets the chip in for 1. Daniel says he's at 20. He should be at 14 here, though.
Well, he did get Swords to Plowshares.
Oh, you're right.
Mm-hmm.
So he should be at 19 here, not 14. Thank you. And we're going to go draw step Vendilion Clique the roundabout way.
Yep. So Daniel, being kind of precise here, the Vendilion Clique is exiled, and we're going to see if Ultimate Guard prepared the Vendilion Clique copy token in advance in anticipation of this exact play. Not just a Vendilion Clique copy token, a Vendilion Clique copy token as a 4/4 zombie.
Yes.
Yeah, yep.
With all the other stuff, too. Yeah. How quickly we forget how good the
Oh
Scarab God was.
boy, Marshall.
What do we see? Oh, a treachery. That's a great answer, and it's gonna get bottomed here.
Yep. So
Jeez,
I
Daniel
was
even
just
had it.
talking such a big game. I'm like, I would feel no worries. I would be sitting pretty if I was Luca. I might have just walked right into that treachery that Daniel was setting up. Holy cow.
Wow. Was that a land or a damnation?
It was a damnation.
That doesn't really solve the problem, does it?
It gives
Arguably
you,
makes it worse.
gives you an extra turn to.
But it
worry
also
about
gives a lot of
things.
targets to Luca to start playing.
Yep.
Is there any window? Is there any way that Daniel can find a way to exile the graveyard? Well, Daniel's going to take his time here at least.
So probably what Daniel wants to happen is that Scarab God is going to be on basically a full turn delay, because I think the way it works is at the end of turn.
It's right.
Yeah, Luca picks it up.
Mm-hmm. But that was Daniel's turn.
Yeah.
So it'll be back right about now.
So any way to find that treachery again, like a demonic tutor, vampiric tutor. I don't think Daniel had any cards like that.
You could do it the classy way, crack a fetch and just top deck the thing. By the way, Reed, what do you think about the basics here?
Oh, I was just going to comment. They're amazing.
Thanks, they're mine.
No,
Yeah, they are.
Come
yeah.
on.
Yeah, Ryan said, hey, you want to bring them in? They might want to use them. I said, sure.
Oh my goodness, Marshall, a
My
man of the
basics are
people.
famous. Yeah.
Yep. You got like a 100 set or something?
No, I didn't get that many, but back in the day, I was at a local game store, and somebody had come in with one of those boxes of cards that like the game store gets once or twice ever, which is just like my son used to have these, you know.
Mhm.
And the guy was nice to the person and gave them, let's just say, approximating market value for the cards, you know, reasonable.
Mhm.
But part of what they got was a shoebox that was mostly just basics.
Mhm.
And I was like, hey, are you going to be selling those? And this is before they were like really expensive.
Yeah,
They were still something like
$3 or something.
they were 3 to 5,
Mhm.
you know, but for a basic, it was like, really? Those are free. And I just said, well, I'll take a bunch of them. And he's just like, sure, just pick what you want, $3 each or whatever.
Great.
And I just did.
Mhm.
I drafted with them. Oh my gosh. Snapcaster Mage, really, Luca?
Your choice, time.
And,
time
and
Walk
that's
Ancestral.
exactly what
Source to
Daniel
Plowshares.
says. I've seen enough.
I like it. I mean, cool. Fight put up there by Daniel, trying to match up less powerful cards against more powerful cards. I mean, that's a huge skill of limited, both Vintage Cube and just traditional booster draft with the current set, right?
Totally. Also, a good skill is to draft your best cards, play them,
Yep.
and then play them again,
Yep. Maximize them.
all in the same game.
Mhm.
Yeah, that is a good thing. So that's game number 1, going to Luca. Not super surprising, though. You know, as things would have played out, he was actually kind of one away each time there. You know, getting the Scarab God down a turn, and then also getting rid of the treachery there. All right, let's take a look at the deck list real quick before we go into game number 2.
So Daniel, he put that Spell Pierce to pretty good use in the
Mhm.
previous game. He has Counterspell. He has Wise Drafter's Will, which is Kai Buddha's invitational. His invitational wish list card that's also seeing the light of play for the first time here in the Vintage Cube live event. So that can counter a spell. So anyway, that's Daniel's task, right? Is he has to line up his slightly less powerful, less efficient cards and make them match up correctly against Luca's cards. It's a tall ask, it's a disadvantage, but he could win. Think about, like, I don't know what a good analogy is. It's one, a sword fight where somebody's got a suit of armor and the other guy doesn't.
Right.
But if you're just way better, if you make
Totally.
the moves, you bob and weave, you could hypothetically win.
Yeah, a little bit of luck doesn't hurt
Yep.
there either. It kind of went the other way that first game. You know, sometimes you're I mean, I'm sure you've had this happen to you in the Vintage Cube read where you draft a deck with 2 or 3 power and you just don't find it very often. You know, sometimes it just doesn't pop up.
Yep. I think Luca has done a pretty good job in minimizing the number of games that we'll see that
Yeah.
because he has additional blue card drawing. But you're absolutely right. I mean, we play the games because the cards come off in a random way. We talked about the shaky mana base. If Luca doesn't hit everything on time, it's definitely not a foregone conclusion. And outside of the power cards, the strength of Luca's deck is he has a lot of removal and a lot of board sweepers, and a lot of ways to punish creatures, and that's not particularly effective in a blue control mirror.
All right, we'll head right back down to the match in just a second here for game number 2 between Luca and Daniel. Daniel's going to be on the play here. Like you said, there's a few efficient cards there. The Spell Pierce could do serious work. We'll see if Luca wants to play around it and how much, if it's even there. Ooh, mulligan to 6 here from Daniel. Curious if, yeah, there's a mulligan from Luca.
Both
I
players.
wonder if you mulligan a little bit more aggressively if you're Luca, just because you have such incredible cards to hit.
I think that's a real thing, Marshall. Like if you look at a marginal 7-card hand, I'm not saying you mulligan willy nilly, but if you're like, oh, this hand is flawed, I'm not loving it, you know that any hand with an Island and Ancestral Recall is going to be better than a marginal 7-card without it. So you can kind of use that as a tiebreaker. But here, this is has struck as much fear in Magic players across the ages as Time Walk has. This is Pack Rat on turn 2, uncontested.
Patrick Ratterson, if left unchecked, can win games against much, much better cards. The question is, does Luca have an answer?
We know they exist in his deck. He has Swords to Plowshares if it comes on time. He has Toxic Deluge to clean things up a little bit later. But, if this is like tap land go, we're off to the races.
Yeah, and then the whole entire game, oh no, don't be Swords to Plowshares. Oh, Luca had to think about it that long? Luca's a bit of a slow roller, isn't he? Dude, that was a minute.
Well, the thing you'd think about there is if your position's so strong that you're like, I want to actually bait him into spending his resources on the Pack Rat. Like if you had a Wrath later.
That would never even cross my mind, Reed. Pack Rat just incites panic in me. Okay, Narset Parter of Veils. A turn late here for the Baleful Strix, but still decent. Immediately gets activated as well.
I have a feeling that Daniel's going to be unhappy when Luca reveals a card.
You think so? What if
Vendetta.
it's Vendetta?
Actually, that's as close to a brick as you could get.
That
first of all, it does not destroy black creatures, which the Baleful Strix is. Second of all, Luca doesn't have black mana.
Wow. So we were wrong? Daniel's actually happy?
I don't know if happy is the word.
Well, you said he was going to be really upset, and I, pretty thrilled at that point. Oh, and look at this. How about a little hand disruption?
Okay, so Luca does have a swamp and a strip mine. Remember, the Pack Rat's exiled, so there's currently no. Oh, look, he did have Toxic Deluge. He was thinking about the
You're right.
the bait and hook.
See, that's why you're playing in the World Championship, Reed. Sees all the angles and the swamp too. Okay.
So
are you more or less just forced to take the Deluge here?
You are absolutely forced to take it. And for now, the other 2 cards do not have legal targets. So Luca's going to get a draw step and a Narset activation to find some action. If he doesn't, he has no play.
And that's a big attack there. That Baleful Strix means that the Narset Parter of Veils, if Luca wants to cash it in, it will be gone. Where sometimes you go minus, but if it stays on the battlefield, it can be a major annoyance for the opponent. Well, there's mana.
That is not a relevant play based on what we know of. So,
yep.
I mean, for now, Daniel's chipping in for 2. It's not necessarily an urgent situation for Luca, but when you go into a matchup, you've mulliganed, you're outgunned. Your opponent's 3 power cards to your 0. You're pretty happy to fight to this position, right?
Definitely. I wonder what would be the big play that Daniel could make to try to really like right now, okay, we're chipping in for 2. We've neutralized threats. We're not facing anything crazy right now. But Daniel does need to do one, a planeswalker. He needs something to put him over the top.
I wouldn't be shocked if Luca elected to strip mine the swamp on Daniel's side.
Mm-hmm. And there you go, strip the swamp. So that's only 3 islands left.
What do you think of Mana Vault in Luca's deck?
Medium.
Yeah, I would consider, especially with the colored mana issues, just choosing to play another basic land over it. Oh, there you go. That's a good use for it. Holy cow!
Wow, that's a blowout.
Yeah.
Yikes.
That's the
Restoration
one.
Angel.
That's the one unknown draw step too. Remember, Daniel saw Luca's hand last
so
turn.
rough. Man, Daniel is not running very well here.
No.
Oh, that's a beat. Restoration Angel. The only good news for Daniel is that it didn't get to blink anything for value, but it did gobble up a Mesmeric Fiend.
So Mana Vault's going to deal you 1 damage every turn until you invest the 4 to untap it.
Yeah. It's much better to play it in real life because on Magic Online, it's 2 separate triggers on 2 different phases. It's like, please just let me pay my life. All right, well, Luca likes the look of the race situation here as he's chunking in there for 3, so that'll probably hold the Baleful Strix back.
Grim Monolith, the we'll call it the new version of Mana Vault.
Yeah.
New as of 25 years ago. But
Yeah. But it is a more forgiving design as well.
Mm-hmm. So Luca could have invested the 4 there. He chose not to. I wonder what he's got planned for his mana.
Still got 5 cards in hand. We haven't seen any power yet from Luca.
So let's talk about both players have an artifact that produces 3 mana. We said in Luca's deck, mixed bag. He has demanding color requirements. The Mana Vault could, that damage could add up in the course of a long control mirror match type game. Daniel, if you'll remember, he had stuff like Grave Titan, Massacre Worm, and Archon of Cruelty with the intent to just cast them from his hand,
Mm-hmm.
So the Grim Monolith is actually put to a fairly specific use in Daniel's deck.
That's right. Yeah, I like it much better over there.
So he could be 1 swamp away from Archon of Cruelty, right? Black 6.
Yep. Reanimate the Restoration Angel. Not amazing.
Yeah.
This is a play just to keep a board state and a game plan kind of moving in a direction. But, oftentimes Reanimate puts a huge impact on the game. And in this case, it's just a Restoration Angel. Wow, another island. Maybe I should have brought more swamps for it.
He ran out.
I had like 15 or something. All right,
Okay.
Finally, it's going to pay the piper here.
Yep. So Luca chose to just go for the biggest creature there, the Restoration Angel. He could have, in theory, gone after Daniel's Graveyard, either the Baleful Strix to get a little more, card velocity going, or the Mesmeric Fiend if he was worried about Daniel trying to set up something huge like that Archon. There's a little bit of an extra worry against a blue deck if you pick up your opponent's creature with Reanimate and then they somehow bounce it. I know Daniel has Otawara in his deck. That could be tricky.
Oh, is that the Wise Drafter's Will?
It sure is. Luca's getting a read. Are you able to quote this one?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's you can look at their hand, and then you can pay blue and sack it to counter a spell, and blue sack it to draw a card.
Yep, that's exactly right.
This is, by the way, a card that Kai Buddha designed back in the day. It's in Mystery Boosters 2, which isn't out yet. This is actually the only copy out in the wild as of now.
Yeah, so we talk about all of the obvious super expensive, super collectible cards that these players got, but that's one of one. Wise Drafter's Will, it's a unique card signed by Kai.
Super cool.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna presume to put a monetary value on it, but I would be really, really happy and proud to have something like that in my collection.
Yeah, seriously. Is that because Kaibuda top 8 of the World Championship? Is that why you want that
He
card?
did.
Or
Kai has made the top 8 of a Pro Tour in 4 different decades.
it's incredible. The other players tomorrow have to be nervous too, because generally speaking, when Sunday comes around and Kai's there, it doesn't go very well for everybody else.
So you'll be doing coverage tomorrow, right, Marshall?
Yep.
It's going to be exciting. I mean, we
I'm
have
excited.
we've got the World Championship at stake. We've got the Player of the Year trophy still at stake. We've got the literal guy who the trophy is named after still in the mix. I mean, you
It's
can't
incredible.
make this stuff up.
We did see the Wise Drafters will get cracked there, and that was for a Spellseeker.
Sure.
Definitely.
Mm-hmm.
That would have been for sure an Ancestral Recall. So heads up play there from Daniel just to try to keep the power. I mean, again, this is a very different game than the first game. In the first game, we saw Luca draw all 3 pieces of power, either draw or find.
Yep.
And that has not been the case here. This has been really interesting. When Luca reanimated the Angel, I was like, oh, Daniel's down to 6. Like, that Angel has been cracking in every single turn. And yeah, this Elspeth is probably enough.
You got to imagine that's going to be the most powerful card,
Definitely
played in this game, unless Daniel draws and can slam Archon of Cruelty, something to that effect. Elspeth is not easy to beat if you can't immediately destroy it.
Chat's asking why Daniel isn't
my
doing
God.
anything, and it's called flooding, my friend.
You know what Daniel just drew?
Don't say basic island.
Counterspell.
Counterspell. And that is going to do it. Luca picks up the first round, and he is going to advance. Now, I mentioned it before, but this isn't actually an elimination situation. So if you're a fan of Daniel or his deck or whatever, he still gets to play 2 more to try to work his way back up to maybe the top 4. Because just as a quick reminder for those of you just tuning in, they're going to be drafting these.
Yeah, so to simplify that, if you go 2-1, you're going to get a Mox or something equivalent to that. So there's
Right.
still a lot to play for, even if you take a loss early.
Yeah, that's right. Right. So we're going to check out game 2 on Jesse versus Fernando here. So let's head down to that right now, and we'll see how that went. Jesse's deck was a little bit disheveled. There was kind of multiple
Bant
things
deck.
happening, but there was like, the constellation, right? Like with the right view, you could kind of go, wait a minute, there's something here. There was
not only is
2-card
there something
combos.
here, Jesse's up a game.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah, this is a guy who knows how to win. So if you looked at the deck in the wild, your buddy showed you their deck that they drafted for the first time, you might be like, oh, this doesn't look like a clean, well executed deck. But Jesse knows how to win. So every card is there for a reason. He's doing it his way, and definitely do not count him out.
Oh, and look at this, Dak Faden coming down immediately to steal the Signet.
Maybe you can count him out in this game.
Yeah, Blood Chief's Thirst was also an answer for the turn 1 Mother of Runes, which is a card. There's a short window in which you can use a removal spell on it, and Fernando had it that exact turn.
Yeah, it actually had to be Fernando on the play because his black source entered the battlefield tapped. So,
Jeez.
yeah, threading the needle here.
Yeah, that's a Xander's Lounge up on the top, that special version that you see there.
Oh, Jesse had a Mana Crypt?
Jesse had a Mana Crypt, yep.
Okay. I didn't give him credit for having a card that strong.
Mm-hmm. You can see he's left white mana up, which means he doesn't have blue mana.
Interesting dynamic here with the Glenelendra Archmage, because one of the strengths of that card is you kind of slam the door on a combo player, make sure that they can't do anything crazy to you. And Fernando's combo is Deceiver Exarch with either Splinter Twin, which is countered by Glenelendra Archmage, or Kiki-Jiki Mirror Breaker, which is not. There's going to be a little bit of like a random draw kind of dynamic here. Dragon.
Right. It wasn't it Oscar that ended up with the combos?
You're right. You're right. Thank you for correcting me there, Marshall. I got confused looking
no
at the
worries.
decks.
Yeah, this is the double
Fernando
dragon
is
deck.
The Grixis midrange. Yep.
Totally. This is the one that's just like, I'm going to curve into a dragon and see if it's enough.
Is it is it triple dragon somehow? Because
Yeah, so there was Glorybringer, this guy, what else?
I thought I saw a Thunder Hellkite in
You
the
just have
the list, but
all of the dragons?
maybe I was just
That's incredible.
maybe I saw the Goldspan as a Thunder Maw or something to that effect.
Yeah, I don't remember, but I wouldn't be shocked if that were the case. I mean, if you're in the market for those two, you probably want the third one as well.
I do not think I've ever seen someone make the play of attack with Goldspan Dragon, sack the treasure, play a Dauthi
No,
Voidwalker.
I've never seen that either, but it was pretty great. We're going to see Impulse here from Hampton. He's got a lot of work to do to come back from this mess. The Dak Faden's still rolling along. The Goldspan already attacked and produced mana and made a Dauthi Voidwalker. The Voidwalker also just hits hard.
There was a time, Marshall, when I would have put Dak Faden in like my top, I don't know, 30 or 40 cards in the queue.
Dude, me too.
Super powerful, and this is exactly what you want it to do in the game. It comes down on an empty board, you steal your opponent's mana artifact. Then when you untap, you get to smooth your draw and find ways to leverage that extra mana, and that is just what Fernando has done.
You see Glenalendra doing good work here, though, taking down Dak Faden, although, as you said, the damage perhaps already done there. You see the Impulse with that counter on it, by the way. That's because of the Dauthi Voidwalker. Fernando can sacrifice it to cast any of the cards that have that counter on it that get exiled. There's the double treasure. But more importantly, 7 damage.
Yep, that's half of Jesse's life total here.
Just bang.
That is Daretti, which can be countered by the Glenalendra if Jesse wants to do that.
Probably, right?
Yeah, although the Dauthi is really throwing a wrench in the works here because if Jesse chooses to counter, his creatures are gone for good. It's not going to persist.
That's right, and the Flooded Strand also gets exiled. And Dauthi Voidwalker is no joke.
Yep, very nasty. One of those Modern Horizons cards that has made its way in and kind of outclassed a lot of the stuff that we used to see in those slots in the cube.
Fernando is Fer MTG, FERR and or FER MG, and let's just say he's not going to forget the trigger. I don't think.
No.
Okay, so that gets countered, but it also does take down Glenalendra, and there's an Aphiomancer. This is just the fairest. I love this.
Yep, putting on a show though.
And we're rolling
Phyrexian Tower nonetheless.
Yeah, this could actually change the clock as well. Mana Vault, on average, you take 1.5 damage a turn. Unless you're Luis Scott Vargas, in which case it's just 3, according to him. What do we got for 6? This better be good. It's Consecrated Sphinx. Yeah.
You're going to need more than that.
Mike Turian signed.
Like Jesse is dead on the board if Fernando just chooses to attack with all his creatures and doesn't fear that open scrubland from Jesse.
Yeah.
Scrubland, Marshall. That could be any
anything.
Card
could
of
be anything.
2 different colors.
Could be. Although we know, I think that there's not a black card.
But actually, I don't know what the rules are in terms of the players receiving one another's pools. But Jesse could be thinking, hey, if they know the cards in my pool, but not what I've put in my main deck, then the Scrubland's going to make them sweat. Because we talked about how Jesse did have the option to just play black as a main color in his deck.
Well, that was, by the way, a die roll for the game. But Jesse won it.
Yep, so Fernando did not go for a lethal attack there. He would have had to risk his Goldspan Dragon being eaten by the larger Sphinx.
But Fernando has enough pressure to just wait a turn, plus could have just won the die roll there. And, you know, Jesse's got to kill like 3 threats and gain a heck of a lot of life over the course of the next 2 to 3 turns to have a way out.
Yeah, just be careful with the wait a turn concept against Consecrated Sphinx because Jesse's drawing 3 cards per turn. He's you know, a player in a deck that can leverage that pretty effectively. Not this time.
Definitely. And so nothing there for Jesse Hampton. So that is going to be Fernando Garcia evening things up at 1 game apiece between these two, which means we're going to go right into game number 3.
Yeah,
so
let's
jump right in there and we'll see if it's going to be Jesse Hampton or if it's going to be Fernando who's going to pick up that critical first game win. Again, you know, I guess it's Mox Sapphire is the best card left.
Yep.
And in order to get the Mox Sapphire, which is what I assume the person will take, though they have a lot of good options here, you got to win all your matches. You do not have to win all your matches to win a Mox, necessarily.
Jesse Mulligan's on the play.
By the way, we are going to show that. We're going to have the winner come in and we're going to have a quick chat with them, and they're going to get to pick their card, and then we'll see what everybody else picks before we sign off for the day. So if you're interested in seeing that, stick around even after the tournament's over. This is only our opening round. We've got the quarters, the semis, and we'll be with you all the way through the finals today.
Jesse's down to 5. He can't be happy with this start. He does not have an Ancestral Recall to recoup the card disadvantage.
Is this the second mulligan?
Yes.
Oh. Fernando's got to be like, yes, this is what I needed to see. Also, this is kind of that classic thing, Reed, when you take either an aggressive or just any kind of assertive damage deck into a tournament, that when your opponents stumble on mulligans like this or lands and you've gone a little more conservative with your mana base, admittedly he did splash blue here as well, but it's mostly black and red cards, and most of them turn sideways, you can really scoop up some equity by just being the player who got to play their cards. That's it.
Yeah, definitely. You know, Magic is a game where we tend to envision in our heads the games where both players have really good draws and they're doing what they want to do on each and every turn. But remember, that's only kind of a narrow band of the actual way games play out. And if you can be the one who's capturing the equity of extra consistency or the ability to punish an opponent who takes a mulligan or misses a land drop, that helps you win a lot more games than you normally would.
So Jesse has kept, he's already picked one card that is for sure going to go to the bottom, but on a mulligan to 5, he's got to select another one here. Try to decide what he can get away with.
It's that second mulligan, Marshall. You know, when you mulligan once, you got 6 cards. You're like, all right, I'll put my worst or my most expensive card on the bottom. But when you're sitting there looking, trying to decide 2 to put back, you're like, man, I do not have a lot to work with. I got to make this count.
Totally. Good mana here to start with, though. You see the Tundra after the Forest and the Signet. Grim Lavamancer, Bash. And that's a Phyrexian Tower. Oh, boy, we're going to get really aggressive here for Duretti.
Okay. So Duretti is going to make 1/1 Defender constructs.
Try to go after the Signet. That does kill artifacts, right? Or is it?
Yeah, you can sacrifice an artifact to destroy an artifact or creature. Is that right?
I think so. Mom Spaghetti. Oh, look at that. There's a Worn Power Stone, too. Don't be Dak Faden. Oh, my God, it is Dak Faden. This is going to be a really gross turn for Fur.
There's an old vintage deck that they used to call Grixis Thieves, based around.
This
Dak
feels
Faden.
like that.
Yep.
Did you see that? Blew up the Signet, stole the Worn Power Stone in one turn.
Against the guy who started the game with 5 cards.
Yeah. So take away 2 colors and 3 total mana from you. Thank you.
Duretti, Ingenious Iconoclast. You may sacrifice an artifact. If you do, destroy target artifact or creature. If you get to 6 loyalty, you can -6 to choose target artifact card in a graveyard or artifact on the battlefield. Put 3 tokens that are copies of it onto the battlefield.
I think this game's going to be over, and in fact, this game is just over. A mulligan to 5 there from Jesse Hampton left him no real options, and that one devastating turn for Fernando sealed the deal. So that is Fernando. He is going to go forward into the rounds. But again, Jesse gets to keep playing. He could still pull a 2-1 out of this and get a high pick out of the vault here. Reed, we're going to take a short break. And for you two, we're going to take a short break. But when we come back, we'll be gearing up for the next semifinal round of action. Don't go anywhere.
旅の始まりは常に道への一歩である。それは闇へと続く。初めの一歩を踏み出すには勇気がいる。そして旅の終わりには旅を始めた時の自分とは別人になっているかもしれない。旅に出よう。物語の次の章がお主を待っている。将軍の道を歩め。侍の箱と共に。アルティメットガードが送る冒険の第一章。刀将軍の道、近日発売。
And welcome back to coverage here of the Magic Online Vintage Cube Live, powered by Ultimate Guard. Take a look at this. I'll tell you about it in just a minute. If you're just joining us, or if you need to get caught up really quickly, we're just about to head into round number 2 of 3. The players drafted their decks yesterday. It is a cube. It is a powered vintage cube, and they do get to keep the cards, but there's some unfinished business, because if you've ever drafted cube, you know that there's leftover cards every single time, right? It keeps the experience varied, including some of these ones. And the players right now are playing out their matches, and they're going to be ranked 1 through 8 afterwards based on their records, and they get to pick from this binder whatever they want. We're kind of focusing on this front page for obvious reasons, but I mean, it doesn't get worse. Well, it gets maybe a little less valuable, but there's a lot of sweet stuff in here, no doubt about it. Oh man, I want that upheaval. Oh, Drifter. And so if you finish first in this, you get this trophy. You get pack one, pick one out of this. They're going to do 8 picks, and then the winner gets whatever is left in this as well. That's 172 additional cards that they get to add to their collection. And we're going to watch that in just a minute. Before we do, though, we want to encourage you to follow the channel. You don't have to subscribe. It's okay. But if you follow, that will get you notifications for whenever this channel goes live. And it has some of the best Magic content creators associated with the channel, including the teams from Team Channel Fireball and Team Handshake, who have been playing at the Pro Tours and the World Championship earlier today. Popular streamers like Reed Duke, Luis Scott Vargas, MTG Nerd Girl, MTG Goldfish, CGB. They all stream here as well. So you're going to want to follow. Also, we're going to do a giveaway. But in order to put your name in for the giveaway, or it's actually just the code, it's VCL, you have to be a follower of the channel as well. And what we're giving away this time is this playmat. Now, this is a MagicCon Vegas exclusive playmat for Ultimate Guard. And it has, do you remember?
Aminatu, the Veil Piercer.
Oh, she's so good. This
might,
is why he's so good.
You might also know her from Aminatu's Augury.
Ah, I might. This, again, they only made 500 of these. They're only available here at MTGCon Vegas through Ultimate Guard, and you can get one. This one's going to be given away. And this is the only place realistically you're going to get one unless you're here in the building on your phone downstairs.
So this is a series of 500. That's it, limited edition, $499, I guess, going to folks who are here on site, and 1 going to the winner of this giveaway at home.
That's right. So VCL in the chat. All you have to do is follow the channel to be eligible for that, and you can potentially win this. We also have another giveaway that we're going to do in just a little bit. But for now, let's take a look at our next upcoming matchup here, which is Fernando, who we just saw, versus Rex. And just to refresh you on what the deck lists are from these players, we're going to take a look at those as well. And you can see here is Rex's list. Now, this was one of my favorite lists of the ones that we looked over because of how straightforward it is, Reed.
Yeah, this is just Boros Aggro, which is one of the cleanest, crispest, most effective strategies that you can go for in Vintage Cube. And this is a good version of it. What I usually focus on when I'm evaluating a deck like this is, first, the mana. Can you cast your spells? And Rex has got 2 dual lands. Nice job picking those up. And then how many 1-mana cards do you have? So there's 4 really premium 1-drops, including Ragavan. There's good effective removal, like Flame Slash, Fury is a free card, and there's Black Lotus.
And there's also a Black Lotus by the by. So that's what Rex brought to the table. On the other side is Fernando Garcia, who is the deck that we just watched if you're live with us here at the end of that last round. And this is Grixis Midrange. I got to say, Reed, this is not the matchup that you want if you're in Rex's seat, right? I mean, this type of red-black base deck tends to have a ton of removal.
Correct. So this is just sort of a classic aggro versus mid-range that you might see in any format, current set, booster draft, or constructed. And the idea, at least as the mid-range player, is you want to use your removal spells to survive the early rush of creatures, and then go just a tiny bit bigger with 2-for-1 off Bonecrusher Giant, or land a big threat like a dragon. And Fernando does seem like he has the tools to go for that strategy. Whether it will be effective, we'll have to see during the gameplay.
Speaking of gameplay, let's get underway. Look at that. Rex has got the coffee and the water.
Yeah, I
hydrated,
don't blame him
energized.
at this time of night with still 2 more rounds to play.
That's right. It's about 8 p.m. here, local Vegas time. These players, of course, both won their opening round. Oh. Well, I hope I didn't make him put that away, Reed. I was supporting.
I
Also curious
think
about the die roll
would,
here.
I would favor a no beverages on the table if I was playing rule if I was playing with these guys and these cards.
Actually, I didn't
And
think
your
about
basic
that.
wins.
Yeah, and my basic wins. You're right, Reed. You know what? You're right again, my friend. Yeah, put that water bottle down. One interesting thing that I noticed here, Reed, and I'm curious to see how this plays out, is they did send us the stats for our players off of Magic Online.
Oh,
because,
great.
yeah, this whole event was in partnership with Magic Online. And Rex actually had the highest win percentage out of anybody in the field by like 9%.
That's pretty impressive.
So we'll see how he does here.
Rex is more of an occasional player. I get the vibe, like not to say occasional, but just compared to the other people involved in this event who are grinding day in, day out, maybe took multiple bullets to try to qualify for this event. I mean, some of them have thousands and thousands of matches, right?
Including his sons. He's got 2 hardcore Magic player sons, including Luca, who's in the event, and Julian, otherwise known as Jujubin. He is a dedicated Cube player, to say the least. Uh-oh. Maybe Rex is a Magic Online specialist? Because I'm seeing some counting happening here, Rita. That usually happens if you forgot to D-sideboard or if there's an extra card.
There's 39. Please don't let the Black Lotus be missing.
So Rex is talking to the judge here just to clarify what happens. Usually, well, it can depend.
So what's your read on this? That they found a card that was supposed to be in the deck?
Yes.
Okay. Gotcha.
That is exactly what I'm seeing here. It would be highly unlikely that there would be an extra card. It would almost for sure be that there was something missing. And then it gets a little hairy because, it means you presented a deck that's 39 cards. That's not legal. Something has to happen to remedy that, blah, blah, blah. But it is a little difficult because, we don't have audio in our ear about what's going on there. This could be a sideboard card that was left in, perhaps.
Kai told me a funny story from the World Championship, which of course we can use as kind of the bar for the strictest rules enforcement that happens in Magic tournament play. But Kai got a deck check and he had forgotten to de-sideboard a card in his draft deck from the previous match. So the judge issues him a game loss penalty, and Kai, being the experienced player, he's like, all right, I made a mistake, got to take my lumps, right? So they start what's now game 2, and they're on like turn 4 or 5, and the judge comes back and he's like, sorry guys, I made a mistake. That's actually not the rule anymore. No game loss. So then Kai was like, okay, now I have one to give, and he ended up winning the match 2-0. So it didn't determine the outcome, but it was both a hilarious story and
that's really funny.
Kind of, reassuring, I would say, that they're no longer quite as draconian with the rules enforcement over like little harmless mistakes that they once were in tournament Magic.
Yeah, that balance is difficult to find. You don't want to open the door for people to take advantage, but you don't want to overly punish people who are not making mistakes like that. Yeah, I have no idea what's going on here, but the judge just showed 5 cards. Those must be the sideboard cards, Reed.
Yeah, maybe Rex had shuffled in some sideboard cards and realized that he didn't have his correct game 1 deck.
Yes.
Like he could have drawn a hand and been like, "Oh, these cards aren't supposed to be in here."
Right, and then notified the judge, which is exactly what you should do. I'm assuming, though, that there would be a penalty for that at some type of mulligan or game situation associated with
Rex
it.
was already mulliganing, so I would presume that mulligan will be, honored, so to speak, and that he won't get to start the game with 7 cards. But I think, that's a reasonably fair solution to this.
We also do see this sometimes from players who primarily play online.
Sure.
Handling cards, decks, and stuff is actually quite a bit different. It takes some getting used to.
There is definitely a bit of a physical dexterity and getting used to the mechanics element of paper play, especially when you're doing a bunch of fiddly stuff with dice and tokens and, going into my deck box. And yeah, so it's not, we take it for granted, those of us that play so much, but it's not trivially easy.
Okay, we are underway, though. There's Xander's Lounge to kick it off for Fernando and a Plains to start off. Is there a 1-drop now for Rex?
There is a 0 drop.
Uh-oh. The 0 drop?
The 0 drop.
Oh, God, what is he going to do with it? Oh, there it is. Black Lotus on the table, baby.
That's
how you
Call the
start it
game.
off.
It's over.
Extend the hand, Fernando. We don't even need to finish. And he's going to go with a Flicker Wisp. He could flicker his land for a little bit of value. That does not go back to your hand, though, Rex, so careful. There you go.
That is a good, powerful play, resulting in a 3/1 evasion creature on the first turn. It is about the most modest you would expect from a Black Lotus start.
Think I would be relieved if I was Fernando at this point.
Yep.
And look at this. He's got the Dauthi Voidwalker here on turn 2.
Yeah, so he answers in kind with his own 3-power evasion creature.
Rex has to read it. There's not a lot of good news on that one, Rex. I think you're going to like
the good news is it can't block, I guess. So
there is a little good news, yeah. And let's get the beat down commencing, says Rex. So he's going to chip in with Flicker Wisp here.
Rex passes with the ability to cycle, touch the Spirit Realm if need be. I think he's going to much prefer to just cast that and permanently answer the Dauthi Voidwalker next turn.
Mm-hmm.
And Fernando's keeping it close to the vest. We can't get a glimpse of what's in his hand, but he has a good start. He's got all his colors.
Yeah. Rex looks like he has 3 lands in touch. Like he's going to need to find some action. That Flicker Wisp, I don't think is going to be able to go the distance here.
Yeah,
Relic Warder.
Black Lotus is distinct from Ancestral Recall in that it doesn't really win the game on its own. It's the most powerful card in Magic because of the way it can power out and facilitate and synergize with other cards. But if you're just mana flooded and you draw Black Lotus, that's not much different from drawing another Plains.
No, and look at this. We see fire, 1 to you, 1 to the Flicker Wisp, and the bleeding is stemmed here for Fernando. And all of a sudden, he's going to be in the driver's seat. Now, this is going to be a race to see who can get the next threat, because I do assume that Rex is going to fire off Touch the Spirit Realm to take care of that Dauthi Voidwalker. It's a very annoying card to have floating around.
As I see it, his 2 options here were to either cast Touch the Spirit Realm, as he's doing, and permanently exile the Dauthi Voidwalker, or cycle it to save his Flicker Wisp from the fire. And those are 2 different approaches that you could take to the game, but I like this one, just answering the Voidwalker before it does any more damage. Okay, nice. Urza Saga.
Rex decided he's passed. Okay.
Oh boy.
Is that a Mayhem Devil?
Fernando has a lot of ways to deal 1 and 2 damage to weenie creatures, so this is going to be a good way to lock up the game if all Rex can come up with is some white and red creatures.
So I see Polluted Delta.
Yep.
What else are we talking about here? Like, does the Saga get sacked at the end of this whole, I guess, saga?
That's a fine question.
I'll double check that one. Actually, you know what? I'm not going to check. We're going to make chat check for us.
Yeah.
Chat, I'm assuming it says sacrifice it at the end of that whole thing. That would work.
Sagas have weird rules.
We've got 4 yeses and a C.
Yes, so sagas are sacrificed upon Chapter 3. All right.
Yeah.
I guess I believe you.
Yeah, it's chat. They only have our best interests at heart.
Mm-hmm.
And anytime you go into chat, you'll find that out.
And actually, everyone in chat has a PhD.
That explains
that's a
so much.
prerequisite for
I am
being
curious
able to
what
type
it's
in Twitch
in.
chat. Yeah.
You know, like
whatever
what they
whatever we're talking about.
in this Glacier versus Saga. That was a nice draw there for Rex. He found, he found Chandra. Oh, is he going to try to Relic Warder the Saga? Nice.
Nice. That's a sharp play because
I
it's
like
not it's
that.
not always obvious.
Mhm.
You know, when Urza Saga's tucked back there with the lands, but that is an enchantment and vulnerable to cards like Lin and Relic Warder.
And he now has the answer with Chandra for the Mayhem Devil. It's a little awkward, but he could at least get the thing off the table. Though I assume he will lose Chandra in the process with the Delta.
This is a pretty sweet combo.
What is that?
That's Marionette Apprentice.
Oh,
So,
yeah.
Fernando has the makings of kind of like a modern power level sacrifice deck. The one thing he's missing is an actual sacrifice outlet,
Mm-hmm.
but just in the course of like these creatures trading and dealing damage in combat, and the polluted Delta, of course, he's going to get a lot of incidental damage, and Rex is going to have to worry about his life total.
Right. This is one of those ones where you have to start doing life total math really quickly.
Yep. So what I could see happening here is Rex deploying Chandra and using the -3 ability to answer the Mayhem Devil, at which point Fernando can sacrifice the polluted Delta to deal the final 1 damage to Chandra, resulting in basically a 1-for-1 trade.
A tempting one nonetheless. Mayhem Devil is a major problem.
Yeah.
Fernando's like, bro, I know what it does. The question is, what are you going to do with it?
Looks good.
Yep. I like the play here from Rex. And as you predicted there, Reed, Fernando's going to crack the Delta, generating a trigger. Rex doing a lot of card reading here.
I want to raise back up a card that you highlighted when we were going over the decks, Marshall. It's Cursed Scroll, and that can be found off of Urza Saga Chapter 3 if it should come to pass that we get that far. But that is like kind of a quintessential nightmare card for a white weenie deck. I mean, it used to get played to punish these decks and to get through creatures that had protection from various colors. So if we see that one deployed in a low resource situation, it's going to be really effective for Fernando.
And speaking of, there's Bloodchief's Thirst to take out the Relic Warder and get that Urza Saga going again.
Yep.
Tick-tock. Fernando's very much in the driver's seat. He's going to attack for a couple of damage. Down to 11 goes Rex.
Unclear if the players got the Marionette Apprentice trigger from the Mayhem Devil dying. We definitely got the Mayhem Devil trigger from the polluted Delta being sacrificed, but Marionette Apprentice works in tandem too.
It might be, yeah, because Rex went from 13 to 10.
Okay, so yeah.
Yeah. Might have just been a little late.
Correct. And Marionette Apprentice only counts your own creatures, so it did not trigger off of the Land and Relic Warder dying.
Mm-hmm. Chip, chip. And as you see, that Saga's up to 2 now.
There's Paulo.
There's Paulo, but these are all just tiny.
Yeah, it's going to trade
creatures.
down against a smaller creature or even a construct token.
Or as you mentioned, the Curse Scroll could come down next turn. And there's the Elite Spellbinder. Oh my God, a couple of bangers in hand here for Fernando as well.
Not good news. So
why did we not see one? What am I? He just wants to activate Saga?
Yeah, he's going to activate Saga and then win the game on his turn.
Okay, so he doesn't need it.
And he can actually win the game with either of these 2 cards.
Rex is surveying the scene here, but I think he'll come to the same conclusion that
both cards produce a haste attacker and remove a blocker. That's pretty just wild.
That's just mean. You can see Fernando already has sussed all of this out and is just...
So 2 dragons confirmed, Marshall. We definitely have a Glorybringer, and we definitely have a Goldspan dragon.
The real question is, can we triple up?
Yeah, Thunder Mahilkite. Shivan dragon? We got a beta Shivan in there?
Is there one in here?
No.
Come on.
I mean...
You got me. I was kind of stoked.
Yeah. It's in terms of iconicness and monetary value. An alpha or beta Shivan dragon would be right up there. But in terms of cube draft power level, I mean, it's pretty much just the same as these other dragons, but costs more mana.
Yeah, it doesn't have haste.
Yeah.
Okay, there's level 3 on the Urza's Saga. So there's a window here to activate, or just tap it for mana. And that's what he's going to do. So he taps it for 1 before it gets sacked. Going to get a Mox.
Style.
1 mana floating. Chat says they've always wanted an alpha Shivan Dragon.
Yeah, don't we all?
You and me both, Chief. This game's over.
Yeah, it is
Extraordinarily over.
I guess it's gonna be 7 damage.
Exert.
No, the construct. That's not a 1/1 token. That's a construct. That's a 3/3. So yeah,
Yeah.
plenty.
So that's going to be game number 1 going to Fernando Garcia as he kind of cleans up the mess. And, you know, as we mentioned, Reed, that's how this plays out sometimes, right? This was very much aggro-ish versus mid-range-ish. And being a step slower and being the one that has all the answers, that's where you want to be.
The key there was the Black Lotus turn. In that particular hand, what it delivered was a nice creature, a hard-hitting creature, you know, Flicker Wisp 3/1 evasion. But what would have made the difference is if Rex had been able to deploy something with that kind of snowball-y quality, like a Planeswalker, like a Palace Jailer, then Fernando would have been in a position where he can't just undo the damage by 1-for-1 removal. So, yeah, I think that's going to be the key is if Rex can get some actually sticky threats like that.
Yeah, because turn 1 Lotus wasn't enough this time. Let's head down to game number 2 and see how things proceed.
Voidwalker
looks like we're already
on the battlefield
underway.
again, but Rex with a really, really nice start actually on his own side.
Oh, there's a Lotus
boy.
off the top. It's a slightly pricier Lotus, but it's a Lotus nonetheless.
Can we just tune into every game the moment that Black Lotus is drawn?
So far, we're 2 for 2.
So this is exactly what I was talking about, Marshall. If he's able to deploy Chandra, clean the board, and then just leverage his creatures, I think that's going to be a much superior position for him.
And he can't quite, right? I guess with a land drop he could.
Well, with the Lotus he can.
So he pays 1 for the Lotus, but then he's got to pay an extra 1 for the Chandra, right?
Oh, you're right. Yeah,
But a land drop would solve
Thalia
that
tax
problem.
cuts both way,
Right.
both ways.
And he does have a land in hand. So yeah, he can just pay and sack the Lotus for red and get the job done here. And that would be awesome. I mean, that's exactly what you described.
Mm-hmm.
And Rex has to pay and didn't know. So now you can sack the Lotus, tap both lands, get Chandra, minus Chandra on the Voidwalker, crash in for 3, and have a Planeswalker and 2 creatures versus an empty board. And you really need to do it now because you don't want to let Fernando cash in his Voidwalker next turn for that Lotus.
Yeah, Rex is
dragging you or
committed to
something.
this line of play.
Yeah, he paid. And just turn that dice to a 1.
All right.
Nice.
Yep. Very effective play. Crashing with the creatures. Looking good.
This is a perfect start for Rex. Fernando's got a lot of work to do. Also, you know, Fernando's playing primarily red-black with a little bit of blue and currently has 2 swamps. Lotus is a heck of a card, Reed.
Yeah.
Even through your own Thalia.
It's funny because it's like you only got to play a 4-drop on turn 3, but when both players are like oppressed and smothered by the Thalia attacks, I mean that's the difference.
Mm-hmm. And this is exactly what you described in between games there. Now it's Chandra. That isn't a Flicker Wisp. That isn't just some creature that can turn sideways. That thing is going to generate advantage, damage, mana, whatever over the course of the next multiple turns if it's not dealt with.
One of the best cards Fernando could have here would be that Fire Ice. kill Chandra plus one of the creatures that could get him back in it.
Wow, Mountain Fire Ice. That would be incredible. But it would take an untapped red source plus Fire and Ice. I kind of feel like if Fernando had those two cards, we probably would have seen them.
Yeah, I think he's probably
This
just
is
thinking,
Xander's Lounge.
you know, usually it's like if you have a great play, you get to it pretty quickly. Instead, what these players, when you see them deep in the tank, it's often like, what can I do 2 turns from now? What can I do 3 turns from now to get back into this? The long-term planning, which can be really tricky.
Touch the Spirit Realm was the draw step there for Rex.
So Rex's hand is Plains, Touch the Spirit Realm, which is great to be ready for Fernando's next play, and then Wedding Announcement, which could be a good play, but this looks even better to play the Elite Spellbinder.
Yeah, so that was a Chandra activation first, and it revealed the goodness. I mean, that's just devastating, right? Like,
yeah, whatever Fernando was hoping to set up to get himself out of this mess, Rex now has the ability to take it away.
and our read on the situation is that he decided to take a turn off. Oh, he had the Fire Ice, but
Fire
not
Ice,
the
no
red
untapped
source.
red.
So what was he thinking about? Maybe getting Bitter Blossom down with his ritual?
He could have gotten Bitter Blossom down either by playing Phyrexian Tower, but that would mean another turn of not guaranteeing himself red mana. He also could have gotten it down
What
by
about Meat Hook
cashing in
Massacre?
Dark Ritual. Well, it's the same thing as the Lotus turn, where if the Dark Ritual and the Meat Hooker are both taxed, it's really hard to get any traction.
Yeah, so maybe trying to set up for it this turn.
Yeah, but this is a pretty decent spot actually for Fernando, because
Yeah.
if Rex does not take the Meat Hook Massacre, that can clean up all the creatures. And if he does take the Meat Hook Massacre, then Fernando is unlocked on these red spells, maybe to fire the Chandra or fire away 2 creatures and try to claw back. So Fernando has the tools. The question in this game is going to be, does he have enough time to actually use them all? Yep, I would do exactly the same thing. So that Meat Hook Massacre is going to cost you 6 mana to Meat Hook for 1 through the Spellbinder and the Thalia. Oh, I love this too, getting the nice level counter. So if Rex can level that to a 3/3, then it will dodge a lot of the red and black based removal that we saw.
So how about we take 5? I really feel like Fernando does have the tools to come back here. It's just a question of time. May have the tools, may not have the time. That looked like Dak Faden. Which doesn't look super great here.
No, this is not the matchup for Dak.
Boy, fire. Yeah, I mean, it feels like you need to take your medicine from Chandra and just fire away the Spellbinder and the Thalia at some point here.
Yeah, Fernando has Bitter Blossom, but it's kind of the bad case scenario, Bitter Blossom, where your life total's under pressure. You're going to have to be chump blocking. So that's something that would factor into my choice too, is like, okay, can I stem the bleeding such that this Bitter Blossom is going to be a card that has any value and I can put on the battlefield? But it's looking rough. And if he has to answer these threats one at a time, that's where the Boros deck just gets you, when it can deploy threats and attack faster than you can answer.
I wonder if there's a second red source here for Fernando. I don't think there is, but you know, this is a position where if you could try to set up for a top-decked Glorybringer, that could be a game changer. Kill a creature, kill a planeswalker in one fell swoop. But I'm not seeing that second red source or the Glorybringer, but
A couple steps away.
yeah. Okay, this is going to be fire. Now what? The most obvious are the 2/1 toughness creatures.
Okay, so
Or
what he's
two
done here,
of the 1 toughness
he has
creatures.
killed the Thalia because that tax was preventing him from getting back into the game. and then
Yeah.
he has also killed the Student of Warfare because that thing can grow out of range of a possible Meat Hook Massacre. Then he elected to Dark Ritual out the Bitter Blossom for the reason that I mentioned. It's kind of now or never. If he continues taking damage and hemorrhaging life total, then before you know it, you're going to be at 5. You can't even put that Bitter Blossom on the battlefield.
Rex finds Flicker Wisp.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep an eye on this game and see if it plays out in such a way that the Bitter Blossom is valuable. Now, what it does do is it enables the Phyrexian Tower.
Definitely.
So, Fernando cashed in a Dark Ritual to get the Bitter Blossom, but he can kind of return that investment by sacrificing the tokens on future turns. It's a really interesting tightrope he's walking here.
Yeah, is the Meat Hook Massacre going to be a thing?
Well, it definitely could be because that can clean up some of Rex's aggression, and it can make it so that every time he sacrifices a token from the Bitter Blossom, he gains a point of life back. So kind of offsetting that turn-by-turn life loss.
This is going to get very sketchy here. So Rex plus his Chandra sees Fury, doesn't have the mana, just says, okay, you're going to take 2. 2 from Chandra plus 1 from Bitter Blossom plus any other attacks. In this case, the Spellbinder gets to get in. That life total is going to be skyrocketing downwards for Garcia. Feels like there's too many different angles that he's being hit from. See what Rex wants to do. Maybe you want to attack first with a Spellbinder and then blink that.
Oh, that would be a great play. Yeah, the problem here for Rex is
no attack.
Yeah, if he misses that attack, that's a disaster because this is a close game where it's going to be determined by a couple points of Fernando's life here and there. So yeah, that would be a really costly misstep. And the problem for Rex is anything that he can put on the battlefield is just going to die to the Meat Hook Massacre.
And that means it's end step time here.
All right, so
that's a major misstep from Rex.
Definitely. So Fernando's going to untap. He's going to be at 10. Then what he can do with just the cards we see here is make a Bitter Blossom token, sacrifice it to Phyrexian Tower, get up to 5 mana, pay the extra 2 cost for Elite Spellbinder, and Meat Hook for 1, wiping away Rex's creatures. Now, you still have the Chandra to contend with, but now you have a little bit of stability, and you have an enchantment that can help you gain life as the game drags on. So now there's a plan for Fernando. He's played this really well.
He has given himself the best possible chance. And we'll see how it goes. He may have needed Rex to make some missteps here, and so far Rex has accommodated him. And that might be the difference. We'll find out. He's up a game, Fernando. There's a Meat Hook Massacre plus tax.
All right, so Rex is going to try to rebuild by continuing to use Chandra's plus ability, plus deploying that wedding announcement. Okay, Raven Inspector, pretty effective here. Oh, he could also choose to touch the Spirit Realm. Is that any permanent, or it's like creature artifact?
Well, you know who I like to ask in these type of situations,
Twitch
Reed?
chat?
I like to ask Twitch chat,
There's
PhD and touch the Spirit Realm.
Very smart people in Twitch chat.
Okay, we have 2 different answers.
Oh, that's never happened before.
Yeah, 2 different answers so far.
Artifact or creature is the answer.
So, creature or enchantment has been called. Non-land permanent has been called. So both were wrong. Chat always has our back.
Every permutation of incorrect answers.
All of the first answers were wrong.
I think it kills like a land or a planeswalker.
Somebody in chat just said, "Are we smart?" Maybe that person is still working their way through the PhD program.
Well, anyway, so the you can't go after the Bitter Blossom or the Meat Hook with Touch the Spirit Realm. Instead, it's just going to be focusing on deploying these threats. What did the Chandra reveal this time?
Unclear.
It did go up because it went from 3 to 4, and there's not an obvious reason why you would make mana.
They say it revealed the giver. I'm going to believe chat this time.
Yes, yep, because Rex drew Thraben Inspector and then played the giver. Yep.
Curse Scroll 1 card in hand
Mm-hmm.
and activate it. And yeah, Fernando's taking a look and saying, I need to start chip. This is going to take a while, but Chandra. Oh, and then he played the Lavamancer. I did not know he had an extra mana. Okay, so it's not going to take that long. Next turn.
Well, Rex can use Touch the Spirit Realm to go after either the Lavamancer or the Curse Scroll, which I would advise doing that.
Oh boy, there's also Leonin Relic Warder off the top.
Okay, so he could go after both, although he's short 1 white mana
Right.
for that. And the more creatures Fernando can deploy, the more effective the passive ability of Meat Hook Massacre is going to be.
Right. This is one of those turns where Fernando is just like, please just let me untap with this. Like, you can play a creature, but if I get to keep this stuff, I can make this work. Unfortunately, that's not going to happen here for Fernando. As
So,
Rex has answers.
what are you thinking here, Marshall? Touch the Spirit Realm on the Lavamancer,
Yes.
and keep attacking, keep playing creatures, make Rex spend his make Fernando spend his whole turn activating the scroll.
Definitely, and I like, trying to tempt Fernando into having to make a decision between keeping the 1/1 flyer, trading it off, wanting to use it for the tower, or taking damage. Down to 9 is Fernando. None of these are really great options. And I would be trying to get, oh, wow.
Okay, so Rex is going for Relic Warder on the Bitter Blossom, which is only a temporary stopgap because Fernando has no shortage of ways to deal 2 damage and free up the Bitter Blossom.
I'm surprised he made that play. Honestly, that might be a relief for Fernando because at any point he can get it back. But for now, he isn't under the weight of the Bitter Blossom. And if he decides that he would like to have that option again, he can just do it.
Yep, so Fernando here is deciding whether to finish off the Chandra with a combination of a fairy and a 2 damage effect, or, just start eliminating Rex's board of creatures. You're going to have to go after the Giver of Runes first, for sure, because that can protect everything other than itself. So yeah, the difference here, Marshall, and not to be too mean, but we talked about like how Fernando was going so deep in the tank, crafting these multi-turn ahead game plans where he's like, how am I going to, over the course of step-by-step plays, get myself out from underneath this early disadvantage? And he's largely done it. With the Meat Hook Massacre, he just eliminated that Chandra that was giving him such a headache. Whereas Rex with the Relic Warder play, I feel like that's a much more on the board, instant gratification type of play of like, my card matches up well against this other card on the battlefield, but it's not really accounting for Fernando having the effective long-term answers for the Relic Warder. So I really would have preferred to see Touch the Spirit Realm come down first.
It really had to be that. The Giver of Runes is not going to be long for this world either, as once again these 2 damage effects do a good job. Also, the Giver of Runes looks like it attacked here.
That's I think a fine play because Fernando is just going to have such an easy time killing the Giver when he chooses to.
Just bail on it. Turn it into an attacker, sure.
So Rex is going to be able to draw a card off of the wedding announcement in the end step, but he's going to need something special because the combination of Curse Scroll and Grim Lavamancer neutralizes a pretty large portion of the Boros deck. So it's really drawing towards like those couple of well-placed removal spells, maybe Showdown of the Scalds.
Okay, Thraben Inspector. Maybe this could find Rex some action. He cracked the clue immediately, it looked like. Is there some way for Rex to come back here? Wedding announcement. He's going to get a card off that, correct?
Yep. And then, oh, actually, that's going to transform into Wedding Festivity, which I stand corrected about it being, quote, so easy for Fernando to answer the Giver of Runes. That's going to be a 3-2 now, which means it requires multiple effects to manage.
2-3?
Yeah, 2-3. Thank you.
The real question here for me is the life total of Fernando, right? He does have the Bitter Blossom back. What was that? I did not see what he was.
Gold card, right?
It was a gold. Oh, it's Duretti, right?
Yeah.
He did that during his upkeep with the Curse Scroll to make sure that he named the correct card and didn't give himself any awkward draw step that would make him flip a coin here. And Fernando's just sort of chewing through these 2-2s now.
Oh, wow. He's getting aggressive for the first time. Rex is actually
He must be sacking it to the tower or something, right?
Yep.
Or sacking it to Duretti.
Duretti can only sack artifacts. So he
right.
may choose to do that. Like he could cash in the Curse Scroll if he feels, right. He's got that Mox.
He's got the
in his land pile. All right. So Fernando answering yet 2 more threats on this turn.
But what was the attack? Doesn't he want to protect Duretti here? I mean, just to get him from 20 to 19.
Yep. Good. It's a good point, Marshall. You know, I could definitely see a world where you're double blocking the human token with 2 fairies. Maybe
he doesn't care about Duretti that much. He does need to start getting things moving forward at some point. The Meathook Massacre helps with his life total situation, but it's a little awkward.
I love the way Fernando has crafted both his deck and this game.
Same.
The combination of the repeated token generations. We've already seen Bitter Blossom, Duretti, and Ophiomancer. Then he's got Phyrexian Tower to make them to give a sacrifice outlet and make extra mana. And he's got the Meathook Massacre to repeatedly gain life, or in this case, just 100% offset the life loss of Bitter Blossom. Really cool stuff.
Ooh, Palace Jailer.
This would have been a lights out card earlier in the game, but now that Fernando has actually gotten some traction with the Bitter Blossom, I'm worried that Rex is just going to lose the Monarchy and therefore lose the Lavamancer underneath the Palace Jailer.
Yeah, this is the problem with this type of card, right, is that it is extraordinarily powerful and one-sided when you can keep that in your court. But once it goes back over, he's not going to get it back. And the Monarchy is going to be a lot of cards going into Fernando's hand. And, you know, we could see a dragon. There's a number of things that could pop up that could really start to slam the door here.
So, Marshall, if we've got some, World Championship viewers joining us, can you explain the Monarchy to people who have not played a lot of Vintage Legacy, Vintage Cube?
Yeah, so basically, in this setting like this, one player is going to be the Monarch for the rest of the game. It is, think of it like an emblem. It's not technically an emblem, but it's kind of like that. And it will start off with Rex as the Monarch. On his end step, he gets to draw an extra card. That's what you get for being the Monarch. The problem is that you can lose it if you take damage from a creature. If you get attacked and take damage, the Monarchy goes away. Now, Palace Jailer is a particularly interesting card in that it has that Oblivion Ring effect where you'd think, okay, well, if I kill it, I get my creature back. It doesn't actually work that way. You can kill the Palace Jailer and the card just stays exiled. What has to happen is you have to lose the Monarchy. And Fernando is giving us a beautiful demonstration of exactly how that works right now. So he took the Monarchy, he got his Grim Lavamancer back, and now he gets a card on end step. And as long as he doesn't get hit by anything, there's an Abrade to kill the Palace Jailer, which is just a 3/3 at this point. He will draw an extra card on end step for the rest of the game. And that should do it.
Wow, Hell Rider.
That
That's
would have been
another
so
one.
good a few
Another one that
turns
would have been
ago.
so good a few turns ago, but it's too late. You know, these games are kind of snowbally. Once somebody gets a positional or a life total advantage, it's really hard to flip
Yeah.
the script.
By the way, Snowbally is the perfect way to describe the Monarchy, too.
Oh yeah, no doubt.
So here's a couple of damage coming across, but the creature actually has to hit you to lose the Monarchy.
I would say it's such that if you can remain the Monarch for 2 turns, you're almost certainly going to win that game. Just
Yes.
because you leverage the advantage that you got into being able to further protect yourself and further kill off your opponent's creatures.
Decent draw step from Rex still, because it is putting Fernando in a position where he's going to have to decide if he wants to give up the Monarchy here, and he is.
Yep.
He'd prefer to keep the Lavamancer rather than chump block with it plus the token and maintain the Monarchy.
And now all of Rex's threats are larger than either Curse Scroll or Grim Lavamancer can deal with individually.
Yeah, he's, Fernando's value in the Grim Lavamancer fairly highly, given that, it doesn't kill anything, at least at the moment. It's a great tool to have, and he can just simply buy back or earn back the Monarchy here with an attack from a fairy token. The fairy token that's on Bitter Blossom is always the one with Summoning Sickness, by the way. If you've played during that era, that's how it always seems to go. I mean, Fernando does need to find an answer for Hell Rider. He's at 4.
So a cool subtle thing there, Marshall. Fernando's got the Curse Scroll, and in the past turns we've seen him take great pains to like activate during his upkeep or activate before he plays his spell. This time he just draws his card, which is a hint to me that he may have an instant he's preparing to play.
Definitely. He better.
Yeah.
Because otherwise he probably would have needed to take down the Hell Rider with the double combo there of the Curse Scroll plus the Lavamancer.
Rex is found unexpectedly absent. Like Touch the Spirit Realm, this is another card that he can use to answer whatever he deems is most threatening on Fernando's board. Granted, Fernando has kind of split his resources, his power across multiple fronts. So there's not really one card that's problematic.
What is Flame Slash hitting?
A fairy token.
Not the Lavamancer?
Okay, Rex is really trying to get in. Oh, he's going for lethal. He's trying to attack with a 4/4 flying.
Oh, because of the absent.
Smuggler's Copter. It could work.
Yeah.
But the problem is the combination of Grim Lavamancer and Curse Scroll could also kill the 4/4. So it's not
Right.
just a matter of getting rid of the flying blockers.
And then he's got Touch the Spirit Realm. Is this enough? This might actually just be enough. Oh, it's Pyrokinesis in hand.
Pyrokinesis. That's the instant speed version of Fury.
Does he
the
have to
old school
flip
version?
a coin here? Let's see. I think he has Pyrokinesis red card, but it exiles it and it goes on the stack. So there's no moment where you only have the one card, right? Like I'm talking about in conjunction with the Curse Scroll.
Okay, so
activation.
you're saying that now that Fernando does not have any blockers, Rex has multiple lethal attackers. So Fernando
he has to pick one. Oh, he actually has to just save the card.
This is coming down to a random choice.
Literal
Curse
coin
Scroll
flip. Pyrokinesis? I don't know what he named. He did hit. He got to do the
Oh my
2.
God.
And now he gets to do 4 divided among the rest.
All right, so Fernando right now, he's killing the Hell Rider before the... Okay, you want to crew that Smuggler's Copter, Rex.
Yeah,
Don't
he
let
needed
that
to
thing
crew
hit the
it.
graveyard.
It died. He didn't crew.
Yeah, so he's using the Scroll and the Lavamancer to kill the Hell Rider. Then he's going to have the Pyrokinesis plus red card to deal with Smuggler's Copter.
And he needs it because that copter's a 4/4. But another misstep there from Rex not crewing means that he's not going to get in for the 2 damage with the Inspector. Of course, before attacks there for Fernando, experienced cube player. Don't let him get anything going at all. This has been an unbelievable game.
Unbelievable game. You notice Fernando picked up a couple points of life from his creatures dying
Right.
from the Meat Hook Massacre. Rex, if he had crewed before the Hellrider hit the graveyard, it would have had an attack available with that 2/3 Thraben Inspector. So a couple missed points of damage, and I mean we knew that was going to matter. This game is as tight as it gets. You can't give away anything for free here. Oh, that's the second card that had been Elite Spellbinder, because remember way back when
Dak
was
Faden.
flickered.
That's right. It just hasn't had anything going in a while. I guess he could have stolen the copter at some point. Anyway, right now he's using it to fuel his hand, trying to find the action that he wants. He doesn't want the Ophiomancer or the Porcelain Legionnaire.
Rex is still the Monarch here, or sorry, Fernando is still the Monarch here, which is
it's
not to be
huge.
underestimated.
And, that's another reason why that Thraben Inspector attack not getting in was massive.
Massive.
The 2 damage was huge. Land go here from Rex after the attack. Down to 4 is Fernando. Dak Faden is digging, just looking for a dragon or something.
He's got one. He's got
Does he have one?
Glorybringer.
Okay,
Yep.
that'll work.
Yeah, that
That's a
that
3
gets the
turner,
game
actually.
over pretty quickly.
Guess it's not quite a 2-turn clock. Although I guess if a creature were to die in there, it would be.
And the Curse Scroll can go to the face.
So it is realistically a 2-turn clock. Glorybringer. He's going to exert though. Smart, just to clear the way. He's at 4. He has the tower. So if he activates the tower, that just gains him a life.
Correct. Yep.
Okay.
Fairy hits the graveyard.
I'm thinking about burn spells here. And probably Fernando is as well. And it's going to be a land go. And that looks like a little bit of perhaps a smile of resignation there.
This was awesome. This game, so well navigated by Fernando from the early disadvantage, just systematically, step by step, dismantling everything that was threatening him, hovering in that like 3, 4, 5 life total range for so long, treading water with the Meat Hook Massacre. I give this game an A+ for Fernando.
Yeah, Fernando really putting on a show here, taking advantage of everything he possibly could and needed to get across the finish line. This is our semifinals. We're still going to bring you the finals, too. We're also going to check in with the other semifinal match after this.
Mayhem Devil, holy cow.
Yeah, GG. Let's just say you can tell Fernando's played a lot of Cube.
Yep, he's
And it
getting all
shows.
these triggers.
This is really impressive. Fernando effectively had no room to give. He just killed his own creature, by the way, just to get the triggers going from the Mayhem
and
Devil.
specifically to get down to 1 card in hand.
Because it's
for
2
the guaranteed
left.
victory.
And he's going to reveal the mountain, and the mountain is going to get the job done. That is lethal, Rex. And Fernando Garcia is going to pick up his semifinal win in impressive fashion. Man, he may have the deck to get the job done here. Just keep it simple, right?
Yeah, I mean, not just the deck. I mean, the navigation there. That was like, that game, it was not obvious that he was going to win based on the way the cards came off. You know, he had to.
Definitely not.
It depended on the choices that both players were making. It depended on the plan that Fernando was putting together, the use of all of his various resources in conjunction with one another. So just super good Magic, and that's like a snapshot of what Vintage Cube can deliver for you.
Absolutely.
Just combining all these cards from different eras and decks into one well-oiled machine.
Yeah, his experience showed, and he took advantage of everything that was presented to him, whether it was top deck, some mistakes from his opponent, everything he needed to get across the finish line, and he did. Let's take a look at Game 3 of our other semifinal match before we move on. to the finals. This is Chris versus Luca, and as you can see, both 1-0 here. They've each split a game. Chris took game 1 by casting Eureka and put Kozilek and Emrakul into play, and then cast Ulamog.
Chris has got my favorite deck. Just the,
And apparently
the
was still
green
close.
Eldrazi.
Yeah, why play fair? All right,
Library
I
of
like this from
Alexandria.
Chris. Chris is a local here as well. He qualified on his first try, and he's got the Library of Alexandria all ready to go.
If there's one card in Magic that can contend with the card advantage of Ancestral Recall, it might be Library of Alexandria.
Lucas should have targeted Chris to take him off of Library.
Oh, good idea.
See? Yeah, then he can't use it anymore.
Who do you pick here, Marshall, for turn 1 Ancestral versus turn 1 Library?
Knowing what I know of the decks, I actually like the Library a little better here because like that was a turn 1 Ancestral, but that's probably going to lead to a discard of at least one card. So you may not even get full value on it. And Luca doesn't, I don't think, have any graveyard stuff to take advantage. And his deck is not good at applying pressure. Like I could see this Library get activated for 5, 6, 7 turns in a row.
Awesome stuff from Chris
this
here.
is beautiful.
There's not much I love more than a turn 2 Once Upon a Time for free. It's
Totally. And
you
then
know,
and
I've
then mana ramp on top of your
Yep.
library. Like, let's go.
I've been playing for a while. I have not cast any spells yet. I'm just doing my thing at the Library of Alexandria.
You got any late fees?
I've taken a lot of books out from there.
You never bring them back, do you? Let's see what Luca could come up with here. So currently 9 cards in hand.
Yeah, so he has Reanimate in hand. I mean, if he had some kind of nice, juicy creature, he could just potentially discard that and get it on turn 3. That's not really what his deck is trying to do. He's
Not at
more
all.
like Planeswalkers and low curve type stuff, but
Yeah,
it's something.
I think he's playing the Reanimate more for the idea of kill something, reanimate your card.
Right.
Value Reanimate, if you will.
Mhm.
I do see Strip Mine, though. So if he wants to take a turn off, he would go from 9 to 8. He would have to discard a card, but he could take out the Library.
He has,
Or
he has
the Utopia
2
Small
choices of nice strip mine targets. But you know what? If you are not intending to leverage a tempo advantage, you can't really try to mana screw your opponent when they've got an active library. That's not going to be an effective plan.
Right. You have to be able to apply pressure to back that up, and Lucas' deck isn't really built like that.
Yeah, if you had Rex's deck, if you had a Student of Warfare and a Thalia, then sure, maybe you go after the Forest. But Luca correctly identifying what this game is about here, he may have to discard.
Yeah, he should have to, right?
He's got 8.
Yeah, so let's do that. Just a land. So fun police there from Luca, but still Chris got an extra card out of it, and it did trade for a Strip Mine. 3 mana available here. Could it be Oko? Oh, show and tell. Let's go.
Well, if Luca didn't have anything to discard to
Totally.
reanimate, then he's not going to have something on par with whatever Chris is up to.
What is it? What is it? It's a
Plains
land.
versus
It's an
Kozilek.
Kozilek. Now, interesting though, like Luca's deck has lots of answers, right?
Mhm.
But does he have one right now?
If he has Swords to Plowshares, believe it or not,
he
he
does.
actually gets out ahead on this exchange because he gets to kill two cards
And he has
get a
it.
land out.
He has it everything. He has the
All
Strip
right.
Mine for the library. He has the Swords of Plowshares for the turn 3. Kozilek.
The game continues, folks. There's an Oracle.
It's going to get remanded here. Just anything that costs 4 mana at this point is a perfectly fine remand target, especially because Luca is looking for some action in the terms of advancing the game. Had good answers so far, lots of card draw. Land go. Looks like Wandering Emperor in hand there for Luca. Is that what you're seeing?
Yep.
Okay.
And you see Plains, Island, Swamp. Perfect to deal with it.
Play another land. Do it again. Ooh, Hex
Oh,
Drinker.
boy.
That's an annoying one. No extra land there for Chris, either off the top or from the hand. And he would have played it. Get that Hexdrinker leveling up as soon as possible. Oh, interesting. So Luca now wants to use his mana to cast the Wandering Emperor, but that might be one of his best answers to the Hexdrinker. Even if it gets protection from instants, you can still nab it.
Mm-hmm.
And if you just run it out here, then it lets Chris know.
It is, yeah, there's definitely some conflicting priorities here. And as you mentioned, Marshall, the surprise element is one of them. But also just the mana efficiency. Like,
So
it's tough in Cube when your opponent's got a board like Chris does to just not spend your mana and let that go to waste.
What did Wandering Emperor do?
It plussed.
Okay.
Yeah. Chris is like, no, you don't get to have both the loyalty and the samurai.
So it's just a loyalty play.
Yes.
Okay.
And now we see why.
Yeah. Bye-bye board, Stay Toxic Deluge. And unfortunately for Chris, he will be drawing a Birds of Paradise this turn. So we don't know what he's got. He might have a 5-drop that he can play or something, but...
You know, Luca actually could have accomplished the same thing by making a samurai and then giving it a +1/+1 counter.
Here.
Like,
On his turn.
if he had end of turn made the samurai, then make it a 3/3 and deluge. It's roughly the same outcome, except that you wind up with an additional +1/+1 counter for your troubles.
So
he's
here's the value reanimate.
Yeah.
He did it on the Hexdrinker, and it looks like he's going to go for that plan. I love that play by Luca. Hexdrinker is a pain, and it's just more and more mana here as we're going to see the Birds of Paradise, a Signet, and more mana, Paradise Druid.
All right, so this is the classic green mage's dilemma, where you just put 8 mana onto the battlefield and wait and see if your deck can deliver. The problem with Chris's exact take is that he's going super big, and he's often going to need the help of a card like Channel or Eureka to get his best plays onto the board. So even though, 8 mana looks like a lot, there are still some draws that are out of range.
Curious to see how quickly Luca goes all in on the Hexdrinker plan. Can do whatever he wants right now.
So it's a cool game. I mean, Chris took his shot with the Kozilek. He had things going with the library and then later the Oracle of Moldiah. But Luca has had the answers, systematically dismantled everything, and now Chris is playing off the top.
Yeah, so this one looks like it's fallen apart here for Chris. Now, there are ways to come back for 9 mana. He has Phyrexian Portal, I believe.
Okay, great.
That one is already getting outclassed, though, by the Wandering Emperor.
And the Scarab God. I mean, Luca's 4 creatures, if you sacked everything besides the Scarab God and then just targeted whatever Chris went after each upkeep.
He needs to take all of it, too, just to have a chance for the portal. Is that a forest?
Yeah, it sure is.
That's my forest.
Yep. Not serving him well now.
No, sorry, Chris. At least I gave you a pretty picture to look at while you flooded out. Well, what is it, the Oracle that he's getting? Sure. This one is over. We're going to see blue-white versus black-red.
Perfect.
Those are 2 of the better decks.
Those are 4 of the colors in Magic.
Luca's flashing for the 5th.
Yeah. Which is going,
you're
down
right.
hard here.
And there's a lot of green on the battlefield right now. Yeah, that's a tough one.
I really appreciate this style of deck that Luca has constructed, because some of the unfair stuff that people are really excited to put in their deck, you can deal with it. It's like, hey, I got a Swords of Plowshares and a Remand. Work through these, and there's not honestly that much that can.
Chris, does he have enough life total here to take this hit? I guess so, because the Kozilek got swords, so that gave him a pretty big life buffer. Chris is trying to keep his mana intact so that he has some type of top deck available. I guess he can go down 1 mana here.
Every creature that chump blocks eventually is going to be a 4/4 zombie that's attacking him on a future turn.
Yeah, he's not coming back from this one. No cards in hand. How about a forest? Oh, that put him to 1.
Channel.
It probably is. What is that?
It is not a forest.
No, what is it? Mind Twist or something? Sinkhole? What is that?
Scavenging
it was
Ooze.
Scavenging Ooze. Okay, and that's not going to get it done. Luca is going to advance to the finals, playing very well, and has an extremely good deck to go with it. So we're going to take a short break, but when we come back, we're going to be getting right into the finals. Don't go anywhere.
Hooves dig into fields of black, chase valiantly towards the dread. Shield and armor aglow and bright, countless hearts and lances keen. They ride into the night. The beasts above, they shriek and soar, spew flames of ghostlight from their jaws that eat the skies and burn the flesh, and albeit crowned with firelight, they ride on into the night. The new 2024 exclusive line, crowned with the first printed boulder and zip folio ever. An astonishing artwork made by one of Magic the Gathering's most beloved artists, Dominic May.
Hello there, welcome back here. We are gearing up for the finals of the Magic Online Vintage Cube Live, powered by Ultimate Guard. That's Reed Duke. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe. Thanks so much for joining us. We just watched our last semifinal match, and that means that we're heading into the finals. Now, just to recap, up for grabs is the trophy. That's obviously something that you'd want to have on the mantle. And first pick out of these, the second place finisher here will get second pick out of these, and they're going to pick 8 cards down the line for one for each of the 8 players. But then there's the rest of this binder. This isn't just that front page. This is all the cards that didn't get drafted yesterday, and all the rest of them are going to go to that first place finisher as well. So huge match upcoming. This is just a best 2 out of 3 like normal, but instead, if you win, you get, say, a Mock Sapphire and every one of these cards after it, minus the next 7 that get picked. It is monetarily awesome. These are, I mean, this is so much cooler than money. Like, just straight up. You take the Sapphire, right?
I would take the Sapphire.
I would too.
I'd be eyeing that Mishra's Workshop, Bazaar of Baghdad. Those are the pretty nice ones as well.
Okay, so real quick. So these 3 go for sure.
Mm-hmm.
This goes, this probably goes.
Yeah, so after the 5, the 2 lands and the Moxen, it's like some of these alpha and beta cards are just sneakily really, really valuable. Like the Lightning Bolt, the Soul Ring, the dual lands, of course.
That's an alpha bolt.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, that's just super cool. Like, I would play with that. You know?
Definitely.
There's, Portal 3 Kingdoms cards. There's, like, foils of cards that you don't often see in foil.
I mean, this is just, these things are just insane. Anyway, so we're going to do that after we get to our winner. They're going to get that, and then we'll show you the draft as well. The players are just going to come up, and they're going to take the cards so we get to show that to you. Before we get down, though,
we're giving away everything.
One last giveaway. No longer these cards, but we are going to give away these Squaros here. So let me turn them around. If you haven't seen these before, these are really cool. As you can see, different brands. We've got Flash here. There's Ninja Turtles, South Park on the end here. We're going to give away all 3 of these. The only thing that you need to do is type VCL into the chat, but you do have to be a follower of the channel. We hope you'll follow the channel here for Ultimate Guard. Great stuff. Lots of people streaming on this channel. It just gives you the notification on Twitch. That's all the follow does. And you can find Team CFB here. You can find Team Handshake, from the professional level players. As far as streamers go, Luis Scott Vargas, this guy right here, Reed Duke, MTG Nerd Girl, CGB, MTG Goldfish as well, all stream on here. So a great variety of really entertaining streamers and teams that you can follow along with. A lot of cool, exciting stuff to come. I mean, remember, this event just didn't exist until Ultimate Guard was like, hey, Magic Online, we should do this. And, for Reed and I we both had quite a lot. I was on coverage for the World Championship. He was playing in the World Championship. But when they asked, we were both like, of course we're going to do this.
It's once in a lifetime.
Like,
how can you miss it? You don't get another shot at this.
Totally, right? And this is because Ultimate Guard put this together. And who knows, they probably got a whole bunch of cool stuff cooking, and you're going to want to keep up on it. Again, VCL in the chat, and that will put you entered for these Squaros here that we've got. And Martin will get a hold of you if you're the winner of that. So put that in there, and we'll have the winner up there in a minute. For now, though, we got to set up for our finals, and it's going to be Luca versus Fernando. Let's take a look at the deck list for these players and see what ended up rising to the top. There's Luca's list there. This was what we both thought was the most powerful deck out of anybody in there. There's some obvious hit you over the head cards like Ancestral Recall, Time Walk, and there's also a Mox Jet in here too.
Yeah, this deck is just really, really awesome in terms of leveraging those power cards. It's got the value. I like that it's not centered around creatures, which we saw Fernando pretty effectively dismantle the creature deck in the previous round. But how is Fernando going to deal with Planeswalkers? How is he going to deal with a sticky threat like the Scarab God? How is he going to deal with recurring Time Walks or a Mystic Confluence? So, it's not impossible, but I think Luca's got a lot of really good weapons here against somebody who's mostly just, creatures and removal spells.
Yeah. Fair fight, maybe. This is Fernando's deck here. He went for a base red-black deck splashing blue. It's a Grixis mid-range list, and it has kind of some of the cards that you would look at and go, well, it's kind of basic. You know, Glorybringer, like, it's cube. Can I do something
Off-color
a little
Porcelain
better?
Legionnaire.
Right. You know, the Curse Scroll stuff going on, Bitter Blossom. You know, some of these cards is kind of, what's going on here? But we've gotten a chance to watch Fernando in both the quarters and the semis. He's playing really, really well, and this deck definitely has the tools to win. Sometimes it just takes, there's the Hellkite. You were
Confirmed
right.
triple dragon.
The triple dragon deck is all it needs. And then, you know, sometimes there's some cool stuff going with like Mayhem Devil and Tower and, you know, Bitter Blossom, Meat Hook Massacre, like things kind of coming together in these little sub packages that Fernando's put together. All right, let's head down and we can get into the finals. Prediction? What do you think? You think the big power deck is going to take it down?
I do. I'm not going to bet against the Ancestral Recall here. It's just too much of an advantage to start with that many extra cards. Fernando, I mean, we've seen him fight through overwhelming odds, and in those games where Ancestral doesn't show up early or Luke has to mulligan for it, you know, don't count him out. But I'm not gonna wager against the triple power deck.
I agree. I mean, it feels like to me that these decks are roughly on par power level. It's just one of them gets the addition of 3 pieces of power, like actual power 9, and that's enough to break most games wide open.
Fernando does have an off-color Mox, so not for nothing.
Mm-hmm. He's got a green Mox that he's playing.
Just you know. But I will point out that the 3 decks that had power in them got first, second, and third in in the event.
I hadn't put that together yet. Interestingly, again, there is actually a ton on the line here. So most likely the second place player here will walk away with a Mox Ruby. They could take a Pearl if they like it better. They could take whatever they want. But let's just say it's going to be a Mox Ruby. So this is already a great position to have found yourself in to walk away with that extra card. But I got to say, if you win, you get the Mox Sapphire, and then you get the other 172 cards and the trophy. So tons on the line between these two players. This has to be one of the high-stakes cube matches ever played.
Yeah, what is it, 172 extra vintage cube cards. That was Vendetta meeting Porcelain Legionnaire. Fernando double-checked to check that it can, in fact, destroy artifact creatures.
There's Remand for Stompy.
It's actually quite a big remand because Fernando was really hoping to sink his mana into Urza Saga over the next 2 turns. So not only is the Bonecrusher Giant not on the battlefield, but it's going to be remarkably inconvenient for Fernando to find another spot to cast that. Luca endeavoring to avenge the player who beat his dad in the last round.
With only 1 piece of power?
So far, maybe he's saving the Time Walk for a big turn.
Would be a pretty reasonable thing to do from this position. Time Walk at this point doesn't do much. Doesn't look like he has it. He's got Swords to Plowshares, though.
Celestial Colony, it's kind of good with Time Walk. Just get in for 4 and then tap it post-combat, take an extra turn.
Get in for another 4. Yeah, that can finish a game. Oh, a couple of good options here as well. You see the Wandering Emperor in hand now for Luca. What did Fernando do? He just passed?
Yeah, he's intending to make a construct, looking to get full value out of the Saga.
Luca deciding if he wants to run out Wandering Emperor. There is some mana pressure to do so, not just in the case of using up the 4 mana, but also it is double white.
Do you see a compelling reason to not do it?
No. He's got Hostage Taker as well as Swords to Plowshares in hand, but yeah, I think you should run it out.
Yeah, might as well.
I mean, leaving 4 mana unspent is a disaster in
unless
most
you
games.
think there's like a specific
Oh, he didn't do it.
thing that Fernando is going to respond with. Like if Fernando had a mana leak in his deck and you're worried about that, you're trying to pick a
Sure.
spot where it's less vulnerable. But, it's pretty clear that Fernando had a plan for the way he was going to spend his mana. No real reason to believe he has anything in particular. So my approach would kind of just be like, let me start by playing my cards in the obvious way until further notice. I guess there's a bit of a concern of protecting the Emperor against these constructs, but I don't think you're going to have much problem with that, especially with Luca's deck featuring Swords to Plowshares and the like. All right, so lots of artifacts here. 2 constructs. Saga Chapter 3 finds Mox Emerald. Then he deploys Curse Scroll from his hand. Probably will be a while before that one starts getting active, but what it's quite good at is making those constructs huge.
Yeah, just beat an artifact is enough here.
So yeah, I really would love to get in the head of Luca and find out like what is his goal? What is he trying to achieve with this Wandering Emperor? Is it that he's trying to get it out in a world where he can protect it? Is it that he's trying to ambush a certain creature? Like here, it feels like he's playing it just a little behind schedule. But I'll tell you what he does have is the Toxic Deluge. So setting up the same move that he used in the previous round against Chris.
Okay. And he may have felt that the constructs would be pressuring the Wandering Emperor. He wouldn't want to use it to kill a construct when he was just going to do this anyway. So he delayed by a turn. Makes sense. Deluge is pretty nice here. They're 4/4s.
Yep. So it does cost a fair amount of life.
Yeah, maybe the Curse Scroll becomes a thing at some point.
Urza Saga is a crazy card because like you look at that exchange and you're like, wow, Luca killed 2 creatures. He's doing great.
Yeah, blowout.
But then you backtrack and you're like, well, that was just the Urza Saga. It dealt Luca 8 damage and it produced a Mox Emerald. It's like that's a lot for a land.
For a land drop. By the way, that was end step ice. Your
Dragon.
Colonnade so that he could play Thundermaw Hellkite and not get countered.
It's the 5/5 dragon.
And he left him with no Swords to Plowshares, no ability to cast 2-mana counterspell.
So that is a crazy turn of events because Luca actually does have Swords to Plowshares.
Totally.
He could, if he had foreseen that, he could have left 2 white sources, but Fernando just, he got him. He was opportunistic there, and he saw exactly what he needed to do. And now the Wandering Emperor, which was Luca's main action card in this game, is in the graveyard.
Sick play by Fernando.
Yep. Very good.
What is Hostage Taker going to do here?
Well, that all depends if it can survive.
Okay.
If he can take away the dragon and then have the Hostage Taker survive till the next turn, that's great. But I would not count on that against Fernando's Grixis deck with tons of removal spells. Goblin Bombardment.
Okay.
So this is actually pretty useful against Hostage Taker.
Yeah.
I mean, your creatures cannot be taken hostage.
Oh, Double Dragon Glorybringer's out now.
Double Dragon. The William Jensen signed Glorybringer is padding its stats. It's killing creatures. It's killing players.
It's kind of showing off at this point. Okay.
Super
Mystic
strong here.
Confluence.
Mystic Confluence. Can you tell us what this one does?
Yeah, so he's going to use this to draw 2 cards and mana leak the Glorybringer. He also had the ability to return a creature. he gets to pick 3 of any of those, and you can pick any one more than once. So in this case, it was 1 mana leak and draw, but he could have also sent the other creature packing. The reason he didn't, Swords to Plowshares.
So this is, I mean, from just looking at the board, we're like, Luca's going to be dead. Like, literally, he could take 9 damage, and then Fernando could sacrifice the 2 dragons for the last 2. But instead, Luca neutralized both threats, preserved his life total at 10, and the problem that he was facing was he was kind of stagnating in the game. He had a bunch of reactive cards. He wasn't doing anything to get any velocity or traction, and he got to draw 2 cards. So now, I mean, he's got a whole new hand. We're going to see what he can come up with on this turn. But great exchange for Luca. Interestingly, Marshall, Swords to Plowshares targeted Thundermaw Hellkite, and Fernando made the value judgment that he was going to sacrifice it to Goblin Bombardment. So basically valuing 1 point of Luca's life total more than 5 points of his own.
Yeah, I would too.
I'm not sure I have it in me.
5x return is a little tough to turn down, but if this thing, I mean, we know that Fernando has, cards like Mayhem Devil and stuff, right? Like the chip damage type stuff, the ones that can really add up. So
here's
he needs
more
it.
life loss too. Okay.
Wow.
Pretty scary going down to 5 against a Goblin Bombardment and a Curse Scroll. So Luca's kind of like, can I piece together a win between the Colonnade and maybe a Time Walk? If that card shows itself, this would be a really good time for it. But Luca could be dead in 2 turns. If Fernando gets 2 more turns in this game, things get really scary.
He has 3 cards in hand right now. Fernando?
Couldn't tell you for certain.
Yeah, it's more than 1.
Also,
Probably 3.
What do you think it was obvious that Luca should get the Glorybringer versus the Thundermaw Hellkite?
Not obvious. Does it change the clock by a full turn? Doesn't look like it. Oh, maybe. Colonnade plus Dragon. He was at 18. That's 9/9.
Yeah, so what it would mean, I think, is you can kill over the same number of turns, but with 1 less Colonnade activation.
But he could have activated it this turn, right?
He could have.
And attacked for 9. He was at 18.
Okay.
So I think it's a full turn. I mean, it would be a very all-in play. He would have to tap out. If he loses the dragon, then the whole clock goes away. Okay, what is Fernando coming up with here? He does have 3 cards.
Ophiomancer, very powerful with Goblin Bombardment.
Right, every turn. That may even earn an exert at some point here. Luca's thinking, though, he has something to react with. Thar Commando. Is he going to use this on the bombardment right now? He is.
Makes sense. So now the Ophiomancer goes from kind of a deadly threat to like, hey, you got some ground creatures against my dragon and Colonnade. Who cares?
Ooh, but there's Blood Chief's Thirst. Is that going to take out the Glorybringer? Yes. Oh, this has been a great game so far. Very back and forth.
Yep.
And that Curse Scroll is still active, and I think that's Fernando down to 1 card.
The clock is ticking for Luca. He has a lot of mana and a lot of cards. He should be able to put something pretty nice together.
Hosty T.
Oh, and that just compounds with how strong it was to get rid of the Goblin Bombardment.
Right. Because now he can resolve the Taker and get his own Curse Scroll going. He's going to play out the Mana
Mana
Vault.
Vault, which allows him to activate the scroll, but that's
But
another
at
thing
what
that can
cost?
drain away his life total.
Yeah, that's a tough one. Okay, back in Fernando's court.
Oh, you
He
know,
draws a mountain. What was his other card?
his other card is a Bone Crusher Giant, so things are
Ah.
even closer than Luca knows.
Is that the Bone Crusher Giant from like turn 3 or whatever that got remanded?
It is.
Okay,
Mm-hmm,
so Luca does know.
So, I mean, you could, if you're sure that you're going to curse scroll Theophilomancer, you could just block, like trade your 2/3 against a 1/1 death touch. That's not unreasonable. Save a key point of life. Yep. Stomp.
Down to 3. Theoretically lethal threat. Theomancer's going to get scrolled away here. What is the last card? Oh, it's Shark
Oh, boy.
Typhoon?
But Luca
That's a
has a
good-
lot of pressure to untap the Mana
Yeah,
Vault.
for sure. Yeah. Close game, Reed. This finals has lived up.
But yeah, I mean now like look at the mana. It's a really crucial amount because what he can do here is make a 4/4 shark, which doesn't beat the Bone Crusher Giant in combat. It just trades with it.
And if he could make a 5/5, eat it, that could turn into a win condition.
Yep.
Hold the thing back indefinitely.
So his choices now are to cycle Shark Typhoon, trade with Bone Crusher Giant, commit himself to spending mana to untap the Mana Vault the next turn, or he could play Wall of Omens, chump block, then untap and make a huge shark. Not obvious to me which of those two plays is better. I might lean towards the Wall of Omens.
Yep, he's going to start things off at least with Wall of Omens, get some info.
And then you do have the emergency break glass in case of emergency, that if the Wall of Omens gets killed, you can still cycle and chump, or in this case, trade, since he did draw land.
Right. But the default play here would be just to block with the Wall of Omens, right?
I think so, because the
Typhoon
big
thing,
flying
amazing.
instant speed shark has such a great potential to just end the game against an opponent that you know was working empty-handed just a moment ago.
He also has so much mana available. The Curse Scroll is a thing.
Not on the Bone Crusher Giant, it's not.
No, definitely not there. But it could start to become a win condition if this Bone Crusher Giant gets neutralized somehow.
Oh boy, that's another one that can end the game pretty quickly, and it's the right size to 5/5 against the Giant. Be careful with that Mana Vault. Having watched these games, I'm pretty sure I would just play like an island over that Mana Vault.
Agreed.
There's so much less headache. Glory Bringer, but that
Ooh. Spell, right?
yeah, only triggers on spells. So my mistake about the Curse Scroll.
Oh, right. I didn't catch that either. Okay, and 4 lands in hand there for Fernando. So that is game number 1 going to Luca. That was a sweet game.
And no Ancestral, no Time Walk made an appearance there. We saw also
Only a Mox.
I don't know what happened in all of Luca's games, but we've seen him win several games with no power cards.
Yes.
So, don't write him off. We got to give credit where credit's due. Like, he did put together
Definitely.
a functional deck, and that functional deck happens to be really effective at leveraging the best cards in the game of Magic.
Yeah, so really great stuff there. Yeah, we can head down to the next game. It could be the decider to see who it is that's going to actually take this thing down. Yeah, I like Lucas' chances. I mean, especially when you factor in maybe you just draw the power, right? Maybe you just get to the next thing, etc.
Yep.
Players are sideboarding right now, by the way.
Yeah, so you think there's any major surgery to be done? The thing that occurs to me is that both decks are really effective at killing creatures.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd be looking for both players have planeswalkers. Those are kind of going to be the key things. Wandering Emperor, Dak Faden, Daretti. Those are cards I'll be keeping an eye on.
Oh, you can see they're just getting ready here, and we'll be right back in full screen mode once they're done resolving mulligans. Yeah, I felt like both players did relevant things that mattered. There was nothing that stood out as like, ooh, you don't want that here. Both players' decks are kind of in the middle, right? None of, they're not extreme on either end where there's things that are going to just be horrible in certain matchups. Probably wouldn't change much.
Yeah. I like the sticky threats, like Bitter Blossom could be a big one. Fernando even has the ability to play that on turn 1 off of his Mox Emerald.
Could be really annoying for Luca.
If there's a creature that stands out as kind of just being a lightning rod or particularly vulnerable or doesn't match up well against Bone Crusher Giant or Curse Scroll, I could see reaching for the sideboard in a case like that. But it's a mid-range mirror. There's nothing that's obviously good or obviously bad.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, I still like Luca's chances here. I mean, it felt like that was a pretty fair game between the two of them, both having a Mox and stuff, but Luca just has that turbo draw that he has access to where he hits, particularly Ancestral Recall in a matchup like this can be amazing, and Time Walk's effectively never bad.
You know what was a big card in that game was the Mystic Confluence.
Oh, yeah. Huge.
Especially like Fernando has 3 dragons, which we were talking about as being this really cool, exciting, fun, and good thing, but like Remand, Mystic Confluence, those are really punishing for a player that you can often count on to be tapping 5 mana at sorcery speed.
Yeah, that's kind of why we talk about those dragon decks as being, I don't know, maybe a little old school or a little quaint for modern, is that they can get traded off. I mean, it was a 3-for-1 in Luca's favor, right? Same amount of mana spent, but he got 2 cards and countered the dragon. If you remand it, it's 2 mana for 5. If you Swords to Plowshares it, it's 1 mana for 5. That is not where you want to be. Those interactions are how you lose a game of Cube, but there's still room for those cards.
I think Luca, we talked about kind of mulligan decisions in the context of having an Ancestral Recall. I think he used that, hey, I don't love my hand, and maybe if I mull to 6, I'll find the Ancestral as kind of a tiebreaker there. He just had 5 lands and 2 unexciting spells and decided to throw it back.
Similar hand here.
Yeah. So the logic still applies.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't like your hand, you could throw back, try to get a 5 with Ancestral, but we also talked about how those mulligans compound, and 5 feels really a lot worse than 6.
Yeah, he also has a lot of information about Fernando's deck and game style. Is he going to be pressured early? What are the types of things he needs to have answers for? If this game were to get away from him, what would that actually look like, and could he stop it? He's going to keep it. He's going to put Hostage Taker on the bottom. I'm assuming no black source for him. And he's going to go Plains Go. He drew the Swords to Plowshares for his turn. That helps a lot. It would have been a much easier keep if he would have had it to start. Is that Robber of the Rich?
Yep.
Is that +2 life for Fernando?
I think so. You're going to have to deal with that one way or another, and I would rather Swords it than Winds of Abandon it.
It is interesting, though, because Swords to Plowshares, the real sick advantage you get is that like it hits one of the dragons or whatever, and that isn't the case here. That was one of Fernando's kind of medium strength cards, and it only cost 2 mana.
Good point.
Uh-oh. Is that Dark Ritual? Could we see something? There's no blue mana, by the way. for
Actually,
Luka.
Dark Ritual is a card I could see sideboarding out in a matchup like this
Oh.
for similar, same reason as the Mana Vault, where it's like, hey, if you want the burst of mana, awesome. But if the game's going 12 turns, you just want something, a land can produce 12 mana over the course of 12 turns, whereas Dark Ritual is only 3. And you're less inclined to want a burst of mana against an opponent who has a lot of answer cards.
Still no blue.
Yeah, so this was something about Luka's deck is the mana base is not stellar. Love this though, just straight up destroying the Urza Saga before Chapter 3 pops off.
Yeah, very important. That could have been a big mana bump or Curse Scroll or something. There is a construct left over, but it is a 1/1 at this point. Not super bad.
Yep.
Fernando just needs to find some way to start advancing his game plan quickly.
Well, he could Dark Ritual out a 5-drop if he decides that that's the course he wants to take. Be a little more inclined to do it knowing the Sword Splashers is gone.
Yeah. And the shields are down, no blue mana.
I think I see
This is a reasonable
Porcelain
window.
Legionnaire,
Oh,
which would also be a fine play.
Is he going to go for it? I don't think he has a dragon to cast, right? He could maybe double spell this turn, or I guess it might be triple spell. No, he's going to stay patient, just cast the Porcelain Legionnaire. That's going to get him in for 2 damage here, though. And down to 18 goes Luka.
Good tiebreaker that the Legionnaire pumps up the construct.
And then a Mountain Go. Yeah, if you don't have a good use for the Dark Ritual there, it's definitely losing value pretty quickly. This is the stage of the game, right, where you get to skip 2 turns and do something kind of busto. Oh, there we go. An island and Skyclave Apparition to take out the Porcelain Legionnaire.
I'll call this a temporary stopgap because Fernando is going to have no trouble dealing with a 2/2 creature at a time that he decides that's worthwhile.
It's a nice downgrade, though, either way, right?
True.
The Legionnaire is just going to come back
Well, actually,
as a
it's
3/3.
not that much of a downgrade.
Well, I guess the first strike. No, you're right.
It,
You're
it
right.
will no longer pump the construct, which could be relevant.
True. So a minor downgrade, we'll say. Goblin Bombardment? Sure.
Now, Luka attacking. In the last game, it was pretty deep into the game before Luka started turning creatures sideways. He has Snapcaster, which can serve as an ambush, also Sword Splashers. Goblin Bombardment's going to make it difficult for the body of Snapcaster to ever really do anything too dramatic.
He's also got Restoration Angel. That's a nice one with both Snapcaster and Skyclave.
Yep.
This does feel like it's moving closer towards Luka because 3 pieces of power just wasn't enough. You got to get that 4th one. Curse Scroll attack. It's kind of an interesting position because this would be a tempting place to use the Snapcaster Mage to trade for the construct and then kill something else, but there's no other targets for the Swords to Plowshares. So, but do you want to burn Restoration Angel? I guess you could just Apparition the Curse Scroll or the Bombardment or something. Or just take it. Dauthi Voidwalker.
So starting to get a sense of urgency. There's a limit to how long you can do nothing. Lucas seems to be a very patient player where he's taking great pains to line up the right answers against the right threats, but he wants to sweat his life total, and that Dauthi Voidwalker in particular is a card that can get out of control if you don't deal with it quickly.
So you get a 3/3. And then are we going to assume the Voidwalker's the I guess it doesn't really matter. They're just going to get sacrificed, right? If it was a Voidwalker.
Yes.
So you could go for Curse Scroll or Bombardment, is that right?
Well, your objective is to get the Voidwalker off the battlefield, right?
So
you want
that
to
would
force
still
it,
do
force it to be sacrificed.
But you have Snapcaster Swords, so maybe you just feel like you've got that covered.
True. Snapcaster is a high potential card in this deck.
Right, it could do a lot better even than Swords to Plowshares. And yeah, the Dauthi Voidwalkers. Oh, that's Winds of Abandon. Right?
Yeah, so is that what he's trying to set up? Get a 6th land and kick the winds?
Yeah. He's got the 2 white sources.
He also has Reanimate, Marshall, so it could be that he specifically is trying to get creatures into the graveyard rather than in exile.
You got to figure that would have done that, though, right?
Good point.
Maybe. Maybe not. I don't know. This is an interesting spot because Fernando does have a lot of ways to kill a Skyclave Apparition, and maybe it would just be like, sure, we'll store the Dauthi Voidwalker under there until I kill it, and then I'll just get a 2/2 back rather than have a 1 point of damage in the thing in the yard. You can see the players are starting to congregate here in the room with us, Reed. As once this is decided, we're going to get a quick chat with the winner. And we're going to do the draft, the 8 remaining cards from the vault.
Mm-hmm.
Winners gets to pick the first one, and then it'll go in order of how they finished in the top of the standings here.
Oh, boy, Marshall.
Oh,
so Zealous Conscripts in tandem with Goblin Bombardment.
That's just happening, right?
I don't think Luca can stop it.
Yeah, Swords to Plowshares doesn't really help here. Luca does not look happy about this. Fernando is like, can I have it? Thank you very much. So what do the attacks look like?
You know what you...
Wow, they look really good, actually.
What you could have done and what may or may not be a dynamic this turn is Luca probably is going to have to Snapcaster Swords and still go after the Voidwalker. Given that he has Reanimate, he might want the Voidwalker gone before Fernando has the opportunity to sacrifice the Restoration Angel to Bombardment. But who knows? This all depends on what choices Fernando is going to make as well.
So the Voidwalker not getting in here.
Voidwalker not getting in because, oh boy, because Fernando knows that he can put the Restoration Angel in exile with a Void counter at any time by sacrificing it. So now, if Luca points a removal spell at the Voidwalker, Fernando can basically exchange it for a Restoration Angel that will be his forever.
That he gets to keep.
Right. So I think Fernando has walked Luca into a really bad spot here.
This is nice. And then he could blink the conscripts?
Yeah.
Doesn't do that much here though, right?
No, but I mean, the main point is just getting the 3/4 flying in a close game.
Totally. This line was awesome from Fernando, and I think Luca's like, oh, this isn't great for me.
Is that feeling when you start to see the bad thing that's about to happen to you?
Right. So he sacrifices the angel to kill the Snapcaster Mage. That also puts the Snapcaster Mage away. But now the Dauthi Voidwalker gets to get the angel back. He'd probably just rather have it still be attacking than anything else.
Well, he could take the Skyclave and sack the Skyclave. So sort of that
for board
classic
position,
threaten sacrifice combo.
He gives up some damage to do it, but that's got to be worth it, right? So he says, you flash that back with Snapcaster Mage, so that's exiled. Snapcaster Mage is exiled because of the Voidwalker.
Correct.
Now you're going to take an additional 1. Yeah, this was definitely worth it.
So Luca's kind of on board sweeper or bust, and
Which he has.
Which one is it? The Toxic Deluge?
He has the Winds of Abandon, I think.
Right. Needs a 6th land for that.
Yep, real bad.
Real bad.
Lando? Non-colonnade? There is a land. And there it is, Winds of Abandon. And Fernando says, I did all that work. Still got some game to play here. So, would you like to have lands or damage?
Probably a mix, right? Because it's like, you know, you want to have enough lands that you can do whatever you want for the rest of the game, but probably like 8 or 9 will be enough, and you don't need 10 or 11.
He could do 5 here.
Yep, he could.
And he has enough to cast a dragon.
Yeah.
Pick your dragon. Does he need more than that? There's also, of course, the component of improving his draw step. He did all 5.
He did 5 damage?
Yeah, he's got him down to 7. He drew Mox for the turn. Go. Oh, we got a game here. His hand is... Oh, jeez, there's Elspeth off the top for Luca. What a rip.
Wow, Luca went from death's door to just commanding position in the game.
Easy game. Oh, and there's Glorybringer.
Okay, so that's going to put Luca to an effective 2.
2.
This is why Fernando was prioritizing that damage so that he could put himself in a position top deck a heavy hitter like a dragon, be right back in it. Luca's last remaining card is Reanimate, which if he takes 5 damage, that's basically dead.
Basically
for the rest
dead.
of the game.
Mm-hmm. Does Fernando just have to completely ignore Elspeth at this point?
Well, Elspeth has an ability that says -3,
Right.
destroy big creatures. So Fernando can either attack Elspeth to take her off of that ability and try to win the game with an unanswered Glorybringer over the course of 3 or 4 turns, or he can just be like, hey, take 5. That's what I got.
Yeah, and he can rip an Ophiomancer for the win or anything that creates 2 creatures or back-to-back creatures.
All right, now Luca faced with an interesting choice. He has drawn Vindicate. So he has, as I see it, 3 choices here. He can Vindicate the Glorybringer and try to win by ticking Elspeth up to 7, getting the game over with in the course of 3 turns. Just, that's it, 3 turns. That's how long you have, Fernando, to draw enough burn to kill me. Option 2 is that he can point the Vindicate at the Goblin Bombardment, followed by minusing the Elspeth. Or option 3 is that he can just minus the Elspeth, take his medicine, and save Vindicate for the next threat. Of those, I somewhat lean towards vindicating the Bombardment.
That is the long-term problem. It makes every single creature that Fernando draws a major issue. Fernando has to decide if he wants to chuck the bringer right now.
So
he sees that it will likely be dead.
He's thinking about what's in his deck. It's like, okay,
Yeah.
am I going to draw exactly Bone Crusher Giant?
Right.
Do I want to make Luca use the minus on the Elspeth so I get more turns? That makes sense to me because you know you have 2 more dragons that you can draw into, so just giving yourself more draws towards that. But he
did. He went upstairs with it.
He went upstairs.
He's
So
just going
now-
to ignore the Elspeth and try to
Now
rip.
the game is just super clear cut. Luca's going
Fire?
to win in 3 turns, and Fernando has to draw Fire, Bone Crusher Giant, you know, anything that can deal 2 damage.
Oh, can he find it?
Found Phyrexian Tower.
Yeah. Moxco. And now Luca's job is to get this thing over as quickly as possible.
Oh, and he found Spell Seeker for Time Walk, shortening the clock
And
by
that's-
1 turn. He could also, I don't know if he has like a hard counter that he could get.
Dude, these rips by Luca have been insane. He
That's
found
it.
Vindicate, and that is going to
It's
do
over,
it.
Marshall. We have
Luca
a winner.
takes it down. You know what's better than 3 pieces of power? 4. And that's exactly what Luca is going to have here because he's going to get his pick, first pick from this sheet. And then the other players will go through, and then he'll get all the rest of this, taking that home with him as well. Congratulations to Luca, and Fernando played beautifully as well. Really, really cool stuff from the feature.
Yeah, huge congrats to our champion, all the competitors. I mean, there's no losers here, right? This is everyone going home with some really awesome stuff, some unique cards that nobody else in the world has access to, and just a great memory, hopefully.
Yeah, and by the way, this, so not too bad either. All right, we've got Luca here. Okay, you can throw this headset on, Luca. Luca, congratulations. You just won.
Congratulations,
That
Luca.
was absolutely incredible. You know, we picked you to win before we started because we thought you had the best deck in the room. What was your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I thought I had a really good deck. The mana just needed some work, but the mana came together and it did well.
Yeah. You drew your power a lot, seeming like we watched you in the quarters, and like in game one, it was like all three of them, but this game, not so much.
Yeah, I didn't really need it this match, I don't think. I just had more of a grindy game plan.
Yeah, and it was interesting because so did your opponent, Fernando, there. Different approaches entirely, but wow, efficiency was definitely on your side. Great job. First things first, you get a trophy, so congratulations for that. That is something that you can keep with you for the rest of your life. And he gets to make a pack one, pick one out of this. We think we know what you're going to take, but you go ahead. You can pick the card that you're going to take here. He's looking over at Dad and Bro, and looks like, yeah, it's going to be the Mox Sapphire. That would have gone pretty well in your deck too, actually. You know, so 3 pieces of power turns into 4. Luca, congratulations once again. You have won. Probably the only time this is going to happen, so you picked the good one to win. Congrats.
Thank you.
Well done.
Yeah. Okay, so we can bring in the next people as they go, and they're going to draft the rest. And then, of course, you know, Luca, that you get all of these as well. So you only have to wait just a short minute, and once everybody is finished picking, you'll get the rest of these cards to go with your trophy as well. Congratulations again. What a win.
Awesome
I'm
stuff.
so jealous. Like, that was such a great one. Okay, I'm going to put this down here. So we're waiting for Fernando. He was the one that finished second, and he'll be here in just a minute. What do we think he's going to take, chat? Going for the Ruby?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it depends if you're a red mage or a white mage, right?
Yeah. Hey, there he is. Hey, Fernando, congratulations on second place. Great to watch you play.
Yeah.
You get to make your pick? What do you think? Oh, he's looking at the back. Okay. Yeah, you can. Here, let me show the camera if you don't mind. He did take the Ruby. There you go. Congratulations. Great run. Who we got next? Rex coming in. You already know what you want? Is it this one?
Watching the footage of that round 2, I know I messed up pretty bad.
Oh, no, that's okay. Don't worry.
My brain shut down, but hey, I went 2 and 1 and took third, so
Very nice work.
it's between the Mox Pearl or the Mishra.
Mishra's Workshop or Mox Pearl? What would you take, chat?
You know, I would love to get the Mox Pearl, but the Mishra's Workshop is in really good condition.
Love it.
Oh, that's a great pick. He took the Mishra's Workshop. Oh, congratulations on a great run, Rex.
Congrats.
And yeah, who's up next?
That was our first curveball.
How do you
Marshall.
feel about a Mox? You can take whatever you want off of that sheet. Yeah, good choice. Congratulations. Great work. Yep. All right. No more Moxen left, and you, by the way, can look through here if there's we're going to start here. All right, you go with the Bazaar. That's the right pick. I like that pick. Congratulations. Great job. Congrats. All right, who do we got? Oscar's up next. Oscar, you work at an LGS. You should know what to take here. I like this one myself. All right, he's going with the Soul Ring. Yeah. Look at that. Beautiful. Congratulations, Oscar. Great to see you. Yep.
Good job.
Hey, Mom.
What's up, Jesse? Do you already know what you want? All right, you take a look. Here's Jesse Hampton coming in.
Hello.
That mulligan to 5 was tough, bud.
Yeah.
Oh, he turned the page immediately. There's some duels here, though. The Underground Sea. Yeah, that's what I would have taken, too. Beautiful. Congratulations, Jesse. Nice work.
Thank you.
Good job.
Yep. You got 2 duels, but there's the whole binder. You know, can I interest you in a foil mold drifter?
Maybe
Maybe another time. Okay. What do you like?
Yes.
Yeah, you like duels, or I mean, there's actually some pretty sweet stuff here.
Yeah, I'm just going to go.
You're gonna go with the volcanic. Yeah, I like that pick too. Congratulations, great job. Yep. Is that it? No. Yeah, that is it. So those ones are missing. And all of this, come back in, Luca, is going to you. Congratulations again. Great job. You did a great job, and you get the
Good job,
trophy,
Luca.
and you get the cards that you drafted, and you get that thing plus the mocks as well. Wow. What an event, Reed. Any last thoughts before we take off?
Just super cool. I mean, the Museum of Magic really came through here. The cube itself, the gameplay, the whole concept of the event. I just give it an A+.
Yeah, awesome stuff here from MagicCon Vegas. This was really fun. Thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate you hanging out with us. That's Reed Duke. I'm Marshall Select. I just want to say thanks to everybody from Ultimate Guard, from the Magic Online team for making this happen. This was a really special event, and it was really fun to be a part of it. We hope you enjoyed it, and we'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
Hooves dig into fields of black, chase valiantly towards the dread. Shield and armor aglow and bright, countless hearts and lances keen. They ride into the night. The beasts above, they shriek and soar, spew flames of ghostlight from their jaws that eat the skies and burn the flesh, and albeit crowned with firelight, they ride on into the night. The new 2024 exclusive line, crowned with the first printed boulder and zip folio ever. An astonishing artwork made by one of Magic the Gathering's most beloved artists, Dominic Mayer.